the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked it.
Ooh, very nice, very nice. Christian Valeris, Grassroots Hegemon, good to see you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Jonah boy. I figured what we could do is that we have Fashion 40 says gay. Yes, first. No. Aller Narmer says, hey, how are you? Shortium says, morning, 2 new boat seizures. Sweet. Fashion 40 says, LML, good morning, all the lads and lasses. Whoa, I was jamming, man. It's a great song, Mystic Jen. It's a great song. Adonic Samuel says, good morning. Sen Patriarch says, good morning, and Groshallah. Indeed, I'll say the morning benediction before Mr. Brother Chaplain, QC John gets here. May your beer stay cold. Wait, may your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers while blowing stuff up. Amen. So there we go. It's Wednesday, my dude. Yes, it is Wednesday. I'm ecstatic to be with you fine folk again. Yesterday was fun. Monday was fun. The content is about. Can I share something? That's an interesting sentence, Hedonic Samuel. I will read that momentarily because I don't even know what the fuck you mean. Sorry for the F-bomb so early. This is obviously a family show. But that is a crazy series of words that you just typed into my chat. Anyways, I think, whoa, good Lord. Christian Blairs for $100 says, please react to the new Legal Eagle video about Venezuela. It was informative and add context to the arguments against you that Pisco and Destiny will use. Okay, I might do that before we do the mind map. Also, thank you for the insane super chat. I wish you had done it yesterday. But that's okay. Thank you for continuing to support my employment / rev share with Valor Media Network. But yes, absolutely. I will probably do that just to make sure that I am not missing anything when I do my mind map. Vazaraka gifted a Valor Media Network membership as well. Thank you, Vazaraka. You've quickly become a chipper. You don't say very much. You don't say very much, but I've seen you frequently either renewing your own membership and or gifting others. So thank you for that. Sen Patriarch renewed their membership. Thank you. What that guy said, I'll do it. Well, Hedonic Samuel, I can't read your second sentence or else it'll confuse my first sentence. Okay. So Hedonic Samuel says, Trump is convinced we can get rich on bitumen. What a moron. So I'll read what bitumen actually is in a second. Trust me, we will find the narrative flow of my commentary in a moment. Just accept the attention deficit disorder commentary for now, okay? Bitumen to me, is bitumen a style of roofing? Bitumen construction. Bitumen, typically concrete, 80% weight by location. Bitumen primarily involves the use of sticky black petroleum byproduct as a binder in asphalt roofs, holding aggregate floor. Bitumen walls? No, it's not bitumen walls. Okay. Bear in mind, I haven't worked in construction administration for a year or so. Do you guys remember? Okay, so let me. Apparently, bitumen is a oil-based construction material that is water resistant, that is commonly used. And then what was I thinking? So Hedonic Samuel says bitumen is an oil mixed with earth. Pretty much all Venezuela has is the ground, very expensive to process. Right. And what I thought bitumen was, it's a different term, and somebody could correct me on the term, and I would be actually most appreciative. So houses built before the like 1910s or 1920s. We've come up with like framed houses within the past 100 years. And what I mean by framed houses, I live in Florida and we actually build our stuff out of cinder block. So it's actually like concrete blocks with rebar running through it. And the cool thing about that is it lasts forever. My house was built in 1950 something. And the only, I think 1955, it could be 1958, but it was built in 55 or 58. And the only thing that's showing any signs of wear and tear is the wood, the roof, and the ceiling. But the concrete blocks themselves, the walls, might have shifted a few millimeters over the past 70 years. But realistically, they're standing as strong now as they did 70 years ago, which is amazing. Now, modern frame construction is effectively taking a bunch of like 2x4s, 2x6s. I don't know the code, but you take a bunch of wood framing, you make it vertical and horizontal, and then you put, drywall, and you put insulation in it, you put drywall in it, you run the electrical, this, that, the other, and it's very cheap and it's very effective. But it's very cheap and it's very effective, but it also does not stand up to storms very well. Like if you just have straight up frame construction, your house can get fucked up in a natural disaster. Like routinely, strictly frame houses just get fucked up by wind, fucked up by tornadoes. Sorry, it's a family show. I should stop saying the F-bomb so much. They get effed up by tornadoes. They get effed up by hurricanes. They get effed up by floods. Whereas once again, concrete first floors typically do quite well during emergencies compared to the alternative. Now, there's a different term that I'm thinking of, and it's not bitumen, and it's not Mott and Bailey, but it's something very similar to those three terms. And effectively, it's during the late 19th, early 20th century, before we had wood-framed houses, there was something that was like tiny wood slats. I swear to God, it almost looks like balsa wood. And effectively, the entire walls were made out of basically like balsa wood slats that were only like a inch wide. And whatever that construction is, it's incredibly expensive to replace from an insurance perspective because people don't generally do that construction anymore. And then also, even if you could replace it that way, you typically don't want to because modern construction methods are better, but the insurance policy owes for whatever is there. So I confused that 19th century, late 19th century, early 20th century construction process with bitumen. So my apologies. Somebody correct me on whatever that word is, though. Christian Blair says, MFer, I'm not a time traveler, lol. Legal Eagle released it this morning. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, not this morning, but late last night. Gotcha. Isn't bitumen men who are bitter? I mean, that's me. I'm a bitumen. Short Stack Godlin says, Connor, Venezuela is old news. New illegal tanker boarding a Russian flag off the coast of Scotland, at least. They seem to have consulted the Brits. Well, that's not old news. That's part of destroying the shadow fleet in order to put pressure on Venezuela to start normalizing their relations with us. So that's actually a part of the pressure campaign against Venezuela. And I also think it's a complex distraction from the Epstein files. Like I still think that this is in the deep state America's geopolitical interest. Like I'm sure that it was the deep state that came up with this plan. And I'm not saying that as a conspiracy theorist. I'm saying that the Department of Defense, Department of War, intelligence agency people have probably been working on this for decades. And Trump was like, hold on, will starting a war with Venezuela distract people from the international pedophile ring that I'm sweeping for? Yeah, okay, let's do it. I don't think Trump is doing this out of some like geostrategic nuance. I don't think he's doing it because he thinks it's in the American national interest. I think it's a convenient excuse for him to self-sweep the pedophile ring allegations. But anyways, well, QC says, good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers from blowing stuff up. Amen. Thank you, Brother Chaplain. Well, QC John. I did lead the morning prayer, but I'm happy to do it again, especially with you present. Fast and Bulba says, well, no, it's finally midterm season. Once Trump declares the 500-year-old Somalians are voting in California to trans our NASCAR. Yeah. Two Hinge says, hello, good morning. Dana Calico Cloud says, hello, good morning to you. Grassroots says, I have machines that make Send Patriarch morning wall husband. Excellent. Anytime that you or Sun Patriarch mention living in my walls, I'm gonna get flashbanged by the AI image of me like typing on my laptop, editing things, which I do every single night. Perfect AI drawing, but then just like the vertical hole at like the 3-foot wall, the 3-foot levels, and your guys' eyeballs pointing out. Have you guys ever seen the gnome in the walls meme? There's this green text, gnome in the wall, sex gnome in the walls, green text. I'm going to do a dramatic reading for you. Is it this one? No, that's not it. Let me find it. Oh, it's the grape dwarf. Okay, so we need to change it to the instead of being the grape dwarf, it's going to be the sex gnome. Once again, this is a family show, so I'll use sanitized language. But I want to read this, guys. I want to read this to you, and I want you guys to imagine Steven being the sex gnome, while Sen Patriarch and Grassroots Hegemon they move out of the way so the sex gnome can do things. So the sex gnome is in my walls. I hear bumps in the night. Fire off some 357 rounds into the wall. Complete silence until I hear it laugh. Ho ho! Get angry. Fire off more rounds. Hear a screech and then a whimper. Hear it running off, dragging its wang as it goes. Blood drips out from beneath the molding. I got him for now, but he'll be back. So now I'm just imagining Sen Patriarch and Grassroots Hegemon avoiding the 357 fire and the sex gnome. Lad, thank you. Lath and plaster. Good call. Thank you. Yeah. All right. And Sen Patriarch says what that guy said. All right, let me scroll down a little bit. I'm still just engaging with chat. I promise we'll do some content. We'll check out Legal Eagle before we do anything else, and then we'll draw some mind maps so I can fight Beef Supreme on it. Shortstack Goblin says the Brits gave air support, so less dumb, or the Brits also dumb. I don't know. Beef Supreme says my home is made of brick. Well, excellent. My home was built in 1997. Good. Why are we talking about this? Because somebody said the word bitumen. Somebody said plaster and slat and plaster. But I think the word that I used while in construction was lath, L-A-T-H. I think that's the word that we used. So, yeah. Fast and Bulba says, sorry, I'm not Jesus or Hispanic, so I don't know what you're talking about. Damn, that was racist. Grassroots says beef is right. Pretty sure it does suck ass to replave. Source is my house is older than F. True. Kazra says, hi, brother. One more effing day, buddy. One more day till what, Kazra? Are you still alive? Are the Iranians calming down? Is the protests and revolution accelerating? What's going on? Christian Blair says, also on Valor Days, make sure to release your Patreon if you want your money now. No. Okay. You guys are more than generous. I need to stop complaining. I just, you know what I want? Warhammer 40K is releasing 3 animations this month. Okay. And all 3 of the animations should mean 100 to 150,000 view video for me within the next month. And if I have 3 new 100K videos that re-energize the entirety of the channel, because whenever I have new people coming in, they typically check out my backlog and then they watch my entire backlog, and that re-energizes all my metrics. I want to have a good month with Valor and a good month with you guys. And then I want Warhammer to have a really, 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 really good month. And then I want to pay all of my bills, including my student loans. And then I want to have an extra $1,000. And if I have an extra $1,000, instead of paying off my debt, which I should do, what I'll do instead is I'll buy a Kel-Tec RDB bullpup rifle. And I am actively working on finishing the perfect bolter. I should have my perfect bolter by the end of the month. I need to get a $50 to $200 bolt for my bolter because my bolter is broken right now. So I need to buy either a $20 firing pin or an $80 complete bolt for my bolter. I need to fix my bolter, and I need to get the Kel-Tec RDB. And then with the Kel-Tec RDB, I could spend the next year designing and perfecting the Halo assault rifle, the Halo battle rifle, and the Halo DMR off of the Kel-Tec RDB platform. And then if enough people were like, damn, that's cool, here's Patreon money out the ass, that way you can keep building weapons, then I would build a Halo DMR based off of the Kel-Tec RFB, which is a 308 rifle instead of a 5.56, and then I would move into other weapons. But basically, if I get an extra $1,000 in the next 30 days, then I'm gonna buy myself a Kel-Tec RDB, or excuse me, RDB, and I'm gonna be able to build 3 science fiction guns that are probably gonna go gangbusters on YouTube. And then I also obviously owe Grassroots Hegemon his Malcolm Reynolds revolver. But anyways, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for a beautiful January. Hedonic Samuel says, yeah, it's almost certainly about Epstein and poor economic performance. I think that the deep state wanted to do it anyways, Hedonic Samuel, but yes, I agree that I think it's a distraction. Sun Patriarch points up at the previous chat. Sun Patriarch says, my eyes don't glow that much anymore. I got cataracts. Oh, that's cute, though. So you know when, like, dogs and cats get, like, glassy eyes as they get older? It is really sad. It makes me sad because my old dog Jericho got that when he was, like, 8 or 9, and then that was kind of an indication that things were going downhill. But there's something sweet about like old animals with cataracts because they're a little bit blind. They're not as, they can't see as well as they used to. And so they need a little bit of extra love. They need a little bit of extra cuddles. And so I actually find cataracts cute. Christian Blair says, Connor needs the money and he needs it now. No, I'm not JG Wentworth, 100-855 need money now. That's not me. I'm being greedy and ungrateful, and I need to temper my greed. I need to stop being greedy. You guys have been more than kind and generous with your oils and your chips, and I need to stop being such a bitch. Grassroots says, that was supposed to be 2 sentences, but I strapped to say good morning to my wall husband. My bad. Based. Laugh my ass off, the wall gnomes. Yes. Dana Calicloud said, did anyone catch the Orange Ghoul said on Air Force One in the press interview? We talk about Greenland in 2 months. Haha. We'll talk about Greenland in 20 days. I thought it was too specific. Oh, yeah. If we militarily invade Greenland, I'll freak the fuck out, obviously. Sun Patriarch says, our love is stronger than the need to form coherent thoughts. Thank you. I appreciate that. I need that love. Nightingale Wing says, the Greenland is just more distraction. I don't know who put that idea in Trump's head. Some fucking arsler. We do be leaving a wide berth. Good. Grassroots says, all your missing left socks are because you lost them. All of Connor's missing left socks is because Sen Patty and I use them as Christmas stockings. True. And or you guys are underwear domes. Classic. Sun Patriarch says, you can't catch me. I'm like the greased up deaf guy. Yeah, you're the greased up wall gnome. You're never going to catch him. You're wasting your time. Forget about it. Go do something else. Miles Sotwell said, did something else happen in Venezuela? Yes, it did. Apparently we hijacked a couple more oil ships, but we need to mind map it because I think, unfortunately, I'm going to need Christian Valeris's Legal Eagle video to temper me. But right now, maybe it's my neoconservative American imperium instincts coming out. But if I look through history, if I look at the intervention in Kosovo, if I look at Operation Blue Spoon, aka Operation Just Cause, if I look at the military interventions in Libya, if I look at the military interventions in Korea, and if I'm willing to back all of those things as times that America did something great on the geopolitical stage, even though there was definitely moral horror as a part of it, but if I like all of those things, then I can't just be like, oh, it should all be done through Congress. It should all be done through Congress. It should all be done through Congress. If we had put those things through Congress, then the state of South Korea would not exist. There would have been hostages in Grenada. We would have never had the moral clarity to go into Lebanon, even though we didn't have the moral clarity to actually do something about the massacres in Lebanon. And we would have just let a genocide happen in Eastern Europe. So that's where I need to shore up and organize my ideas. Hans Mayer says, you guys have no idea what an old house is. True. Our old houses are 200 years old. Hans Mayer's old houses are 1,000 years old. Is so old it has coal chutes, milk boxes, steam heat. I love old houses. I do too. I just don't like the maintenance. Nightingale Wing says, well, Britain is kind of screwed. They tried to stop the bleeding at a 10% tariff. Now they have to support Trump while he threatens NATO. Steimer should just find his balls and go rejoin the EU. Maybe. Jen Winkler says, y'all, I'm about to go to LSU Center for Energy Studies, and all the oil lobbyists and legislators can't wait for a Venezuelan opinion. Uh-oh, then I probably need to get cracking. Beef Supreme says, no, I'm not LB. I'm better. Why did I hear that in Homelander's voice? Why did I hear Beef Supreme being like, I'm not LB. I'm better. I am better. Jen Wink says, we boarded a Russian ship. Good. And fuck them. Fuck the Russians. Fuck the Venezuelans. Fuck the Cubans. Fuck them all. I love this new Cold War. This new Cold War is my favorite. Beef Cream said, oh my God, I watched speakers debate on its racism real. My God, Marte and JS are idiots. I took so much psychic damage. What is that? Marte and JS are idiots. I don't know who those people are. Grassroots says, I'll meet my Schofield one day. You will. Jen Winkler, just FYI, Destiny listened to you as a reason he is staying in Florida on stream yesterday. Now I have to be his friend in spite of all of his flaws. And it's not that I don't desperately want to be Steven's friend, but he's just self-destructive like a motherfucker. All right. Okay. All right, Steven. I'll hold your hand while you take a ball ping hammer and smash yourself in the balls spiritually repeatedly until you die. Okay. This is going to be tough. Okay. Can I give you all the real? Can I give you all the real? Steve, I like Steve. As a matter of fact, I would even say, I don't know if he knows what love is. He's like, I don't know if he actually knows what love is, but I do love him as a friend. But he's incredibly self-destructive and he's difficult to defend to other people. And so there's this thing where we're not peers. Obviously, he eclipses me 1,000 to 1, but we are professionals who work in the same industry. And so by associating with him constantly, there is a professional price to pay, which is that other people who are in the profession will see your willingness to not defend your own reputation and they'll view you as a liability. Okay. But that's the thing is, I did not get into this industry because I necessarily cared about my reputation. And also the truth is the truth. So as long as I'm loyal to the truth about what I do, how I perceive things, and as long as I continue to say the truth to Steven and to Steven's orbit, and we're able to continue our relationship, that's more important to me than people who hate Steven or professional clout or whatever. The truth is more important than any of that, in my opinion. And so if Steven, in my opinion, is a flawed man with a lot of really redeeming qualities that make him interesting and compelling to listen to and compelling to talk to and all that kind of stuff, then I just need to be a good friend. I just need to be a good friend in spite of things that I criticize him about. Okay. That was very sweet, Jen Winkler. That opens my soul a little bit. Christian Blair says, skip the irrelevant Bitterman convos for the irrelevant gun convos. True. That's what we need to do. A friend of mine lived in an old home that was 600 years old. That's cool. That's very cool, actually. I know I say that's cool very quickly and flippantly, but that's actually legitimately pretty cool. AK Batu Sai says, I feel sorry for your beef. Who won? No, you shouldn't feel sorry for beef. Beef is just sparking a very interesting conversation that we're gonna kick in real quick. Grassroots says, my previous dog Joe used to get glassy eyes, but it's because he would steal beer at campfires. That's based. Send Patriarch says 877 cash now. Call JG Wentworth. Yes, 877 cash now. I'm happy everybody caught the reference. I'm happy everybody caught the reference, bro. Like I was kind of going out on a limb. That J.G. Wentworth was on late night TV in the late thousands, mid tens. And I hate the song. I hate the jingle, but I remember it 10 years later, which means that it was an excellent jingle. Old School says, "Hiya, Connor. I seem to be blocked on your Counterpoints YouTube site. Could you remove the ban, please?" Yeah. Which one? Counterpoints 40K or what? Which one are you blocked on, Old School? You were probably being a reply guy douche and I got sick of your shit. But which one did I ban you on? Or are you talking about Valor? Oh, Counterpoints Politics? You're banned on Counterpoints Politics? Yeah, you must have. Sorry for banning you, but I probably got annoyed with something you said. Beef Supreme says, "I also watched Denver After Dark reading text from January 6th conspirators. Kind of wild." Good. There is good, wholesome boomer content on Valor Media Network. Absolutely. Beef Supreme says, "I seen conservative liberal in Denver After Dark stream." Based. Patriarch says, "Every time Trump says 2 months, you can't occupy both. Be sure that it never happens." I don't know if my brain's working to read that sentence. Jonah says, "I hear Peter Thiel wants Greenland probably for AI data centers." Well, the temperature would help supercool them. And if they had rare earth minerals, we could use those for AI data centers. That's important. Xena says, "Trump gets to invade Venezuela, but if I occasionally check the sky for a middle when I'm out shopping, I'm the crazy one." No, you're not crazy. For a missile. No, you're not crazy. Mass market F-22s. Cool. Fast and Bulbous says, "Venezuela will end like Afghanistan, corrupt when we got there, corrupt when we leave." But that's if we actually have a boots on the ground operation. We could just do something where we let the Venezuelans run everything and we just ask that they let us sell the oil, or we just ask that they let us buy the oil as a primary customer. Kaiser says, "We are living one more day. It's going great. People are committed. I hope that Trump stays out of it. Hopefully the opposition, mainly Prince, is not an R-slur and told people don't need military help." Okay. All right. I'll pray for you guys. And I mean that sincerely. I'm going to do a little prayer for Iran in the back of my mind right now. I actually genuinely do hope that you guys achieve a more secure and just society. Beef Supreme says, "We should still be getting Congress to declare war." I disagree with you. Yeah, sure. Is the bar, do I like it, or is there a rule of law? Well, let's do that. Let's do that. I've been yapping enough. Let me change the thing to Legal Eagle Venezuela. Vuvuzuela, 1 billion iPhone. Legal Eagle Venezuela. Trump Venezuela mind map for Beef Supreme. And then I was saying Reactcep-Tion. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that with me, Jen Winkler. That kind of tells me what I need to do. That tells me what I need to do. The UK helped us seize that ship. You know, what encourages me about the UK sometimes is like, it seems like there's a few SAS guys, like a few British soldiers and Marines and SAS guys and Princess Patricia's light infantry out of Canada. Which is so funny. It's so funny that Princess Patricia's light infantry brigade out of Canada is the softest fucking name I've ever heard for an infantry brigade ever. And you guys can Google it. It's like I probably got the name wrong, but I think it's Princess Patricia's Light Infantry Brigade, and they were named that for like some like royal ceremony. But it's one of the most hardcore light infantry units on the planet, where they're effectively expected to like ruck everywhere and anywhere in any climate and place and get into gunfights in any climate and place. So they do tropic training, they do mountain training, they do long distance rucking, they do light patrol, they do reconnaissance, they do this, they do that. And yet, with the softest fucking name in all of military history, they are one of the most hardcore infantry units on the planet. And so anyways, when the Commonwealth remind themselves that they were once one of the greatest empires on the planet, that gives me like a patriot boner. Liam says, "Pretty warm for a Cold War." I mean, you say that the Cuban Missile Crisis was huge back in the day. Beef Supreme says, "You know, mate, I never sent J's. It was a speakeasy debate." Oh, Okay. Gotcha. Dama Calico Cloud says, Connor, please clarify you are being sarcastic about loving the Cold War. No, I love the Cold War. Dude, I love the old Cold War. I love the new Cold War. I'm going to love it when we bring the Cold War into space. I fucking love Cold Wars. Cold Wars are awesome. And what I mean by that is the military industrial complex gets to develop a lot of really, really, really cool technologies. And then people maneuver and do like light skirmishes and battles and recon versus recon and intel versus counter intel. And so it's like the maximization of military and intelligence capacity without all of the bloodshed. I infinitely prefer Cold War over Hot War. Cold War is way better than Hot War. And what else is it? And Cold War, in my opinion, is actually better than peace because it reminds people of how crazy the world is. Sun Patriarch says, holy F, I've literally done that for my bros before. Yeah. Yep. What's the context of Steven staying in Florida? I have to assume it's Dan and me and maybe Erudite, although Erudite was talking about moving to Texas. I don't know if she's still moving to Texas. And yeah, but dude, if I even came up as a thought in his mind, that's more than I thought. So that's cute. I understand the president has emergency powers, but how does Lactoid justify that Venezuela is an emergency and taking their head of state is below the threshold of war? Let's talk about it. Let's watch Legal Eagle. I've been dilly-dallying enough. I've been dallying. 1 billion dead Venezuela iPhone. Which, by the way, if you guys have no idea what I'm saying, apparently, whenever you bring up that Venezuela is like a failed oil state that was destroyed by socialism, a socialist will be like, oh, well, 1 billion dead, because obviously they think that like casualty stats in the 20th century by socialist regimes is exaggerated. So they'll be like 1 billion dead Venezuela, which I don't even know what that is. That sounds like a musical instrument similar to a kazoo, but they say Venezuela and then they say iPhone, because that is like a common talking point amongst capitalists, is that socialism would have never released something so innovative as the iPhone. Arrest or act of war 19 hours ago. Did he shave his face and get a haircut? Because it's freaking me the fuck out. I normally get on your guys' ass when you guys complain about me and my aesthetics, but actually, if this is the same guy and not another lawyer, this dude's face is freaking me out. That's okay. Let me go ahead and pull up live chat. That way I can have a live chat and I can set a goal. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for hanging out and tolerating my attention deficit disorder. Thank you for tolerating me waffling back and forth on various political positions as I consider new information instead of simply just saying exactly what you want to hear all the time. Because honestly, man, that would be the easiest thing. I'm actually quite serious when I say I enjoy you guys tolerating me playing with different ideas, because a lot of different creators, they just have their political tribe and they're just like, boom, this is the predetermined perspective from my political tribe. Therefore, I'm just going to say that and I'm going to stick with it, and I'm going to accumulate all these facts in order to support my position, even if it's wrong. Whereas right now, I'm going to say my perspective on Venezuela is quite fluid. It's evolving. Jeb Cush says, rip Doc. He was a MedCorps vet who became a marching band physician. He was the best anti-Trump boomer one could ask for. Did we know Doc? Or is this just one of your friends? Yeah. Yeah. Send Patriarch says, Connor, how effing dare you try to form coherent thoughts and truth seek live? You must conform to my personal beliefs and no one else's. Some people feel like that. Some people believe that. Yeah. All right. So let's pull it up. Let's make sure that we have it audio boosted to a reasonable volume. Let's do a Well, now I have to be nice to Steven. And it's not that I wasn't nice to Steven before, but now I have to be a good friend, which is good. It's good for me. It's good for him. That's very sweet. Thank you, Jen Winkler. I'm still thinking about that. All right. So, hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and we are trying to figure out what the heck is going on in reference to Venezuela, us kidnapping a foreign head of state, what the limits of legality are, what American military actions in the past can tell us about American military action now. We're trying to have debates with friends while not backstabbing them, or we're trying to front stab our friends whenever possible. And so Legal Eagle has come out with a video, and an oiler, Mr. Christian Valeris, who I parasocially love for his support of the channel, mentioned that this could help us evolve our understanding of the situation. So we're going to take a look, and we're going to let it flow. And Grassroots Hegemon, I will thank you for your oil momentarily.
Hours of January 3rd, the Trump administration staged an invasion of Venezuela, violating international and domestic law. The raid included sorties from more than 150 airframes, every branch of the military except the space dorks and the FBI, also dorks.
He did shave his face and cut his hair, which is freaking me out, but he's still a handsome man. So I'm going to try not to talk too much smack about it. Also, he's stating flat out that it's an illegal operation. So I do want to see what his argumentation is.
A few hours later, Trump announced that Venezuela's dictator, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife had been captured. Tactically speaking, brilliant execution. 5 out of 5. Would employ Delta Force again, also dorks. Strategically, and well, legally speaking, that's a different question. The United States invading an oil-rich country to topple a mad dictator is nothing new. But while this situation feels like Iraq II Maduro Boogaloo, the legal theories the Trump administration is invoking to justify this military action against Venezuela are rooted in US domestic law, not international law like the global war on terror. They describe it as a law enforcement mission to force Maduro to face US criminal charges filed in 2020. And so, grand jury indictment in hand, they carried out a warrant for his arrest. You know, standard cop stuff with gunships. Which is all the more insane because Trump took to the pulpit to tell the American people he was seizing control of their government and natural resources.
That means we're in charge. We're going to run everything. We're going to run it, fix it. We're in the business of having countries around us that are viable and successful, and where the oil is allowed to freely come out because that's good. It gets the prices down.
We'll get to why that plan is stupid and stupidly illegal, but right now the head of a foreign state is making their way through the criminal court of the Southern District of New York on some interesting charges, including conspiracy to acquire a machine gun. So
let me break this down real quick. Okay, so if this gentleman, if Legal Eagle wants to state that, yeah, it's the Panama playbook. Thank you, Mayflower's kid. I agree with you 100%. So if he wants to say that us militarily occupying or coercing a sovereign government through force in order to do whatever we want to do in reference to their economic policy and their governmental policy, 100% illegal, freakish behavior, totally agree. And I'm with Legal Eagle 100% on that. What I'm trying to do, though, which I think Beef Supreme disagrees with, which is part of the reason why I wanted to check out this video, is that if we look at American military precedent, if we look at our operations in Panama, which I've read a couple of books on, I will highlight exactly what we did, how there's parallels, why previous administrations didn't suffer any kind of legal consequence whatsoever for unilateral military action, up to including acts of war, and how, if we're not going to hold those previous presidents accountable, I don't see how we would possibly hold Trump accountable for these actions. And then also I'll explain Lactoid's legal theory, which is scary, but also potentially true.
Let's dive into what the hell just happened and what happens next. Nicolas Maduro is unquestionably a brutal dictator and prolific violator of human rights. He imprisoned and tortured his political enemies, journalists, protesters, and even ordinary citizens who ran afoul of his administration. In short, he sucks at life. And back in 2017, when his power was slipping in the face of widespread protest, Maduro forced the country's legislature to rewrite the constitution to give him even more power. The next year, Maduro called an election, but banned his opponents, suppressed voter turnouts, and imprisoned the competition. Classic sham election. Wouldn't you know it, the rascal did it again in 2024. And these sham elections are why the United States, Europe, and most of South and Central America do not recognize him as the legitimate leader of Venezuela. And under Maduro's interesting economic policies, Venezuela plunged from one of the fastest growing economies in South America in the early 2000s to an absolute hellscape of food scarcity, crime, disease, and child mortality, where the national currency was worth less than the paper it was printed on.
I'm not going to, I feel like the lefties who are in my audience might be screeching right now, and they're like, it's because of American intervention. Okay. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with people saying that the capitalist, mixed economy capitalist international empire imposes embargoes on these countries. But once you see the Soviet Union turn into a dystopian police state hellscape, once you see Eastern Europe turn into dystopian police state hellscape, once you see Maoist China and now state capitalist China descending into dystopian police state hellscape, now that we see the socialist regime in Venezuela descend into a socialist police state hellscape, at what point do we just go, if we give the government control over the entirety of the economy in order to regulate it however they see fit, they seem to turn it into an authoritarian dystopian police state hellscape. Like, I understand that correlation and causation are different, but you need to understand that once you have a correlation that's as strong and that it almost seems one-to-one, maybe it's just a bad idea. Now, I do need to thank my other beautiful, soulful oiler, Grassroots Hegemon, for his 20 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. If I was a effing bum, I would just shut off the stream right now and walk away from stream because you guys already made my day financially. Thank you to Christian Valeris. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon. Thank you to Anonymous Chatter for the 10. This isn't Devin, the normal Legal Eagle guy. This is one of his ball twisting mods. Nah, I think this is Legal Eagle with a haircut and a shave. I'm not going to lie. I see why he had the beard. But if it's a different guy, then I'm just being racist against white people, which is also funny. Thank you to Jeb Kush for the 5, and I'm sorry that Doc died. RIP. Send Patriarch, thank you for renewing your membership. Vazaraka, thank you for the gifted. And like I said, Christian Valeris, thank you for the oil. Let's continue.
Economic catastrophe triggered a wave of mass migration that destabilized an entire region. An estimated 7.7 million people fled. That's 20% of Venezuela's population. About 500,000 landed in the US. Trump has repeatedly played up unfounded scare stories about these Venezuelan migrants.
They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States.
Real important question from chat. King Solidus says, hey, Connor, do you recommend trigger upgrades or trigger shoe upgrades on Glocks? I don't. I recommend shooting your Glock so often that the default Glock trigger feels good because you've broken it in. Now, the truth is, actual shooters will recommend getting like some upgraded Geisely fancy $200 trigger drop-in kit and doing that. So you should probably listen to them over me. But I like an ugly Glock just fine. Skillful Dunce, thank you for becoming a member.
But no longer.
In fact, it's fair to say that Donald Trump has been fixated on Venezuela since coming to power. During Trump's first term, he repeatedly instituted sanctions against Venezuela and even invited the Venezuelan opposition leader to be a special guest at the 2020 State of the Union address. And in March of 2020, the first Trump administration indicted Maduro, his wife, and a dozen of his henchmen with narco-terrorism, corruption, drug trafficking, and other criminal charges. But in Trump's second term, this obsession with Maduro went off the rails. Trump's DOJ launched an investigation into the thoroughly debunked right-wing conspiracy theory that Venezuela was a secret squirrel in the Biden crime family's scheme to steal the 2020 election from the rightfully elected Trump. And in Truth Social repost this year, Trump doubled down on these accusations. In March, Trump designated Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization and claimed that Maduro was, in fact, the leader of that gang. Trump argued that this allowed him to deport Venezuelans to a Salvadoran torture prison with no due process.
You got me. You got me. So people are saying that this is not the actual original guy. I'm just being racist, and this is just his JAG liaison or something. But this is actually where I need to remember who Trump is and what he does. And I appreciate my chat, and I appreciate this guy reminding me of who Trump is, because I'm just thinking from like a neoconservative American imperial lens. And also I'm thinking of like a legalistic lens from like the Bush years, whereas we need to remember who Trump is, because Trump, all of these things can be true. Okay. Maduro and the socialist regime in Venezuela can be bad. They can be doing economic catastrophes, socioeconomic catastrophes, and Orwellian police state shit that collapses the society, that American embargoes and sanctions don't help. And then as a result, there can be a mass influx of asylees and refugees and immigrants who are moving from Central and South America up into North America. And while all of that can be true, and we can lay all of that at the feet of Maduro and the socialist regime, we need to remember that Donald Trump vilified the asylees, the refugees, and the immigrants, pretended that they were all members of Tren de Aragua, and then deported them to a El Salvadoran torture prison. And so we need to remember that while the Venezuelan government can be pieces of shit, obviously Donald Trump is a piece of shit, and he actually probably does not care about the personal well-being of Venezuelans or Central Americans or South Americans. This is more of him appealing to the evilness of the opposite side for political points to justify his economic and geopolitical ambitions. So, yeah, just because Maduro's bad doesn't mean that we can forget who Trump is. Thank you for sobering me, tempering me, and reminding me, dear liberal chatter, and also Mr. whatever this guy's name is.
Of course, we're buying it, but the administration kept doing it anyway. In August, Trump issued a $50 million bounty on Maduro. In September, Trump and Pete Hegseth started their murder strikes on Venezuelan boats, which have killed at least 115 civilians that we know of. As we've talked about before, the administration justified this by arguing that the boats were manned by drug traffickers, hell-bent on poisoning the U.S. population with fentanyl. Now, the administration has yet to provide any evidence that fentanyl was on any of these boats, and across every edition of the DEA's National Drug Threat Assessment, including their 2025 assessment, Venezuela never appears as a fentanyl source or transit country. These boat strikes are definitely illegal. The order to kill the survivors of the September 2nd boat strike was especially illegal. Now, by the basic framework of international law, strikes against civilian vessels are typically considered either an act of war or just plain old murder. But Trump continued to escalate. On November 29th, Trump declared with no legal authority whatsoever that the airspace over Venezuela was closed. Then he blockaded Venezuelan oil tankers. Again, by the standards of international law, this is generally considered an act of war. So we're seeing a theme here that the Trump administration continues to test how far to push the boundaries of international law. And so at about 2 a.m. local time on January 3rd, the administration made good on its threats and launched a series of strikes on the Venezuelan capital of Caracas and several other Venezuelan military targets. You know, war stuff, not cop stuff. Cops don't have ballistic missiles yet.
Sorry to interrupt, Scala, but this is the #1 news story in the world right now, and I'm absolutely fascinated by how it's being covered differently by different sources. Depending on which sources you follow, you might come away thinking that you're watching entirely different events unfold, and that's the real danger. Facts don't necessarily shape public opinion, framing does. And with a story this big developing this fast across hundreds of outlets, it's nearly impossible to get the full picture without the right tools. That's why I rely on Ground News, the sponsor of today's video. When Donald Trump said that the US is going to run Venezuela, over 700 sources covered the story. And Ground News,
Okay, the good news is that these are actually different human beings, and I'm not schizophrenic yet.
And scroll down to see every article and compare headlines to see how each side is framing the story. And those frames can have subtle differences that make a huge impact on how readers interpret what Trump actually said. Reporting from the right typically frames his statements as a temporary measure to oversee a transition of political power. In contrast, headlines on the left use phrasing like indefinitely, suggesting much more akin to annexation or occupation. And reporting from the center is a surprisingly mixed bag of charged phrasing, with one headline even writing the US is set to rule Venezuela. The same event, 3 completely different realities. And this is why Ground News has been my go-to for staying informed since 2023, and being a longtime supporter of this channel and independent news media at large. Because Ground News is an app and website that aggregates news from thousands of sources around the world in one place. For every story, it breaks down bias, factuality, and ownership, and allows us to compare how different sources cover the same story. So you don't just react to the headlines, you understand the structure behind them. And another crucial tool is their blind spot feed, which reveals stories that are disproportionately reported by either side of the political spectrum. It's often the stories we don't see that shape public perception the most. And Ground News makes sure that those don't fall through the cracks. So if you care about truth, context, and evidence like I do, I recommend you check out Ground News. It's a tool I personally rely on to stay on top of breaking news with clarity. And as a legal eaglet, you can get 40% off the Unlimited Access Vantage plan, the same one that I use by scanning the QR code on screen.
Sorry, I love Ground News. Go subscribe to Ground News, but I want more Venezuelan stuff.
While more than 150 aircraft from multiple branches of the U.S. military pounded bases and other targets in and around Caracas, helicopters carried Delta Force soldiers and FBI personnel into the city. At least 80 people were killed in the attack, and multiple areas of the city were left smoldering, including the port. A few hours later, Trump announced on Truth Social that Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, had been captured and were being flown out of the country. Pam Bondi then announced via tweet, as one does, that Maduro and Flores had been indicted on multiple drug and weapons-related charges and would, quote, face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. Good for you, Pam, for keeping the hope of due process alive. By 2026 standards, that's progress. But it's hard not to see this as an unauthorized act of war, not policing. Under Article 1 of the Constitution, only Congress has the power to declare war. And under the War Powers Resolution, the president...
Sorry for eating trail mix while listening to this guy. This is the issue in contention, okay? I'm gonna give you a little bit of a preview for what Lactoid, who is a lawyer, and I talked about yesterday. Is if you look at, we had the Revolutionary War, we had the War of 1812, or Battle of 1812, realistically. We had the French and Indian War, which was prior to the United States existing, but it was still like a asymmetric insurgent war that I don't know if any representative body actually declared. We had the Indian Wars throughout the entirety of the 19th century. We had the Mexican-American War. We had the Banana Wars in the early 20th century and late 19th. We had military actions in China during the Century of Humiliation with the Chinese. Then we had World War I and World War II, which were obviously declared, but they were declared against nation states. And then during the Cold War, Korea, which was a super hot war, dude. We lost like 36,000 dudes. We probably killed 2 or 3 million people, which is actually pretty fucking horrific when you think about it. But the Korean War was a super hot war, and that was just a police action without congressional approval. And then the Vietnam War had the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which is the equivalent of an authorization for use of military force. But the Gulf of Tonkin incident might have been a little bit of an exaggeration. Might have been a little bit of a ooh-woo, cutesy, oopsie-doopsie. And so when you look at that and you look at Grenada and Kosovo and Lebanon and Libya and Syria and all that kind of stuff, it looks like we have 250 years of the presidency of the executive intervening in geopolitical affairs when they think it's convenient, and then Congress effectively like just, you know, the tail wagging the dog, so to speak. Or in this case, since the executive is supposed to be the executive, the thought part, the execution part, it's actually the dog wagging the tail. And so the question is, how can we hold Trump accountable, especially in the context of Panama, in which I see so many parallels that it's absurd? How can we hold Trump legally accountable for this when we haven't held any president accountable for military actions in the past 250 years? Yeah, but see, Beef Supreme says, not here to debate irrelevant military operations to the current situation, strictly speaking about Venezuela, not Panama, not Iran, not China. That doesn't make sense to me. You're saying, you're dude, apples to oranges. Where's little Dicky? Where's little Dicky right now, dude? This is you. I'm actually going to distract. I'm going to distract from the content right now because you are my Dicky pillow talk. I'm going to find the apples to oranges segment, and I'm going to play this for you while I let this continue to play.
The president almost always has to consult Congress before engaging in hostilities. So failing to consult with Congress is both illegal and unconstitutional. This didn't sit well with Trump.
They should say, great job. They shouldn't say, oh, gee, maybe it's not constitutional. You know, the same old stuff that we've been hearing for years and years and years.
You know, if I heard that I was doing that same old stuff of unconstitutionality for years and years and years, I might give it the tiniest bit of credence. Well, under that same law, codified under 50 U.S.C. Section 1543, the administration was also required to provide Congress within 48 hours the circumstances necessitating the introduction of United States Armed Forces, the constitutional and legislative authority under which such introduction took place, and the estimated scope and duration of the hostilities or involvement. At the time of this recording, we did not find sufficient evidence that these requirements had been met. But in the press conference with Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio shortly after the operation, they seemed to suggest that they didn't have to, because this was cop stuff, not war stuff.
This was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Okay. Anyways, I pulled up Little Dicky, but I'm not going to bring this up. Or I'm not actually going to play it because I'll totally distract from the content. For those of you who don't know, Little Dicky is a funny, I think he's Jewish. If he's not Jewish, he looks Jewish. But he's a hip hop artist, and he has this music video about hooking up with, let's be real, a pretty attractive girl, kind of looks like Amaranth. But they start talking after they hooked up. And effectively, Little Dicky has autism. Either that, or he's the perfect kind of like autistic R slur, similar to a cogger, in that he starts talking to this chick about like space aliens and geopolitical warfare and aliens fighting the American military industrial complex, and whether or not meat consumption is moral, and what would happen if you were confronted by real dinosaurs, and this, that, the other. And this chick randomly, like she's a good looking girl. And she's like, they're apples to oranges. You can't compare them. And it's like, bitch, why can't you compare fruit? Why can't you compare fruit? And that's how I feel about Beef Supreme when, Beef Supreme says something like, oh, I'm not comparing it to Panama. I'm not comparing it to conflicts in the 19th or early 20th century. I'm just talking about Venezuela. And it's like, why can't you compare fruit? If they're different times, if they're different kinds of conflict, why wouldn't you be able to compare different kinds of conflict within the spectrum of conflict? And see, like, your answer is a non-answer too. His argument to me was Little Dicky simply amazing, folks. No, my argument to you, I'm using Little Dicky as a humorous anecdote in order to bring it up because, frankly, I like this music video a lot. But if there's an apple and an orange, they're both fruit, and you can compare them. They both have seeds. They both emanate from plants. One of them is orange. One of them is red. One of them is is in a temperate environment. One of them is in a tropical environment. So, I love you, but seriously, answer the question: can you catch every speeder? Of course not. That doesn't mean that you don't catch the ones that you can. Christian Valera says you're decreasing your super chats until we get through content without distractions. Well, now you're just telling me not to be me, but okay. We'll move back to it, Christian Valeris. This is technically your content.
But this framework of a law enforcement action contradicts Trump's insane statements about the ultimate purpose of removing Maduro.
We're going to run it essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place.
Now, if you listen to Green Day's American Idiot on a shiny little plastic saucer, this whole thing should feel eerily familiar.
The transition from dictatorship to democracy will take time, but it is worth every effort. Our coalition will stay until our work is done, and then we will leave, and we will leave behind a free Iraq.
Like Iraq, Venezuela is a very oil-rich country. It has the world's largest supply of untapped oil, about 303 billion barrels of the stuff. In no uncertain terms, Trump made his intentions clear about who now controls the natural resources of the sovereign country of Venezuela. He hammered this home again.
We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country.
And again.
We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it.
And again.
In other words, we'll be selling oil probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Wow. Look, there's a lot to unpack, and we're going to be talking more in a future video about the international laws designed to keep these kinds of things in check. But most essential right now is to dissect the administration's legal rationale for doing a full-send Team America World Police. The administration's central legal theory behind why they feel the law gives them the right to obliterate downtown Caracas is that this was a military action in support of the extraterritorial arrest of Maduro. He was, after all, indicted by a federal grand jury for crimes against the United States and thus a wanted man. But he's also an acting head of state, even if all the cool countries in the UN dispute his legitimacy. And that matters because the US signed the UN Charter, which includes Article 2, Sub 4, quote, all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent.
Sorry, what?
With the purposes of the United Nations. This is a treaty that has the force of federal law.
Sorry, this is actually important. But this gets back to who will indict and prosecute. So I need the past 30 seconds.
This was a military action in support of the extraterritorial arrest of Maduro. He was, after all, indicted by a federal grand jury for crimes against the United States and thus a wanted man. But he's also an acting head of state, even if all the cool countries in the UN dispute his legitimacy. And that matters because the US signed the UN Charter, which includes Article 2, Sub 4, quote, all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. This is a treaty that has the force of federal law. There's an extension to this, unwritten, that says foreign heads of state cannot be prosecuted by national courts. This is called head of state immunity, and is an example of what we call customary international law. Everybody agrees to do their best to follow customary international law in good faith, and it has the force of law. Here's a simple illustration. In many societies, standing in...
Okay. But this goes to an Admiral Gibbs argument, which is effectively who's going to enforce it.
line isn't written into any law, but it's expected and respected. In fact, it's so expected that if you were to cut in line and cause a scene, a jury very well may find you guilty of disorderly conduct, despite the fact that, again, there's no written codified law that mandates standing in line. Despite head of state immunity and customary international law, the Trump administration believes that sending American cops to arrest a foreign head of state doesn't violate the law. There are two main strands of executive branch legal thought at play here. The first is a very controversial 1989 Office of Legal Counsel memo by Bill Barr, yeah, that guy, arguing that the FBI may use its statutory authority to investigate and arrest individuals for violating United States law, even if the FBI's actions contravene customary international law or unexecuted treaties or treaty provisions, such as Article 2, Sub 4 of the United Nations Charter. Remember how I said earlier that the FBI was involved in this mission? Well, that's surprisingly legally relevant. You see, back in 1989, Uncle Sam was once again obsessed with taking out a troublesome CIA asset turned dictator of Panama, Manuel Noriega. In his 22-page memo, Barr asserts that because the Constitution commands the president to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, the president, through the FBI, has constitutional authority to ignore international law. But faithfully executing the treaties of the nation is also required under the Constitution, since treaties have the force of federal law. And this is why the memo is so controversial. It proposes a recursive paradox in which the Constitution compels the president to faithfully uphold the law by ignoring it. Now, it's important to note that the Office of Legal Counsel is a part of the executive branch, and rarely will the Supreme Court be involved in issues like this. They're interpreting the law, but often...
Okay. Anonymous chatter. You say, who's going to enforce it? We are. That's our job, to set the standards, not violate them when we feel like it, and then tell the rest of the world to do what we say, not what we do. I agree with you from a proceduralist perspective. Okay. Let's say that 250 years of historical precedent is wrong. Let's say that Congress has just abdicated its responsibility under the Constitution. And let's say that they've just ignored their responsibilities for the past 250 years. Okay. Let's say that's true. Now what? Okay. Because you and I, as far as I know, unless anybody is like secretly a prince of a different principality or an alien who is just hanging out in my chat, We have very limited power. Our powers are to vote for legislators who are in our Congress, who then actually do have the power, if they come together as a united legalistic body, to hold the president to account for his bad behavior through impeachment and potentially criminal sanction. Okay? Right now, because the Congress and the Senate are controlled by Republicans, but also because there's 200 to 250 years of precedent of the United States engaging in military action that was not declared by Congress, it doesn't seem like there's any kind of willpower or capacity or desire to hold these people to account. So I'm asking you, so from an idealistic perspective, yeah, sure. Proceduralism, we should follow procedure whenever possible. Now what? Okay. Conservatism says, but they haven't ignored their duties for the past 250 years. You found examples of egregious behavior in a sea of normalcy. Count the misses, not just the hits. We're gonna dispute that in a second, conservative liberalism, because basically what Lactoid was arguing yesterday, which was compelling to me, is that there is a whole series of behavior short of declaring war on an enemy nation that the president is authorized to engage in and has authorized or has engaged in for the past 200 to 250 years. And that it is actually the declared state of being at war with another nation state that is relegated to Congress, not all of the other security issues that the president has done. So I'm very, 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 very curious to draw the, or not curious. I'm actually very excited to draw this out for you in a moment.
With a heavy thumb from the White House. OLC memos carry significant weight for the executive branch, but they're not the law, and they don't carry the same precedential effect of a court's opinion. Regardless, this was convincing enough for the George H.W. Bush administration to send their Marines into Panama. And
again, if you can't catch all the speeders, you don't let everyone go, dumbass logic. I don't think you know what I'm talking about, buddy. I don't think you know what I'm talking about.
And Trump's legal counsel likely advised him to do the same. Second, the Trump administration will also probably argue, as it has in LA and Portland and several other cities, that the president has the inherent authority to use the military to protect federal institutions and officers in the exercise of federal law enforcement actions. This is sometimes known as unit self-defense. And that may justify having some National Guard members standing around looking fierce and bored while ICE agents throw flashbangs into people's cars, but it probably isn't going to justify sending Blackhawks and Chinooks and bombs into a foreign capital. It's worth saying again that the administration hasn't really provided any kind of legal justification here. We're doing their homework for them and presenting the most favorable, although legally dubious, arguments for them. But look, that is a lot of executive power, especially when you consider that this president doesn't think he needs to consult Congress to send 150 plus planes and helicopters in and start bombing a country, as long as some feds are munching on some arepas in downtown Caracas while Delta Force is busy kicking down doors. Because it's still just cop stuff. So let's parse the legal logic here. First strand, the FBI goes into Venezuela to arrest a foreign national.
Beef Supreme says, I'll let off of you, but you 200 know better, and I'm slightly disappointed. I expected higher levels of thought. Number one, I think we need to get into the mind maps in order for us to actually understand each other, because I don't think you understand what's being said between Lactoid and I. Number two, I need you to do the same thing, okay? So I don't wake up and assume I'm correct about everything. I assume that I am a pretty smart guy who is capable of understanding really complex topics, and I am capable of absorbing new information and then altering my perspective on a topic given new information. And while I have my temperamental allegiances where, I believe in this idea or this idea and this idea, and I try to apply them as much as possible to what's happening in the current moment. That way I try to stay true to the beliefs that I espouse. I'm still trying to, Christian Flares, listen, bro, I love you. You've been here since day one, and I parasocially love you. Okay. But engaging with chat, unfortunately, is part of the content. All right. So I don't want you, despite being an oiler, and I love you for it, and thank you for the oil, engaging with chat is part of the content. Now, if you're trying to bully me into being a better content creator, let's talk about that in a second. But as a matter of fact, let's talk about that before we talk about Venezuela. because I'll show you a way that I might formalize content, but I also want the consent of the governed before I make it stream policy that we're going to do this. When it comes to, and if Christian Vlaris and Grassroots Hegemon, if they want to bully me into being a better, yes, we'll talk about that in a second, Christian Vlaris. But the point is right now that I'm going to mind map this, but if you guys are going to ask of me that I consider as much of the arguments that are being presented as possible for why these things are illegal, then you need to give me some latitude when I'm explaining historical and legal theories that are not just being presented by me, but are being presented by other parties that seem to carry a decent amount of historical weight. So we need to give each other some grace while still being spicy and having fun. Okay?
National who's a fugitive of U.S. law, Maduro, without the consent of the sovereign nation he resides in. Second strand, wow, look at all those Soviet machine guns and air defense on the roof and nearby military bunkers.
There are pillboxes built into the mountain right there with firing positions on the high ground, armed guard towers, and continuous 24/7 patrols.
The FBI is gonna need military assistance. Gunships, F-22s, B-1s, JDAMs, and big angry boats. That's all federal material that needs to be protected while in use. Therefore, whatever military action is needed to effectuate the arrest is lawful. Let's take a step back. This means that whenever a grand jury in some federal district indicts a foreign national, the president is authorized to use military force to effectuate the arrest of that defendant. No declaration of war, no authorization of military force, just the simple executive decision to defend federal officers in the exercise of their duties abroad. This is obvious bootstrapping. It's a stupid legal theory crafting of the Bart Simpson belligerent strategy that could have catastrophic consequences for global peace and stability.
If you get hit, it's your own fault.
So, sorry, France. The FBI might just start swinging their arms, and that means the Marines are coming for Roman Polanski and feeling awfully twitchy with their trigger fingers.
I'm supposed to be against this?
So where's all of this going? As horrific and depressing as events like these are, the law is not a static construct. And while law is crafted by policy, it's shaped by interpretation. We've been here before, and that means there's legal precedent. So looking at the closest historic analog to what just happened in Venezuela gives a tremendous level of
Hopefully he brings up Panama right here.
Insight into how the Trump administration's legal rationale might ultimately play out in the long run. And we don't have to look back very far. If you remember listening to Green Day's 39 Smooth on a tiny plastic rectangle, this might all seem eerily familiar. Because in 1989 to 1990, the George H.W. Bush administration invaded Panama to arrest
Here we go.
dictator Manuel Noriega, which happened exactly 36 years ago to the day. Do with that what you will. Noriega was actually a former CIA asset who was useful to the U.S. interest in violently suppressing communism in Central America. But his relationship with the U.S. government soured when he started advocating for more independence and accepting bribes to allow drugs into the U.S. In December 1989, Panamanian soldiers killed U.S. Marine Lieutenant Robert Paz, wounded another service member, and beat a Navy couple. In response, President H.W. Bush sent more than 20,000 troops to invade Panama, with the stated goals of capturing Noriega to face drug charges in the United States, protecting American lives and property, and restoring democracy in Panama. The administration called this Operation Just Cause. Just to be clear, whenever the name of the operation explicitly implies legal authority, you know you have a legal problem. Fun fact for your trivia team, Operation Enduring Freedom, the invasion of Afghanistan after 9/11, was initially named Operation Infinite Justice. It was very much not that. Now, like Trump, H.W. Bush did not get congressional authorization for his invasion and didn't invoke the War Powers Act. But unlike Trump, he did at least give Congress a heads up a few hours in advance. Crucially, Bush legally justified his actions by claiming that the United States was acting in self-defense. The U.S. had the right to protect and defend the Panama Canal under the Panama Canal Treaty, and thus the right to defend the invading force deployed. There's that Bill Barr opinion in action. How convenient. But there's one critical difference in the Panama conflict that may work against Trump in using it as the basis of his legal justification to strike Venezuela, Cuba, Greenland, or wherever his blood-soaked adventure takes him next. The Panamanian National Assembly, under Noriega's control, passed a resolution declaring that Panama was in a state of war with the United States. This is the closest we get to the imminency standard in an inherent Article 2 context that allows the president to take immediate military action without the consent of Congress if there's a clear and present danger to the United States. This is in contrast to Congress's Article 1 power, which grants them exclusive authority to declare war. Is declaring that the nation is in a state of war the same as declaring war? It's debatable. But the Trump administration doesn't have that. Maduro's public statements over the course of escalation range from theatrical saber-rattling to "we're good, bro, let's give peace a chance." So it's unclear whether this precedent gives legal authority versus political authority to take the actions at issue. And this is a developing story. Make sure to keep an eye on the channel for our ongoing coverage and analysis. But man, it really makes you wonder, why start an armed conflict when this kind of South American dictator swapping was perfected by the CIA? Also dorks. Very, very good at their job, dorks.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started
Okay. I heard what I needed to hear, and I'm going to read this article real quick before we get into the next thing. This is about the 2 seized sanctioned oil tankers linked to Venezuela that we seized in the past 24 to 48 hours. The U.S. seized 2 sanctioned oil tankers linked to Venezuela in back-to-back actions in the North Atlantic and the Caribbean, according to officials on Wednesday. U.S. European Command announced the seizure of the merchant vessel Bella 1 for violations of U.S. sanctions. A Coast Guard cutter had pursued the tanker into the waters between Scotland and Iceland after it tried to avoid being ensnared by the U.S. blockade or sanctioned oil vessels around Venezuela. Then, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem revealed that the U.S. forces also took control of this tanker Sophia in the Caribbean. In a social media post, she said both ships were either last docked in Venezuela or en route to it. The Bella 1 was reflagged as Russian and renamed the Marinera after running towards Europe. The U.S. military handed control of it to law enforcement officials after seizing it, said a U.S. official who spoke to the Associated Press on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive military operations. The ship was sanctioned by the U.S. in 2024 for allegedly smuggling cargo for a company linked to Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran. Okay, so let's leave that alone and let's pull up the mind maps. Let me give you guys a little bit of a summary of my perspective real quick. Okay, so violence is a spectrum, and I need you guys. Beef Supreme, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, honestly, you're this close to getting a fucking timeout or taken out. Was Devin arguments too strong for you? Is that why you stopped watching? No, you dumb bitch. Okay, it was a commercial at the end, so stop being a dumb bitch. Like honestly, Beef, I've already told you like 2 or 3 times over the past week. If I didn't know who you were, and if you weren't a member of the community for a prolonged period, I would have suspended or banned you. Stop being a bitch. Now, kind of okay. All right, we'll do this. How about this? Okay, you're no longer a mod, Beef. If you keep being a bitch, eventually I'm going to hit you. All right? What we're doing right now is we're talking about a complex geopolitical situation with a lot of moving variables. And so as a result, we are trying to deal with this information with as many different perspectives as possible. So start showing some grace, or I'm going to ban you. Okay? Fair enough. I'm not going to, when we have some rude bitch jump into our chat and they're like, Connor, you don't listen to anybody else. You're a smug F slur. You can go F yourself. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Short's getting your job. How about that? There you go. I just gave Short your job. Okay? So if I'm going to, number one, this is my community. Number two, if I'm going to argue as aggressively as I can your perspective within a drawing to address the argumentation that you are bringing forward to me, we don't have to agree on it. Okay? This is another thing that pisses me off, and Hans Mayer said it earlier. Hans Mayer's pissing me off too, but that's okay. We don't have to agree for us to... Do you guys understand sound versus valid? Okay. Valid means that you have logical points that follow each other. Okay. Well, I might actually be getting these reversed, but just bear in mind, regardless of whether or not I get these reversed, sound and valid are the two concepts that I'm talking about. So valid means that if the underlying premises are true, then the conclusion that you're deriving from your underlying premises are logical. Okay? That's what valid means within like logical argumentation. Sound means not only are your underlying premises logically following, they're also true. Okay? So soundness and validity. So if we are two relatively intelligent human beings who are autistic and we like Twitch and YouTube politics, and we're arguing within the Twitch and YouTube political sphere, then we could both have valid argumentation. Yes, Xena says a sound argument is valid and all the underlying premises are true. Okay. So we could both have valid interpretations of the facts, and we could still arrive at different outcomes, and one of our argumentations will be more sound than the other. But pretending, and this is what's pissing me off about Hans and Beef, is that pretending that if I have a valid line of argumentation and you have a valid line of argumentation, and I believe that mine is more sound than yours, and you believe that yours is more sound than mine, then ultimately there's some like objective truth that is resolvable. And as a result, you can just be a smug bitch about being more sound than my sound argumentation. I don't care. Okay? I don't care. I don't care if we disagree on valid lines of argumentation. I just want to get to the valid argumentation, which is part of the reason why I do mind maps. All right. Anyways, so let's draw this out. Yeah. Okay. Let's open up Paint, because this is actually, I understand that this is going to be a little bit more dry with a little bit more dead air, but this is actually like more important than anything else that we do today. So let's go ahead and get it drawn out. There are a series of conflicts, and yes, of course, I could use an Excel spreadsheet, but we like drawing using Microsoft Paint because it's fucking funny for me to redraw a bunch of things with Microsoft Paint rather than using Excel. But you know what? Fuck it. I'm being lazy, so we're going to use Excel. Let me pull up a new one. Let me pull up my drive. If you guys raid into my drive, or if Queeman tries to raid into my drive, I'm going to kick him square in the fucking nuts. All right. I'll fly to the UK because they did that to somebody. I forget who it was, but there was somebody who was like working in a Google Drive and they didn't secure their documents. And so they just copied the hyperlink and they went into the drive document, and I think it was tomfoolery. I think the Queeman people or Chud people realized that, okay. Thank you, Sacred Snow. Let me title this. What is this? Beef Supreme Mind Map Violence. Okay. So we got, let's go through it. We got the Revolutionary War. We got the War of 1812. We got the Indian American Wars. We got the Mexican American War. We got the Banana Wars. We got, what else do we have? Beef is in a timeout. Untime out Beef. Don't time out Beef. Beef didn't need to be timed out. I want Beef to engage. Banana, I didn't time him out. Somebody else did. Jen did a 30-minute timeout. You don't have to, guys, you don't. I just took away his mod as a fire across the bow. You guys didn't need to twist his balls literally. Why are we using Google Sheets? Because I'm being lazy today. We got the Banana Wars. We got the what do we have? We have the Boxer Rebellion. We got the World War I, World War II. We got the Korean War. We got Vietnam War. We got Haiti. We got Panama. We got, what was it? Narco wars. We got, what else do we have? What else do we have? We got Persian Gulf. We got, oh, Bay of Pigs. Bay of Pigs all the way back here. Bay of Pigs. We got the Persian Gulf. We got Iraq sanctions. We have War on Terror. We have Syria. We have Yemen. We have Libya. We have Venezuela. Okay. Bellrunner says, just state whether or not you're endorsing Trump's actions or explaining how there is precedent that prevents a simple conviction of his actions. Weirdly enough, I think Trump is incompetent enough that I don't trust Trump to have a good outcome in reference to what he's trying to execute. But in reference, Black Hawk Down, which is Somalia, Grenada, and Lebanon. Yeah, absolutely. Let me go ahead and add those in here. So let's add like another 4. Insert 4 rows above. Okay, so sorry, somebody added those. Where did they put? What did they do it? Grenada, Kosovo was after the first Persian Gulf War. It was contemporaneous with the Iraq sanctions. Kosovo, Grenada, Kosovo, Lebanon. That's the one that we were missing. So Lebanon. Oh, and then also with Lebanon, we had the Lebanese withdrawal as well. Okay, were we doing acts of war? Did we have congressional authorization? Did we have international authorization? Did we have a declared war? I'm trying to think of how else to put this up. Did we have an AUMF? That would actually be important. Let's move this one over here. Did we have an AUMF? And there might be more things that we add over here, but let's go ahead and draw these out and let's do these things. Because what you guys are saying, or what they're saying, is that we are engaged of acts of war. Okay? Let me center all these things. And by the way, if a mod is capable of untwisting Beef Supreme's balls, you guys understand that I like fighting with my chat. Okay? I like fighting with my chat. So I don't care if Beef Supreme is the new LB. Okay, you tried to untwist his balls, but you weren't able to. Well, okay, I hope you guys didn't piss off Beef Supreme so bad that he leaves the community. Okay? I hope he doesn't leave the community, even though he was annoying the fuck out of me. You understand that my friends annoy the fuck out of me all the time, right? Well, listen, guys. I thought about fully banning him because he was pissing me off so bad, but I don't think that's fair. Just because I'm angry doesn't mean I think that's fair. Who is it? It's Beef Supreme, right? Is Beef gone? I checked out participants and I can't get to Beef Supreme. Community moderation. Can I pull up community moderation real quick? Can I undo a beef ban? Community moderation on blocked words, no. Agreements, promotions, permissions, add, channel, general, user management. These are all the mods. These are all the hidden names. Let me find Beef. Is Beef in here? Where's Beef? Myrmidon, Acriel, Slater, Darian, Alex, Mr. Hater, Elon Daniel, Soap and Clay, a Squad Wiper. I remember a Squad Wiper. What a piece of shit that guy was. Whatever 4690. I'm actually going to unban Whatever 4690. He was funny. Paul Watson, he was a bitch. Flocky, Cinny. I think these are permid people. These are permid people, not timed out people. Okay, Beef, I'm sorry. If you're still there, Beef, my apologies. I didn't necessarily want to time you out. You were pissing me off, but my bad. Whoops. All right, let's get back into it, though. Okay, so what you guys are arguing is that that we were engaged in acts of war, that there is no congressional approval, that there is no international approval, that there is no AUMF, and there is no declared war between the United States and the in Venezuela. Let me go ahead and put all of these into center. And then you're also saying, does this violate international law? Insert one column left. Okay, insert one column left. Violate domestic law, violate international law. Okay. And with these ones, you guys are saying yes, yes. Okay, well, let's take it from there. Okay, the Revolutionary War. Was it an act of war? Yes. Was there congressional authorization? Maybe. I don't even know if we had a Congress. Did we have international authority? No. Did we violate domestic laws? Probably. I'll put yes. Did we violate international laws? Yes. Did we have an AUMF? No. Did we have a declared war? Yes. Okay. So, hold on. I'm going to change this all to yes or no. Yes. Yes. We probably did not comply with international authority. We probably did violate. I'll put no because we're the ones setting domestic laws. Did we violate international law? Yeah. We kind of rebelled against the King of England. Did we have an AUMF? I don't think AUMF's included. Oh, yeah. Benefits of the action. Yeah. Benefits of action. Sure. Because that's part of the calculation, right? War is another conflict, or war is diplomacy by other means. Of course, we should calculate, even with legality, we should calculate the benefits of the United States. War of 1812. Now, we should actually take a look at this. But I think with, matter of fact, I'm gonna do guts, because if we start Googling things, then we're gonna be here all day. So I just want to illustrate this. So acts of war, yes. Congressional authorization, even if we didn't have, we should have a based. As a matter of fact, I'll change benefits of actions to based. Yes. True. Good point. Okay. War of 1812. Did we have an act of war? Yes. Did we have congressional authorization? If we didn't, we absolutely would have, because the British invaded. Did we have international authority to defend ourselves? Yes, we did. Did we violate domestic law? No. Did we violate international law? No. No. And then did we have an AUMF? Yes, or I would say equivalent we did. Did we have declared war? Yes. Was it based? Yes. Indian-American Wars. Now, this is actually important enough to Google. We definitely did acts of war in the Indian-American Wars. And I mean Native American Wars, obviously. So let's take a look and let's see if we had congressional authorization for the Amerindian Wars. Did the wars against Native Americans have congressional authorization? And by the way, there was like a dozen laws. Okay. Yes, many wars and conflicts with Native Americans had explicit congressional authorization, though sometimes framed as enforcing treaties or regulating commerce rather than formal declarations of war, with Congress granting funds and troops, especially in the late 18th and 19th century. So weirdly enough, we did not have declared war during the Native American wars, but we did have congressional authority. We did have international authority. Probably no. Did we violate domestic laws? Yes, all the time. Did we violate international laws? Yes, all the time. AUMFs? No. Well, I guess we would have. Declared war? No. Based? Meh. Right? So this is where we're going to get a little bit more spicy, and maybe we shouldn't do all of them. Maybe we should find the exceptions, not the rules. Let's take a look at banana wars. Did Congress authorize the banana wars? No, Congress did not formally declare a war for the Banana Wars, roughly 1898 to 1934. These interventions were typically initiated by presidents under the broad initiative of authority of often citing Roosevelt corollary to protect U.S. economic interests and political influence in the Caribbean and Central America, though Congress declared these actions and sometimes pushed back, or debated these actions and sometimes pushed back. So this is actually the perfect analog for what we're doing, because we didn't have congressional authority. We did not have international authority. We didn't, and by the way, I'm going to put, we didn't have an international mandate because that was for the Korean War. Did we violate domestic laws? No. Did we violate international laws? Probably. Did we have an AUMF? Meh. Did we have declared war? No. Based? Meh. I would actually put yes, but I understand that you guys would put yes. In the Boxer Rebellion, did we have acts of war? Yes. Did we have congressional authority? No. This was effectively a defensive action at an embassy. Did we have international authority? No. Did we violate domestic law? No. Did we violate international law? Probably. Did we have a AUMF? No. Did we have a declared war? No. Was it based? I'm going to put yes. Okay. Let's go to the Korean War. This is where effectively things get a little bit spicy. Did we engage of acts of war? Yes. Did we have congressional authority? No. Did we have international authority? Yes. Did we violate domestic law? Maybe. Did we violate international law? Yes. Did we have an AUMF? No. Did we have a declared war? No. Was it based? Yes. Laugh my ass off. Why is based a category again? Because I say so. Was the Bay of Pigs an act of war? Yes. Did we have congressional authority? No. Did we have international authority? No. Did we violate domestic law? Probably. Did we violate international law? Yes. Did we have an AUMF? No. Did we have declared war? No. Was it based? Yes. For Vietnam, did we engage in acts of war? Yes. Did we have congressional authority? Yes. With the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. Did we have international authority? No. Did it violate domestic law? No. Did we violate international law? You betcha. We violated all sorts of international laws for that one. Did we have a AUMF? We had its equivalent. Was it a declared war? No. Was it based? I'm going to put yes. So we're going to get into, I should do like Haiti, Panama, and Syria, and Libya, and Yemen, but we're going to get into the Venezuelan action. Yes, we did not have congressional authority. We did not have international authority. Did we violate domestic law? Probably. Did we violate international law? Yes. Did we have an AUMF? No. Did we declare war? No. And was it based? I'm going to put yes. Okay. Anyways, thank you. I'm going to show you Libya and Syria though, because these are the ones that are most important in order to compare it, because this is Obama. And I know Obama is basically Jesus Christ. So here's the thing. We did not have congressional authority to try to depose the Syrian and Libyan government. We did not have international authority to do so. We probably violated domestic law in order to do so. We probably violated international law in order to do so. We did not have an AUMF. Did we have a state of declared war between us and the other people? No. Was it based? Yes and yes. And so this is what pisses me off. Okay? This is actually the reason why I got angry during this conversation with Beef Supreme, is saying that these things are almost identical. As a matter of fact, I think they are identical. Because the way that the Obama administration stretched the AUMF, which was originally designed to kill terrorists, there's nowhere in there that it says, yes, Obama has the authority to provide air cover for rebels who are trying to overthrow Muammar Gaddafi and trying to overthrow, Muammar Gaddafi and Bashir al-Assad. And so if you want to say that, like, oh, well, we should have impeached Obama. We should have impeached Obama. Then I wouldn't care, because at least you would be consistent. But I would say that I would view these things as acting in America's geopolitical interest. I need to do Panama for sure, because we got acts of war, yes. Congressional authority, no. International authority, no. Violation of domestic law, maybe. Violation of international law, yes. AUMF, no. Declared war, no. Based, yes. So once again, like, we can go through all of these conflicts. I mean, I'll put a nice little bow on this. But if you're going to say that Donald Trump is a war criminal who is engaged in unilaterally morally egregious behavior, then historically you're incorrect. And not only are you historically incorrect, you would need to fight for Barack Obama, President Clinton, Truman, JFK, and a host of other people to be impeached for their behaviors in previous conflicts. Darren Turnbull says, somebody gifted me a membership. I'm here to say thank you. Thank you, Darren Turnbull. Anyway, so I guess I wish Beef Supreme was here, unfortunately, so we could fight. Yep. I wish Beef Supreme was here so we could fight about it. This is AF Racing all over again. I didn't want to lose AF Racing. I wanted to fight AF Racing, and then AF Racing dipped out. I hope Jen didn't ruin our relationship with Beef Supreme. Hold on. Bud123 says, how is it in the geopolitical interest of the United States to coup leaders and destabilize entire regions of the world? We would need to go through each one of these individually. Wait, I thought you guys said that Jen Winkler was the one who banned him. Wait, who banned them? Who suspended Beef? It's CV? I don't even know who CV is. Hans Mayer says, do you have this for Venezuela? Yeah, we just did that. We just did that at the bottom. It was Christian Valeris? Well, we can't. I don't even know who it is still. I can't tell who you got. It definitely wasn't Christian. I don't know. Okay. Oh, it was Christian Valeris. Okay. Well, I mean, I can't ban him. Christian Valeris could kill Jen Winkler, and I can't do shit about it. You know? Have you guys seen the Keys to Power episode from that guy who does cartoons? There's this guy who does cartoons where he describes the keys to power, and it's like, you can't destroy your keys to power. Christian banned Beef. You saw a comment telling Jen what happened, and it said Jen Wink, he got timed out, but you read it as Jen timed out Beef. That's exactly what happened. So anyways, so I guess my question is, now that Beef's gone and I can't fight Beef, which is unfortunate. I wish that Christian Valeris hadn't twisted his balls, although I do appreciate Christian Valeris defending my honor. What is the... Bring out the man-sized grill so Christian Valeris can commit grill seppuku. But okay, so my question is there anybody in chat who has beef with what I've just said, or maybe can even steelman Beef's arguments? Because my point is that we have to reconcile with this truth historically, that if you want to grill puku, exactly, that if you want to hold Donald Trump accountable and impeach him and maybe hold him criminally liable for his behavior, we would have to impeach and hold Obama accountable. We would probably have to hold Clinton accountable. We would have to hold JFK accountable, even though he's dead. Send Patriarch says, Connor, my problem with the chart is that before World War I, international relations didn't matter and had no way of being solved without war. Okay, sure. You should color code the cells in red and green. Just saying. Nah. Too much. And then I also want to make the argument, we need to term pro cons to compare. That would be very complicated. We would just be doing that for like the next 3 hours. The Revolutionary War, obviously I believe in the Revolution of the United States. I think the United States is amazing. The War of 1812 was largely a defensive war against the Brits, so I don't care about that. Indian American wars were probably like a war crime colonialist machine, but also it gave us the modern United States, so I can't poop on that too much. The Mexican American War, we absolutely had acts of war. I think we did authorize the Mexican American War. Was war declared in the Mexican American War? The Mexican American War. Yes, Congress officially declared war on Mexico. Okay. So we had congressional authorization, probably not international authorization. We violated domestic law. We probably violated international law. We did have the equivalent of AUMF. We did have the equivalent of declared war. Was it based? Yes. Sacred Snow says, the problem is that we're arguing ought versus practicality. We ought to limit presidential military powers to defense and strictly hold them accountable, but Congress sucks so. Okay, but we also need to take a look at what Lactoid was saying yesterday, because I also think it's important to differentiate levels of Congress, and then also the War Powers Act of 1973 was Congress attempting to reassert its authority over war powers, and yet sorry, I'm filling out World War I and World War II. And by the way, this is probably why we hold World War I and World War II in high esteem, is because we conducted acts of war, but we had congressional authority. We did have international mandate. I should probably change that to mandate instead of authority. We didn't really violate domestic law on purpose. We committed a few war crimes here and there, but we didn't do it on purpose. We didn't violate international law on purpose. And then we had the equivalents of AUMFs and declarations of war in World War I and World War II. That's why these are viewed as like noble and just wars. Portal 1218 says, what does based mean exactly? I'm a bit confused here. In modern internet parlance, based and cringe is kind of like cool and not cool. So I'm just kind of saying, these ones are not as cool and these ones are cool, in my personal opinion. Exponential Entropy says, is a direct military action against a head of state change the calculus any? Is assisting a coup or civil unrest equivalent? What does based mean exactly? I'm a bit confused here. Okay, yeah. I answered the latter one. Let's answer the former. So this is where I need to show you the next thing that Lactoid was arguing. Okay? Because there are acts of war and then there's war. Okay? War, let's take a look at the definition of war. War definition. I would say it's like a state of armed conflict between nation states, but let's see what it's saying. A state of armed conflict between different nations or states of different groups within a nation or state. Okay, so I think that we agree with that, all right? So let's do a new one real quick, and let's talk about like presidential authority to conduct warfare. And let me change this spreadsheet real quick. Once again, guys, I know that there's dead air. I know that I'm filling in information. I know I'm haphazardly engaging with chat. So this probably isn't like the best listening experience that I've ever delivered to you. However, I think these kinds of conversations are actually like wildly important to our health as a community to actually articulate what we believe in instead of just reacting to the Destiny dick watching helicopter of the day. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that we're going to have a little bit less people. We're at like 90 right now, cross-platform. But I do think this is incredibly important. So let's do presidential authority for armed conflict. Okay, so let's start with defensive acts. Defensive acts. Let's talk about maybe protecting international commercial interests. Let's talk about aiding foreign countries through weapons plus training. Maybe I need to shorten this one down. Weapons plus training for foreign countries. And by the way, foreign internal defense, I think, would fall under this thing, which includes kinetic operations between our special forces advising foreign militaries. So I'll say kinetic foreign internal defense. I'll just call it foreign internal defense. Then Anonymous Chatter says, since Sen Patriarch's argument keeps getting lost, I was told when people shit their pants at the table, we were supposed to call it out and not shit our pants with regards to holding illegal executive actions accountable. But Anonymous Chatter, I'm actually probably about to address that, because Lactoid's argument is that he has seen legal justification stating that this is not the equivalent of pooping your pants. So that's where we need to get into it. Foreign and internal defense, let's call it police actions. Defensive police actions. And then let's call it declared war. And let me shit. I'm fucking this up. But that's okay. Let's do this. And then let's do a little bit of descriptions. I don't know if I'm going to write them. And actually, I'm going to change these from vertical to horizontal, because I think that'll be easier. Can I move this? There we go. Okay, so defensive acts. I think we all agree that the United States military and the President of the United States is allowed to engage in defensive action. And I think what we mean, or what I mean by defensive action, is that if we have an overseas embassy and it is being attacked by criminals, like in, what was it, like Tunisia and Benghazi? Was that in Libya? I think that was in Libya. So in Benghazi, are embassy personnel allowed to defend themselves? And not just that, is the commander-in-chief allowed to physically defend American territory? For instance, if Guantanamo Bay was attacked by Cubans, would we get to physically defend that territory? I think the answer is yes. Okay, and without congressional authorization, by the way. Let's do without congressional authorization, with congressional authorization. And I think that we all agree that the president is allowed to defend American sovereign territory without congressional authorization. Now, if you look at protecting international commercial interests, then this, regardless of whether or not you feel like it's true, historically, it looks like the president can. If you look as early as the Barbary Pirate Wars, we were engaged in defending international commercial interests without congressional authorization. It was just deemed as a part of the day-to-day operations of the military industrial complex, the military itself, the American executive, and our international commercial interests, that Hans, shut up. I've heard you say the same thing a million times. No one wants your aid anymore. No one trusts America anymore. You've said it 12 times in the past 24 hours. Get a new thing to say. It's getting boring. Okay. Can we provide weapons and training to foreign countries? And I think the answer here is maybe, right? And the reason why it's maybe is because as a part of our routine diplomatic operations with foreign countries, we do foreign training, where when you're talking about like American military members being in Niger or Nigeria or Somalia or Ethiopia or Eritrea or Germany or France or Latvia or Estonia or Lithuania or any of those places, when you're talking about any of those places, it seems like it's just part of the day-to-day operations of the United States military to train foreign people. And then it only seems like the congressional authority that comes in here is Congress willing to fund these things? Okay. Now, foreign internal defense without congressional authority, I'm going to put maybe here again, because it seems like this is part of the day-to-day operations of the military. With congressional authorization, obvious. I'll just finish them with congressional authorization. We can do anything with congressional authorization effectively. Now, with defensive police actions, this is where we have to look to historical precedent, because it was argued that Panama, Grenada, Lebanon, Korea, these were police actions that we engaged in that were not a state of war. We didn't declare a state of war between the United States and Lebanon. We did not declare a state of war between us and North Vietnam, I don't think. We did not declare a state of war between us and Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq. I think I already mentioned Panama. I might have already mentioned Grenada, but we've done this dozens of times throughout history. And then it seems like declared war, that's the one thing that you can't do. And so, can I change these cells to green or something? How do I change cell color? How do I change cell color? Smart chips, pre-built tables, insert node, insert link, convert to table, delete cells, delete column, insert cells. No. Can I format cells? Oh, here, the paint. So let's see if I can change the paint to green. Let me change it to a better, more aesthetically pleasing green. Maybe the brighter one was better. Okay. Then we can change this to that green. Then these are yellow. And then this one is red. So what I don't like about this conversation, what I don't, Anonymous Chatter says this argument would hit so much harder if Trump wasn't such a cucked bitch on the sovereignty of Ukraine against an enemy we crucified 50 years ago in the Cold War. Something feels off here. Well, I think the reason why is because it's like naked self-interest. That's what's going on. The reason why this feels icky is because it's naked self-interest. So defensive acts, we're good to go. Protecting international commercial interests, we're good to go. Weapons plus training to foreign countries, we're good to go. Foreign internal defense, well, maybe not good to go. It's a gray area. And then declared war, no, it's pretty clear. And what you're saying, Mad Money Max, is the issue is it doesn't seem like these actions without Congress approval is what the founders intended. I kind of agree with you that the executive has maybe been going a little crazy for the past 100 years. But if you look at the history of the United States, we are engaged in this like gray area of defensive police actions, which ultimately we're doing the Bart Simpson defense, kind of like what he said, where we're windmilling our arms. And if you get punched in the face because you're too close to us when we're windmilling our arms, and that's kind of your fault. We've been doing that almost the entire history of the country. So once again, maybe we're falling apart from ought versus is. Maybe that's the problem here. But my point to you is that we have all these historical analogs with presidents that you probably like. Okay. You probably like Obama. You probably like Clinton. You probably like JFK. You probably like a whole bunch of other presidents who have all engaged in this behavior. Okay. So defensive acts, protecting international commercial interests, weapons training, foreign internal defense, foreign countries, foreign internal defense, and defensive police actions, maybe. And I think that this is what people are pissed about. I think this is where we are getting angry, because you guys are saying that we should draw a firm line here, and we shouldn't use semantic games to get out of declaring war. And here's the thing, though. Here's the other argument that I want to present to you. That war is a declared state of hostilities between governments and peoples. Many of the defensive, or many of the police actions, as a matter of fact, I'm going to eliminate defensive, because I feel like defensive is doing sweeping here. Many of the, I'll put quote unquote police actions. Many of the police actions, we engaged in armed hostility with non-government actors and government officials, while not going to war with the civilians. And so this is like a legalistic gray area where the moral evolution of warfare has changed in the past century to the point that we no longer directly engage civilians, or at least, I mean, we do, but we consider them collateral damage. But we no longer willfully target civilians as a part of our military operations the same way that we did in Korea and the same way that we did in World War II. So, Grid Motorsport says, what's up? Well, what's up, man? We're just talking about the nuances of armed conflict. And we're talking about, let me pull up my previous Google Drive. We're talking about the nuances of armed conflict, and we're talking about the history of armed conflict within the United States, and whether or not Donald Trump is guilty of anything of which Obama is not. That's what we're doing right now. And so I'm just going to bring this up real quick in order to show Grid, because Grid, against his will, has become an Oiler as well. But Grid, what I want to show you real quick. So right here on my previous drawing, this is me effectively saying that it looks like the President of the United States can engage in defensive actions and protecting international commercial interests without congressional authority. It seems like he can, unless Congress calls him out, engage in foreign internal defense and weapons and training for foreign countries without congressional authority. But of course, when Congress calls him out, maybe he backs off, right? Now, when it comes to police actions, when we're thinking about Korea, when we're thinking about Vietnam, when we're thinking about Panama, when we're thinking about Grenada, when we're thinking about Lebanon, it seems like the president can engage in military operations without consent of Congress until he's called out by Congress, and Congress can technically pull the plug financially, but they don't do it, right? And then a declared war, obviously for a declared war, which is open hostilities between governments and peoples, we need a state of declared war in order to do a declared war. So I think that's all fairly straightforward. And I'll articulate why my chat and I are fighting in a moment. But if we look historically at all these conflicts, I haven't filled all of these things out. But if we look at the Indian American Wars, if we look at the Banana Wars, if we look at the Korean War, if we look at the Bay of Pigs invasion, if we look at Panama, if we look at Grenada, if we look at Lebanon, if we look at Syria and Libya, it seems like presidents of the United States, including Clinton and including Obama, have engaged in warlike police actions without the authorization of Congress, and therefore they set a precedent that Donald Trump has not violated to any greater degree than they themselves had. And I think that's why we're fighting. I think there's like an instinctive part on some of my chat to say that like Trump is so unilaterally bad that Obama and Clinton are not capable of the same level of bad behavior. And then also, I think there's this avoidance of American military history. And then I also think that they're angry that there's this conflation between police actions and declared war. And let's face it, Korea was a police action in which 36,000 Americans died and hundreds of thousands, if not millions of North Koreans die. So how is that not a war, even though you're not calling it a war? Yeah, conservative liberalism, weirdly enough, I know you might be being sarcastic, but that's actually the conversation that we're having. You can engage in warfare as long as you don't call it a war. Isn't that crazy? And so I think I'm finding it difficult to disagree with my chat, though, at least in this regard. This is the one thing that I'm going to move back towards my chat on. Okay. The president of the United States should not be able to engage in police actions willy-nilly without the authority of Congress. I think that's the actual argument. And even though it sounds like I'm sweeping for police actions, which I probably am, I'm probably subconsciously sweeping for the quote unquote police actions. The what is it? What did Russia call Ukraine? They called it a special military operation. And that's the problem here, is that the United States of America has engaged in special military operations for the past 200 years. Yeah. No. Conservative liberalism, I think you're right. I think I'm wrong. I think you're right, and I think I'm wrong. Do you know why I want to defend Korea so bad? Let me, and by the way, Korea, right? Korea, actually, by our own standards, I think they brought Korea to a vote and we voted against it. Yeah. Christian Blair says, Connor, yeah, let's not call it police actions, but military actions given the distinction in the U.S. terms of power versus military matters. Yeah, I think sarcastically calling it a special military operation would actually be a way to kind of alarm people who heard that phrase in the context of the Ukrainian and Russian situation. I think that would set off their alarm bells where they're like, wait. Why are you okay with American special military operations, even if you think it's immoral for Russia to engage in special military operations? And then I can make jokes about how all our special military operations are based and all of theirs are cringe, but we can acknowledge that we're actually doing something wrong. Yeah. So hold on. Let me show you why I'm like desperate to sweep for the Korean conflict, even though we didn't have a congressional authorization. Korea maps. Okay. So there's a reason why Korea is as not urban dense as South Korea. And part of that reason is that North Korea is mountainous. So this entire territory is going to be sparsely populated. Hey, did a deadline expire in that weird, boring thing we don't care about? I don't know what you're talking about, bud. But even if you look at the south of North Korea, and if you look at the population density and industrial density of South Korea, the population density and industrial density of South Korea blows. Sorry, can you guys still see my screen? Okay, good. The population density is the Epstein files. We'll care about the Epstein files when we stop caring about international war. So, give me like 2 weeks and then we'll stop caring about Venezuela and then we'll start caring about the Epstein files again. The point is, though, that if you actually look at this, there are tens of millions of people and in South Korea who effectively, shut up, guys, who effectively owe their freedom to American intervention in the Korean War, which was one of these unauthorized police actions. South Korea from space. And so it's hard for me to look at this map. Like, take a look at your screen right now. Maybe this is photoshopped, maybe it's not. Maybe it's an exaggeration, maybe it's not. But it's hard for me to look at the kind of development that's happened in South Korea compared to the hermit kingdom dictatorial police state shithole that North Korea has become, and be like, oh yeah, because Congress didn't authorize the Korean police action, it would actually be moral to condemn tens of millions of people to effectively, what would you call it? Like police state slavery, right? And so I think the cognitive dissonance here is actually specifically this. Maybe as an ideal, we should have congressional approval for unilateral police actions or unilateral special military actions by the American military. But it's hard for me to lose sleep over it when you can look at these results, which I guess is the fascist in me. That's the flexible authoritarianism coming out. Do you guys see that? Because this is exactly what a fascist would say. This is exactly what a fascist would say. A fascist would say, oh, well, you can't argue with the results, so why do we care about the process? I have become a fascist right in front of your eyes. I become a fascist right in front of your eyes. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. All right, I'll fill this shit out later. I'll fill this out later. Damn. I did not realize my fascist tickle bone would have gotten tickled so fast. I did not realize my ends justify the means Sith instinct would have been so easily satisfied. That is that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Whoops. All right. Huh. Fellrunner says, Connor, you've been saying something about being a fascist, but I'm ignoring you. Sorry. It's not a problem. Basically, what I realized is that I'm doing, even though I think my appeal to historical precedent is still a valid line of argumentation, I think that I agree in principle, or even if I don't agree, I agree that I should agree with conservative liberalism, that these special military operations that the United States has unilaterally engaged in for the past 200 years should have been authorized by Congress, and that it's kind of like a violation of the spirit of the Constitution of the United States that we've continued to do them, and that we should make noise about it, and we should be upset about it. However, I also realized that I was willing to make excuses for the ends justify the means. I guess I'm a bad guy. Doobie was right. I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Whoops. All right. Well, let's find some other content. I just realized I was a bad guy. Whoops. Whoops. Fellrunner says, yawn? What are you yawning about? This is actually figuring out politics. This is actually figuring out real politics. Okay? I'm sorry, but like we can engage. As a matter of fact, can I tell you the easiest content that I could do right now in order to boost another 20 or 30? Because I guarantee you, somebody's saying like, oh, Destiny is... Yeah. It's the Marine in you, the death cult. Yeah. So what was I thinking? So Destiny's talking to Dr. Cardonia, the 12th Secretary of Education, which is cool. And God bless him. I'm happy he's doing real person content. However, what was I thinking? The easiest content that we could do, where I could probably boost my numbers by 20 or 30 people, is Steven reacted to the Pisco versus me conversation about like where Pisco totally spurred out. And I was actually really entertained. I was actually like watching that and I thought it was pretty funny. Conservative liberalism says, in your convo with Lactoid yesterday, you two acted as if treaties are purely an executive function, but in reality, Congress has to nod at them. Sure. Conservative liberalism says, I think there are valid exceptions to congressional declarations. AUMF is a thing, but it should be more narrowly defined. And I do think we ought to stand by treaties that Congress approves. I'm with you there, conservative liberalism, but I also think that there's this instinct by the American people. Weirdly enough, we can do a Marvel analogy for this. Okay. Do you guys remember the Civil War, where effectively, oh, shut up, Agent Smith, eat a dick. Also, I don't think you're correct at all. Pisco spurred. Pisco didn't own shit in that conversation. Anyways. Yeah. Sorry, the moral and legalistic nuance are settling in my brain right now. In reference to the Marvel Civil War thing, though, what ends up happening is Tony, because he's scared of his own power and all the times that he failed and he killed people without trying to, wants to be restrained by a legalistic proceduralist system. But Captain America has been so screwed over the past few decades by Fury and by whatever that thing was, S.H.I.E.L.D., and by S.H.I.E.L.D. being a part of Hydra, and by the government doing fucked up shit in his name, that he's like, I don't want to give up my power to people who I think will restrain it or misuse it. I want to retain my power and use it as best I see fit. And that's actually the line of argumentation when it comes to America violating treaties or diplomatic stuff, is like, if there's something that's so morally egregious that the right thing is illegal, then we should do it. And I think that's what Korea is. I think that's what Kosovo is. Okay? Because you understand, in Kosovo, I think that it came back to a congressional vote. And I think Congress actually did not vote to get involved in Kosovo. And yet, Bill Clinton went out on a limb and engaged in military operations to stop a genocide in a foreign nation. And I view that as an unequivocal moral good. So I don't know what to do about that. It's one of those contradictions that I think I'm just going to have to let float. I'm going to have to grok it. So for those of you who don't know, Agent Smith says a bad guy would say they want to debate when they didn't get... Finish your sentence, Agent Smith, and I'll decide whether or not you're so annoying that I want to ban you. All right. Let's find some content. Yep. Let's do some content. Do you guys want to do... Like I said, the easy content is Destiny reacting to my Pisco conversation. The less easy content is Mockler on Jubilee. And by the way, Kai, the Mormon Groiper, debated Adam Mockler, which I think would be hilarious. So I kind of want to check that out. And yeah. Yep. Well, okay, so Grok. Thank you, Fellrunner, for reminding me why I wanted to bring up Grok, okay? Mockler. Let's do Mockler. Mockler's easy. So we can just fast forward to the Kai section and then see what's going on there. So Grok is a reference to a Robert Heinlein book in which people from Mars, because there's aliens on Mars and a human goes to Mars and is raised by Martians, comes back and they process things. Grok is the process through which Martians absorb all of the information that's possible. So you think about something, but then you just kind of like, imagine thinking about something is like chewing, right? Thinking about something consciously, you just chew on something and you kind of eat it. And that's what most people do, is surface level of analysis. Whereas grokking is like digesting. So grokking is sitting with the thing and letting your brain fully look at the topic from all angles and then like integrating it into your brain. And the Martians, the way that they would interact with the world is they would actually they would interact with the world. They would find out new information. Then they would grok it, where effectively they would sit with an idea and consider it from all angles until they had integrated it into their personality. And then as a result, their world, their entire personality or perspective on the world would change. And that's what I'm saying, is that the topic of the Venezuelan invasion, I've kind of whiplashed on it a little bit. On Friday, I was ready to call Donald Trump a unilaterally dangerous force on the world stage, and he still is, but a unilaterally dangerous force whose Venezuelan invasion and abduction of Maduro was unprecedented in American history, and he should kill himself. And then on yesterday, I was ready to say, hey, actually, this is based, and if you look at American military history, this is actually fairly common in our history. And then today, I think I landed with conservative liberalism, where it's yeah, there's times where this could work out well. However, it's still bad that Congress is abdicating in its duty to restrain the military powers of the president. And the fact that the president has done these crazy things without seeking congressional approval or support is actually probably bad for the republic. In the long term, it's bad for the republic. Now, if Obama broke the law in order to save Yazidi civilians, am I going to try to impeach him for it? No. If Bill Clinton stops the mass slaughter of Bosniak Muslims in Kosovo, am I going to try to impeach him? No. I might not even try to impeach Trump over what he did in Venezuela. But is it bad? Should it be called out? And should Congress restrain the executive? Yes. So, right. And anonymous chatter, actually, you're responding to somebody else, but you're actually bringing up an interesting point. We will run the country, Venezuela, until such a time as transfer can occur in a legal and judicious manner. That level of involvement should be restrained by Congress 100%, because that's moving it from the police action that is limited in scope, emergency basis, humanitarian concerns, etc., into this is going to have a long-term military and diplomatic commitment that's going to involve a lot of crazy shit, and therefore Congress should, the president should seek authorization from Congress. Yes, and Kai is the guy who got swatted on a WIC panel. Yes. No, you're correct. All right, let me bring up that content. Let's get cracking. I'm still going to be thinking about this. I hope Beef Supreme comes back. I hope Jen Winkler didn't twist his balls off and he leaves the community forever. I hope he comes back. Somebody should tag him in Discord. I can't believe you did that, Jen. I can't believe you did that. Mockler, Jubilee. Matter of fact, guys, that's the lore. Okay? The lore for now on is that Jen did that. I'm going to find Kai, and I'm just going to go to the Kai section, because we'll be able to figure out if it's trash or gas from the Kai section. Where's Kai? There we go. Let's find the prompt. Let's fast forward a little bit. All right, there we got Kai. Let me do a little intro and let's get cracking. Old School for 5 says your weekly 5 to nudge play Cyberpunk 2077. Good place to start is watching Ed Rogers on Netflix. Thank you, King. I appreciate it. I will play it eventually. I just need to find the time. But anyways, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the 14 people who have donated so far. Thank you to Old School, Anonymous Chatter again with $30 total. Thank you, King. Fell Runner with the 5 and the 2. Thank you to Anonymous Chatter for the 10 and the 10. Dude, you're almost being an Oiler with all those chips. Skillful Dunce with the membership. Grassroots with the 20 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. I need to thank him again for that, because that is equivalent. I think that's the equivalent of $100 worth of gifted memberships. So thank you, Grassroots, for the oil. Jeb Kush with the 5. Thank you, King. Grassroots with the 20. Send Patriarch with the renewed membership. Vazaraka with the gifted, and then Christian Valeris with a $100 super chat. Thank you, Kings and Queens. I parasocially love you, and thank you for the support. Let me do a little intro. Let's get cracking. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and today we're going to be breaking down Adam Mockler versus Kai on the Jubilee video, and we might watch a few other debates on that. For those of you who don't know who these characters are, Adam Mockler is a Midas bro, meaning that he's like a liberal, progressive, kind of a Twinkie guy, but I like him a lot. I actually think he's funny. I think he's interesting. I think he's smart. I think he's a decent commentator, even if we disagree on things sometimes. The other gentleman, Kai, is an interesting character because he does have the jib. He does have the aesthetics. He does have the rhetorical gifts to seem like he should be a large creator. But realistically, I think he's a Mormon Christian nationalist who hates degeneracy and this, that, the other. And I think he's trying to carve out his own niche because he was a political commentator for a while. I'm going to bring them on stage. He was a political commentator for a while. And then during an online debate, he got swatted. Cops came to his house and harassed him and basically almost killed him because somebody called in the police on his location. Now, Kai, since then, I think he went on a year-long Mormon missionary trip. And so I don't know what his personality is since he returned from his missionary trip, but we're going to take a look at it. So I'm going to let Mr. Kai sprint across the room, confront Adam Mockler, and we're going to take it from there. Let's go.
What's up? Good to meet you, man. Great to meet you as well. I'm Kai. Adam, I think I like what you're doing rhetorically. It's a very interesting strategy. Where do you disagree? Well, I disagree in large degree with the framing. Would you agree with the framing that a child is probably safer off with the average illegal immigrant than with Joseph Biden? I think that's what a Republican would claim. Perfect. Now that we've agreed kind of that the framing is
maybe not safer. Can you point to Joe Biden being friends with prolific sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein?
Absolutely. Wait, I mean, there's a web of connections.
Wait. Did Joe Biden have girls groomed out of his Mar-a-Lago spa? Did Joe Biden have 26 different credible sexual assault allegations? Or did Joe Biden say that he grabs women because they let him do it? Any of those things?
Well, it's interesting because
the answer is no. Listen. I get that. You guys need to give Mockler a chance. Okay? You guys need to give Mockler a chance. Because those talking points machines, like he's a talking point machine. He just hit him with like 3 or 4 super quick. But he just machine gun fired those. And the answer is no. Joe Biden, despite sniffing a bunch of women and a bunch of children inappropriately during press conferences. What is it? His daughter said that maybe he molested her in the shower like 40 years ago. And then there was like one woman who said that she was raped by Joseph Biden, but then now she's a Russian citizen. And so people are kind of like wondering, like, was she paid off by the Russians in order to throw a wrench in Joe Biden's reputation? And or is Joe Biden just a rapist? But realistically, comparing that, because that's like 2 allegations, 2.5 allegations. I think sniffing people in public is weird. But if you go to Donald Trump, he does have 26 separate women who before his Trump 1.0 said, oh yeah, that Access Hollywood tape where he says that he gropes random women and is sexually suggested to them without their consent because he's just a sexually aggressive guy. That's totally true. And he did that to me. And then, so that was like 26 women. Then we had the Stormy Daniels thing. Then we had the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. And then now we have him sweeping for the Epstein files. So realistically, comparing Joe Biden to Joe Biden's sexual proclivities to Donald Trump's sexual proclivities, I do feel like it's comparing a mountain to a molehill. So dub 1 for Adam Mockler, in my opinion. Give him a shot, guys. Give him a shot.
I'm here to say that Joe Biden's perfect, but I just think that equivalency is crazy. I wouldn't want my daughter around.
I agree. I think the equivalency of the average illegal immigrant and Donald Trump is crazy. The way that we assemble those statistics is absolutely ridiculous. And if you were to take let's say, what's the sample size in your study? How many illegal immigrants were included as a part of the study?
It was in Texas from 2012 to 2019. I don't know the exact sample size.
Let's assume it's over 1,000. It's statistically significant. There is a power there in the value that the study has concluded with. If we have 1,000 Donald Trumps, which of the 2 will have been more guilty of violent crimes?
Wait a minute. You want to do this? If you have 1,000 Donald Trumps versus 1,000 undocumented immigrants,
one group will have committed violent crimes, and the other will not have.
The statistics show.
That's true.
No, that is the statistics show.
Which violent crime has he actually been convicted of?
He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, sexual assault. Number 1, but number 2, what if you take 1,000 people? You take 1,000 undocumented immigrants versus 1,000 Donald Trumps. The statistics show that those 1,000 Donald Trumps will abuse way more women. 20.
Oh no. Okay, what Kai did which I don't even think I have to articulate it to you necessarily if you're tracking the conversation, is if you look at 1,000 illegal immigrants, then maybe one of them or half of them will be convicted of like a sex crime or a murder or a rape or something like that. Whereas Donald Trump is one guy. So he has those 26 accusations of like groping. He has all of those accusations of being Jeffrey Epstein's friend and probably looking the other way during child sex trafficking events. And so weirdly enough, if you took 1,000 Donald Trumps, they would be arguably worse than your comparative illegal immigrant population. That was actually kind of a bad argument.
6 versus the average undocumented immigrant commits violent crimes at a 2 times lower rate than the native-born citizen.
That's
Donald
interesting.
Trump commits crimes at a higher rate than the native-born citizen.
That's interesting.
Now you see what I'm doing rhetorically?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I do see what you're doing, and what you're doing is trying to remove
poke a hole in it.
What you're doing is trying to remove the effect of the crime from the actual people who are affected by it, which is why you're saying, well, if Donald Trump
Well, hold on, but if he's I don't know how you guys feel about this. Okay, the way I feel about this is that like murder is one of the worst crimes you can do. I think probably one of the second worst crimes you can do is rape. And so if Donald Trump is credibly accused of rape by 2 or 3 women, and if he's credibly accused of sexual assault by 24 women, and if he's best friends with a prolific pedophile, then yeah, man, that's pretty bad. Compared to like the average, like you guys understand, like when you live in these cosmopolitan areas that I do, where you have a shitload of Hispanics, okay, like there is an insular Hispanic community, and that comes with challenges. Not all of them speak English. Not all of them have driver's licenses. Not all of them have work authorizations. Not all of them pay taxes. Not all of them are part of the immigrant system. And as a result, there's probably crimes that go unreported because they happen in the illegal immigrant community, and the illegal immigrants don't want to draw attention to themselves because they don't want to be deported. Okay? So yeah, of course there's problems in the immigrant community. But if you look at the average Central American immigrant, it's not a member of MS-13. It's a like 32-year-old guy who works in the kitchen of a local restaurant that's actually pretty good, and he minds his business and he pays his bills, and he has 3 roommates, and then he sends his money home to his family in Central America, and then his family home in Central America are building up what's considered a middle-class lifestyle in Central America. That's the average illegal immigrant in the United States. It's a dude with roommates working his ass off in a service industry job, an agricultural industry job, or a construction industry job, sending his money home back to Central America. It's not a prolific groper.
In a room with you. The issue is when you analyze the difficult, or rather the amount of crime that these illegal immigrants are actually perpetrating, and when you compare it and say that blanket statement.
Oh no, he's getting voted out, bro.
Right, that they are less violent than the average native-born American. You're not comparing it individually to each group.
Would you let
the
someone...
levels of crime, the rates of crime among groups in this country differ significantly based on where you are and based on what the group is. Would you say...
That's why I said average. That's why I said average.
Well,
I mean, you can point to a specific area, but that's why it's average.
You understand that not...
Would you let someone who's held civilly liable of sexual abuse immigrate into the country legally?
You understand?
No.
Well,
Gen X, did you apologize? I see you guys saying that you guys talked to Beef Supreme in Discord. Did you guys apologize to Beef Supreme?
No, I don't think so. No,
but you let them be the president.
You're not engaging with the
specifically Gen X, since she banned him.
Okay. With the statistic that you brought up at the beginning.
Okay.
And again, the framing that
you're saying
the framing that you are providing, if we were to be statistically consistent, would say that with the average illegal immigrant, you are safer than with the average Black American. Would you agree with that framing?
With the average illegal immigrant, you're safer with the average Black American. Yeah, because Black Americans commit crimes
at a disproportionate rate.
No, yeah, sure.
Okay, so you understand how framing can significantly shape the way that we engage in these conversations. I don't think every Black person is going to kill me, but there is a disproportionality around it.
But the thing is, not every immigrant's going to abuse you.
I 100% agree.
Every one of those 1,000 Donald Trumps will abuse their power dynamics. Absolutely. Donald Trump throughout his entire life.
And none of them will commit violent crime.
Donald Trump throughout his entire life is somebody who has abused every power dynamic available to him to prey on girls. Would you let your daughter in the Mar-a-Lago spa if it were 2001?
No, I
Wait
tend to
a
stay
minute.
away
But
from
Trump
those
is supposed to be
places.
safe. Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa isn't safe.
You're drawing these equivalencies between a property that an individual owns, what occurs on that property, and a condoning of it by
Trump
that
knew
individual.
about it. He said he likes him young. He was talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
That is an absolute
and
false
years
equivalency.
later,
Okay, show me how do those two comments relate to each other?
when Donald Trump said in 2003, Jeffrey Epstein likes him young.
I'm looking for
and
a clear consistency.
Okay,
here.
let me finish. Donald Trump says in 2003, Jeffrey Epstein likes him young. That happened, right?
Oh, wait, what is that?
Wait,
what
did
is
that happen? Let me
No.
finish. Did that happen?
Sure.
Okay, 3 years earlier, Virginia Giuffre was groomed out of his spa by Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump held private parties in the 90s where him and Jeffrey Epstein, just those two, had 20 calendar girls. You can look this up. I hope there's one on screen.
Were any of them
calendar
14?
girls? Okay, what about the 15-year-old girls that Donald Trump walked in on in his dressing rooms? I mean, no one here.
Again,
I've
this
had
is
3 people say they wouldn't let their daughter around Trump. 3 people say they wouldn't let their daughter around Trump.
I wouldn't let my daughter around Joseph Biden.
That's
It's again
fine.
this
I'm
framing.
not defending Biden. I don't
Well,
care.
you don't have to defend a thing. You haven't staked out a position.
Biden has committed less.
You've easily admitted that once we change the framing to talk, for example, about things that are more relevant to the average
Here's
American.
the problem.
For instance, the average person who is living in Texas, right? The way that these people are going to feel the effects of migration are not as an average. There is no cookie cutter average
The
American.
study was done in Texas.
Hold on. I understand that. That's why I'm citing the study.
It's
That's
the
why I
highest
mentioned
immigration
Texas.
state. Yeah.
Here's the point.
Boss, you've been animated.
That was really good, man. Thanks,
Appreciate it, man. Likewise. It's good to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you.
Honestly, that's pretty much what I wanted. Yeah. I actually, I do feel like the energy was pressing Adam Mockler, but realistically, I felt like Adam did perfectly fine. He rattled off the relevant talking points. He stuck to his guns. Kai was being aggressive, but I felt like he was stepping on rakes while smashing himself in the face. So, honestly, I don't know what the rest of the debates were like. I'm assuming the rest of the debates were actually worse. But yeah, I like that. That was great. Anonymous chatter says, Connor, you can't bring up crime statistics when Fox News shows them anecdotal evidence daily of crimes being committed by immigrants and minorities. I know. And that's that's actually, I know you're being sarcastic, but the reason why I do bring up crime stats within their context is like, there's a truth to be said that immigrant communities commit less crime than in normal communities, but you have to understand like what a cop hears there is that like, okay, but domestic violence and beatings and alcohol and trespassing and speeding and driving without a license, that all happens in the immigrant community. So you hear like, oh, well, there's no problems with the immigrant community, the Hispanic immigrant community in particular. And so cops get jumpy because of that. But if you actually look at it as a statistical whole, it's like, yeah, like most of them are keeping to themselves and are not committing horrific crimes on the daily. So why are we being so hostile? Real Serious says, bruh, why are people such gooners? I know power corrupts and all, but I'd like to think that in that position, I'd settle with my big TG goth girlfriend and just occupy my off time playing video games. Yeah, but if you were a billionaire, would you settle for one or would you try to get 3 or 4 goth girlfriends? You know what I'm saying? Anyways, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. For the goal, we got 2 minutes left. We almost hit 10, but we had 2 Oilers oil the heck out of the chat in the beginning. And so I'm curious. We're actually doing just fine from a financial standpoint. Though, because if we're down in the 60s, and I think that's mostly because Steven came in and started hosting an interesting conversation with the DOE guy. So we could try to stream snipe that, but realistically, I think the stream snipe, I don't know if I want to talk about DOE, bro. I'm just going to be real. The other option is DDW, where it's Destiny reviewing my conversation with Pisco, and I actually found that thoroughly entertaining. Send Patriarch with a 2. We earned another goal. Thank you, King. Thank you for smashing that goal. We have earned another goal. I will say the Oilers oiled and the Chippers have chipped, so we do not need to meet our next goal. Thank you for smashing this previous goal. But I'm basically asking the Oilers that are here. So grassroots, Christian, conserve, other people. Christian Blair says Destiny reacts to you and Pisco. I'm down for Reactception. Okay, let's do Reactception. Okay. Because I think we can steal a few people back with that if it gets boring. Is Beef back? I lost my membership and my mod status. I'm gonna re-promote you. How about that? as an apology. Here you go. Here's your wrench back. My apologies, Beef Supreme. My apologies. I got spicy. I got hot. You were pissing me off. Here's a wrench as an apology. And Jen, please apologize to Beef Supreme for banning him. Okay, please apologize. That was unfair. Jen Winkler, please apologize. Okay. Okay. All right, hold on. Grassroots is asking what happened. I'm assuming that he tuned out for a second. So let's catch Grassroots up. Okay. So Beef Supreme was throwing elbows and calling me a indignant arslur who wouldn't change my mind once presented with valid and coherent arguments. And I got pissy and I took away his wrench. Okay. And that was me being pissy. And then Christian Vlaris was like, yeah, let's twist some balls. And then he timed out Beef Supreme. But we're blaming Jen Winkler because I saw a chat that made me think that it was Jen Winkler who suspended Beef Supreme. But I didn't want to suspend Beef Supreme. I just wanted to take away his wrench as a shot across the bow. And then I wanted to show him my drawings, which I don't know if he was around to see my drawings. And so I want to bring up my drawings now. So I'm going to bring them up. And I think this is where we landed. And I don't know if it'll be enough for us to have consensus, but I do think it's more centristy than I was yesterday. Like, as a matter of fact, I think I agree with conservative liberalism. So the point that we were trying to make, or the point that I was trying to make, that if you look at this map that I made in an Excel spreadsheet, let me make sure that you guys can see this so I'm not just talking to myself. Yes. So if you look at this map, acts of war, congressional authority, international authority, violations of domestic law, violations of international law. Did we have an AUMF? Did we have a declared war? Was it based? Okay. And I haven't mapped all of them. But if you look at Syria, Lebanon, Kosovo, Panama, Grenada, Lebanon, probably the Indian-American wars, all that kind of stuff, there's actually a nuance here where the American military engaged in military operations, foreign internal defense, protection of commercial interests, and all that kind of stuff. And it wasn't considered a war, and therefore the president was able to do it without legal consequence. And I think I further illustrated that with this drawing, where we kind of showed that historically the president can engage in protecting international commercial interests and defensive actions without congressional authority. And we have like long history of that happening. And then weapons and training for foreign countries. I think that we can engage in foreign internal defense without congressional approval when it comes to like known allies or neutral countries. And we don't need congressional authority for that. But I think for foreign internal defense and training for foreign countries, the scale is what determines whether or not we need congressional authority. So, for instance, in Ukraine, I don't think the president of the United States would be able to give as much money and as much weaponry and as much training assistance without congressional authority. And so that's why I put maybes here. And then for police actions, we should change this to special military operations, a nod to the Russian-Ukrainian war, that what's happened in the past 200 years is that the United States has engaged in unilateral special military operations with and without congressional approval. And presidents who have engaged in that have not suffered any kind of like criminal or congressional sanction or pain. Okay. And so, but describing that history is not the same as a moral ought. And I think where conservative liberalism pushed me, and even if I keep using sanitized language and I keep sweeping for Trump, and if I keep sweeping for the actions in Venezuela, I think he's just fundamentally, principally correct that Congress should be not only consulted in special military operations, but large special military operations with large potential consequences for America's geostrategic interest 100% should go through Congress. And so, yeah. And I think to throw Beef Supreme a bone, just because Obama got away with it, just because JFK got away with it, just because Bill Clinton got away with it, just because Andrew Jackson got away with it, doesn't mean that it's good. And so moral good is not the same as legalistic consequence. And I think that's where we landed. Old School says, you arm your guards with wrenches and not bolters. Well, if they had a bolter emoji, I would give them a bolter emoji. Big Supreme says, again, I was being over the top. I may have went too far, lol. This is a much better understanding. I can break bread with this, and I hope we continue to break bread together. Love you. Beef Supreme, I'm sorry for letting it get so ugly in the first place. My apologies. I am a douchebag. I get upset. When I get upset, I get spicy. And when people are getting spicy in my chat, sometimes I get sensitive. My apologies, Beef. I'm happy I did not hurt your feelings so bad that you became the next AF Racing. I still miss AF Racing. Somebody DM me AF Racing. Tell him to get back here. Tell him that I'm not as homophobic as he thinks I am. Okay? I'm not as homophobic as AF Racing thinks I am. Okay? All right. Now say I'm bald. No, I'm not bald. I have a decent hairline. Go fuck yourself. All right. Let's do Pisco Destiny Reactcep-Tion. I had it pulled up recently. Destiny. We should get the band back together. It's my content, but I'm gonna steal this content.
And I have friends who don't.
This content is actually mad funny. So I'm gonna do an intro for Reactcep-Tion. Let me edit the thing so we can steal back some of Destiny's viewers who are getting bored. Who are getting bored of real political content on the Destiny channel. Let me exit this. Destiny, Pisco, Reactcep-Tion. Up. All right. And let me do full screen, do an intro, and get into it. Was that why AF left? Yeah, because I was being homophobic. Yes, absolutely. I said that gay people were. Yep. I was saying that gay men are overly promiscuous and that they should be bullied out of their promiscuity. And he thought that was homophobic, and he didn't come back, which made me very sad. I still miss AF Racing. I still miss LB a little bit, but I realistically, I miss AF Racing. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I got a little drama treat for you today. Destiny reacted to my conversation with Pisco, and we're going to do a little bit of Reactcep-Tion. I think there's some interesting things said here, so I'm going to bring the characters on the screen. For those of you who don't know, what Destiny has been accused of is bullying Pisco and bullying former orbiters for associating with his detractors and therefore trying to take Steven down or being a part of the machine that's trying to take Steven down. Where Pisco and I fought was, number one, we fought on immigration. But number two, what we also fought on was the nature of our communities, how we police them, and how we deal with the bad elements of our respective sides. I still feel like I agree with my previous argumentation, but I think it's funny to react to it anyways. So let's go ahead and go take a look at it.
And I have friends who don't.
He's brain broken, guys.
Using your.
Well, I mean, if Steven wants to donate $1,501, then I'll ban Doobie.
Wait, really?
That's it? It's just money for you?
Yeah.
It's not cultivating the community.
I mean, it's also entertaining.
Oh, okay. That's all it takes, and then you're good. So you think you fulfilled a good standard of moderation?
Yeah, I relatively speaking, like freedom of speech and freedom of conscience.
Interesting. You know what? I've had a change of heart, Connor. I agree with you.
It's kind of funny because Pixar's like trying to trap him, but I guess the two big differences in my mind are that one, well, Connor's position on me is pretty clear. Like Connor is critical of things that I do, which is fine, and like he said them to me privately and he said them to me publicly. But Connor also like still will come on my stream or hang out with me in real life. But I've never gotten all these DMs or crazy things of like crazy shit being said about me in Connor's chat, or you know, with Connor kind of sort of just like co-signing it or not saying much or just being like coy about it.
Why are you cultivating a community of snarkers in your community?
Because like don't police them enough.
Yeah. So don't you think that you have an obligation to moderate your community?
No.
Wait, what?
Wait, what are you talking about? You don't actually believe this.
Wait, hold on. No, sorry. The real answer is I don't think the people in my chat actually really are snarkers. I think I
don't know. Just answer this very simple question. How much has Doobie super chatted you in the last 3 months? Would you say
1,500?
Damn. Oh, Andy super chatting. Wait, how much is Doobie seriously trying to buy out my entire old orbiter sphere?
$1,500. And what? You think he's just doing that for no reason?
No, he's doing that because he wants me to agree with him.
Haven't you ever stood back and thought about why these people are congregated in your community?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So why do you think that's happening?
Because okay, if you want my no bullshit, I'm echoing. Damn, I might need to find. Oh, I don't even have headphones. Okay, old school. You're gonna have to deal with the echo. I'm gonna have to mute myself. Okay. So, Pisco, just whenever you're talking, I'm gonna mute myself, and it might just take me a second to respond to you. So, what I would say is, unironically, there are people who want me to come over to the J Stock side. They want me to disavow Destiny, say he's a piece of shit, say that he manages his personal affairs terribly, that he's abrasive and abusive and emotionally callous and a reptile and this, that, the other. And so as a result, those people do exist. And some of them donate, some of them don't. Then
you understand these people are literally responsible for some of the most deranged fucking stalking behavior that you would ever seen in any community, right?
Okay. In order to Reactception this, I think I actually have to react a little bit. Not only do I agree with everything that I previously said, this is why I honestly advocate for people to just tell the truth. Okay? Just tell the truth. It's so much easier because I'm not on the fence in order to get money from Doobie. I don't think I'm on the fence at all. I think I'm saying exactly what I think. Okay? Because when you just say what's in your brain, if somebody brings it up later, then you can be like, yeah, I believe that. What's the fucking problem? And I knew that when I was saying these things, that if Steven wanted to be sensitive about it, where he's like, oh, you're associating with all these evil people who hate my guts. And I'd be like, yeah, but here's where I actually think that you're fucking up and doing bad things, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this is what I agree with your detractors on. But what I don't agree with the detractors on, can I give you the exact example of this? Okay. The exact example of this is J-Stock. Okay. Am I harboring Jewish refugees under your floorboards? Maybe a few. Okay. So J-Stock and Queeman and Lav and Mr. Girl and all that kind of stuff, they did this immediate post-drama celebration on January 20th. I think it was January 20th, right? What was it, January 20th or was it February 20th? I think it was January 20th. January 20th, 2024, where they said, Destiny's going down. He's a sex abuser. He's a rapist. He's going to be incarcerated. He should be on the sex offense list. He's going to get sued into the ground. He's going to get murdered. He's a piece of shit. He should die. He should lose this entire orbit. Blah, blah, blah. And there was this really crazy energy on the first day. Anonymous chatter for 10 says, 10 seconds in, and we have past caller having tech issues, but if you never let the dog back in to knock shit over, I'm never getting a bingo again. Cool. Honestly, I'm going to keep the dogs knocking shit down, right? And so that was their original energy. But what's happened since then is they've almost all walked that back. I haven't heard Max talk about it. I haven't heard Lav talk about it. I've seen Queeman talk about it intermittently. I've seen J-Stock cover it super hard for the first 2 or 3 months and then take a break and then come back to it now whenever there's a development in the case. But effectively, within the past 48 hours, if you were listening to those people talk, you would have thought that Sherry was filing a criminal complaint wherever she is. She was flying down to Miami in order to prosecute the case. That Melina and Stasia and everybody else were joining in on a criminal case and civil case as well. And then 2 dozen women were going to jump into the civil case and sue Destiny into the ground. And the $3 million that he has in his retirement account is just going to be paid out to all these women. That's what you would have thought if you had gone with the consensus. And now that we're a year into it, what I've heard, I think I've heard J Stock say this recently. I think I watched some J Stock content recently. He was like, oh yeah, I think that Stephen's probably not going to suffer a criminal consequence now that the criminal consequence has been extrapolated out to Solo and Rose. And then in reference to the civil case, he doesn't think that the case is going to get dismissed, but he does think that the civil case might go to trial and it might get dismissed at trial. And so Stephen will have to pay $500,000 to $750,000 in order to defend himself, but that's going to be the penalty that Stephen is going to suffer. And if you look at maybe not the words, but if you look at the energy between the first day and now, it's like 90% of this energy has dissipated. And so Stephen, like all of the things that I said that were true about Stephen in the past are still true now. Stephen is an intelligent guy. He's rhetorically gifted. He's excellent at arguing. He's pretty good at research. I think not only does he advocate for liberalism in a pretty extreme way that gets attention, but I also think that he uses liberalism. He earnestly believes in that political philosophy. But then you can see, in my opinion, as a non-liberal person who appreciates freedom, I think you can see what happens when like nihilism and materialism and hedonism are the guiding forces in your life. And so while I like Stephen for all of his professional virtues, and I also think I like him on a personal level for his charisma and his kindness in reference to some of the things that we do, I think we can also call out his flaws as well and call out the ways that he has been abrasive and potentially abusive to other people that has ended his relationships with a whole host of crazy characters. But that doesn't mean that has to be us. And that doesn't mean that Stephen can't get better over time. And yeah. So I guess my advice to any creator who's considering this crap is just tell the truth as you see it. It's the easiest thing you can do. It's the easiest thing you can do. And it will save you a lot of heartache.
Wait, are all of these people like super active in all of Connor's community? I mean, if that's the case, I've never seen it before. But I mean, it could be, and maybe these people just aren't in those, and so I don't have members that send me DMs from Connor's community. But
these people like will go to lengths to dox and attack people's families. They are horrible.
But I think it's also different too, in that I feel like Connor's position on me is pretty clear. And I feel like Connor pushes back against people that have like an unhinged hatred for me as well.
People that you're allowing fester in your community.
I think you would have to bring up individuals, because I've had Riled Kitten House on stream where we had a tough conversation, and then Doobie hangs out, but I don't really know of any other people besides Doobie who don't like. There's people who don't like Destiny, but they don't like Destiny, but I don't think they engage in snark behavior.
I see your chat, dude. I've seen parts of your chat where people are saying all sorts of crazy shit. And if that shit was in my chat about you, I'd be moderating that.
What?
Are we?
Wait, so he doesn't moderate stuff about me, but he does moderate about Connor? Or is Pisco role-playing as me in this conversation, saying I would moderate it?
Doing a thought exercise? What are we doing right now?
I'm not telling you to ban anybody. But why haven't you moderated that? Why is your community like that?
His role-playing is me.
Give me an answer.
This feels like a thought exercise, not an actual conversation.
No, I'm asking why you are cultivating snarkers. Why are you allowing snarkers into your community?
Well, number one, because it's funny.
For lying and bullshitting.
No, yeah, number one, it's funny. Number two, so hold on. So for the sake of this conversation, because I don't know if we're going to wrap and this is going to be like a metaphorical point, or if we're actually going to continue with this line of conversation for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Role-playing is
are we going to continue with this line of conversation for the next 5 to 10 minutes? Because I'll answer it earnestly. I don't care.
Answer it earnestly.
Okay. I have a relatively pretty pro-free speech perspective in my chat. Matter of fact, you can be a Nazi, you can be a piece of shit, you can hate Destiny, you can have a different take on the Red Sea crisis, you can like Hassan Piker. The one thing that will actually get you banned super quick in my chat is being a smug bitch. That's like beef. Listen, so it's funny how many like layers of like sarcasm and irony this conversation is on. But in my opinion, Pisco is not actually having a real conversation with me where he's saying that he's saying what he genuinely believes. Like Pisco is snarking or my chat is snarking Pisco. That's obviously not what he's doing. What I think he was doing, and I think Pisco would confirm this, I think Destiny is picking up on it as well, is Pisco is trying to act as if he is Steven and I am Pisco, and he is approaching me in the conversation and he's making the same complaints that Steven made, right? Now, DGG might say, oh, these are straw men. That's not what he's talking about. Like, actually, these snarker communities, you can see them engaging in your community more than this, that, the other. But I think part of the reason why we have a different vibe in our community is because you can hate Steven, but I want you to hate Steven for real things. So, for instance, if you're a conservative who hates Steven because he had like that terrible Corey Comparatori series of tweets, that's totally fine. If you hate Steven because you're like a feminist, or you at least are more nice to women than sometimes Steven is, and you don't like the way that he's treated women in the past, that's another legitimate reason to hate him. If you hate Steven because you think he's an embodiment of liberal degeneracy, that's fine. But what I don't want you to do is I don't want you to spend endless amounts of time and energy dedicating your life to hating Steven, because while it's fun to talk about him a healthy chunk of the time, it's not good for you to talk about him all the time. And I think that's why I know. So, for instance, we were down to like 50 people or whatever at some point, because I think Steven went live recently. We got another 20 just because we started talking about like Steven drama, right? Another 20 people came into chat and we're like hanging out now. So it's good algorithmically, but it's not good for your soul. And you need to pace yourself when it comes to this. Officer Nasty says, damn, I missed it. Did Connor cover Destiny showing Rose's full legal name and photo on stream yesterday, explicitly breaking the court order? No. Which is funny because I literally, Jen Winkler said something nice about Steven earlier. And so I was like, okay, I got to be his friend. I got to be his friend. But then like, that's the kind of like random unhinged shit that you got to put up with. What? What did you say, Officer Nasty? What happened? What happened? That's like the fastest way. So you have free speech, but you can't be smug to me.
If people are making insane accusations to people, you don't moderate that. You don't give a duty to moderate that and ban these people.
You'd have to give me an example, because even with like
why would I have to do that? Well, I don't watch all your streams, right? But people know. People, I mean, come on, people tell me.
I think the biggest guy who dislikes, there's a couple of groypers who dislike Steven. I think that Doobie is the only person who makes points about Steven, and some of the points he makes, I think, are a little hyperbolic. Right? Hold on, I'm almost done. Thank you.
You let Doobie stay in your community?
Yeah.
Okay. Why should you do that?
Well, I mean, if Steven wants to donate $1,501, then I'll ban Doobie.
Wait, really?
That's it? It's just money for you?
And by the way, kind of stand by that. Now, I might unban Doobie after 30 days on principle, but I would ban Doobie for 30 days for $1,501. And like, but that's the thing, man. Like, I really hope you guys see the extra effort that I try to go into. Beef Supreme and I beef, and I think it would be so easy to just become a lib. Okay, I think it would be so easy to just abandon Patriarch and abandon Grassroots Hegemon, even though they're Oilers, and just be like, oh yeah, I'm just like Destiny now. Turns out open marriages are cool. Who cares about abortion? It's statistically irrelevant. Let's ban all the guns. We should have infinite immigrants from all over the world because most immigrants are super nice. And I think that would be, like easy. It would easy to be like, oh, I used to be a conservatarian or a libertarian or whatever, and now I'm just like a giga lib. And then boom, I could just hang out with Adam Mockler. I could hang out with Destiny. I could hang out with, all these people, and I could just become another shit lib, right? Here you go. Now go ban Doobie. 1531 ARS. We gotta check out the exchange rate. You said it was Argentinian money, right? Duh. The Argentine peso is 0.00068. So 1531. Guys, don't get too excited. It's $1.05. Oh my god. See, it's $1. It's $1.05. Oh, that's awesome. Grassroots says we have to hate Stevens on. Yeah. Exactly. Thank you for the 5 Grassroots, by the way. Yeah, all I'm trying to say is hate Steven for principled reasons. That was awesome. Real serious. That was awesome. All right, now I lost my train of thought because that was actually mad funny. Yeah,
not cultivating the
I
community.
mean, it's also entertaining.
Oh, okay. That's all it takes, and then you're good. So you think you fulfilled a good standard of moderation?
Yeah, I relatively speaking, like, oh, that's what it was. It would be easier to be a lib. Yeah. But dude, I like these fights, man. I like fighting about neoconservative military intervention. I like fighting about American military interventionism on the world stage. I like fighting about the military-industrial complex. I like fighting about reducing taxation, particularly for people who make under $500,000 a year. I like talking about the fiscal deficit that we're running into. I like talking about the moral degeneracy that seems to be at the core of a lot of liberals' worldview. So I like fighting you guys on these things. So if I don't really think you guys want me to become a liberal anyways, at least not the true coggers. Like, I think liberals would be happy to have just another like knight in the stable of the fight for liberalism. But I don't think that I would be serving the cog. So, like, freedom of speech and freedom of conscience.
Interesting. You know what? I've had a change of heart, Connor. I agree with you. I think that I also...
It's kind of funny because Pixar's like trying to trap him, but I guess the two big differences in my mind are that one, well, I mean, fucking Connor's position on me is pretty clear. Like Connor is critical of things that I do, which is fine. And like he said them to me privately and he said them to me publicly. But Connor also...
Real serious says that's like 1% of my salary, guys. Don't laugh. Real serious. What? You might be joking, but like, what is your dude? If for real, okay. Hold on. Let's have a real moment, and let's ignore Christian Vlaris when Christian Vlaris says we need to pay attention to the content. Let's ignore Christian Vlaris real quick. Okay. Real serious. I am serious. Okay. You might be joking that 1531. Okay. What I was going to say is if your monthly income, let's say your monthly income was actually, I don't know, 10,000 pesos or something like that. And it was the equivalent of like $5 or $20 a month. And then everything cost because of the exchange rate. Everything costs substantially less. Right. You make okay money for Argentinian dollars. Dude, if sending you like $20 converts into like 100,000 Argentinian pesos, and therefore you could like DoorDash every single day for the next year and buy your wife like a kick-ass engagement ring and fucking, buy a Vespa for, 5,000 pesos or something like that. I once again, like, exchange rates are exchange rates, but I don't know how much your monthly equivalent money, but I would like 100% PayPal you. Like, if there was a way to PayPal you, let's say that I could PayPal you like $50 or $100 and that would just like double your salary. I would 100% just send you $50 or $100. So you just had like 60 days off and could take the girlfriend on a date. That's what I would do. We would break their whole economy. Let's break the Argentinian economy through Real Serious. Austin Nasty says Connor lined up the content perfectly for the court transcripts to drop. Awesome. Okay. Okay. Real Serious is saying he's good. Okay.
Like still like will come on my stream or hang out with me in real life. And I'm guessing, I guess I haven't seen it, and it's possible that I've just totally missed it, but I've never gotten all these DMs or crazy things of like crazy shit being said about me in Connor's chat, or, you know, with Connor kind of sort of just like co-signing it or not saying much or just being like coy about it. Like Connor's being pretty honest about it. Like, oh, this doobie-doo donates me a fuck ton of money. But like, yeah.
To cultivate communities with free expression and open dialogue. And I largely think that that's like okay to do. And I don't think it means that you're intentionally cultivating a community of snarkers. What do you think about that?
Oh, that just happens to be Pisco's position. That's my position, bro.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the
That's
guilt by
definitely my
association stuff
position.
is cringe,
True.
and we used to criticize the fuck out of guilt by association a few years ago.
Sure. So do you have any problem with my moderation style?
Hold on. This is where I think this is a point against DGG and against Destiny that I do want to emphasize. Okay. I don't like the guilt by association shit. And so I feel like Destiny is using guilt by association in order to hold J-Stock and Pisco and Doobie and whatever accountable. But I would actually, the way that these people allegedly, or members of their community allegedly stalk Destiny and all of his court stuff and Snark and all that kind of stuff, I actually, if I was Steven and I had already spent like $750,000 on excuse me, on the court case, I would spend like 30 to 50 effectively on like counter doxing operations. I would just find some guy who was like super tech savvy, who was into Kiwi Farms, who was into Discord, who was into this and into that, and then have them cross-reference stuff where, like, let's say that there was Solo, and Solo was posting all of this like personally identifiable information and or identifiable information on Kiwi Farms. But then he was also posting it in Discord, but they were running by different PFPs. Like they were running by different PFPs and different names. Then I would have somebody effectively like try to track down the separate profiles and correlate them using as much information as possible in order to identify the cross-pollination of these communities. Because I think the problem with a lot of the people who are outside of the drama, who are not participating in it actively, is that Steven just saying like, oh, these people are all just snarking me and harassing me and stalking me and swatting me and this, that, the other. And you're like, okay, what's your evidence? And they're like, well, there's a lot of cross-pollination between the communities. That doesn't feel very substantive. So SNF says, did you see that Destiny said you're one of the main reasons he decided to stay in Florida was shooting guns with me? Yep. And now I have warm, fuzzy feelings. Even though allegedly some court docs dropped and, you know, being his friend is we're supposed to start backstabbing. We won't. Jen Winkler said something really nice earlier today. You just said something really nice that was similar to what she said. And I think for better or worse, I just have to be a good friend. So just have to be a good friend. Real Serious says, on your end, if you don't appreciate it when people send small super chats or you feel like I'm abusing it, let me know. I'm just used to being the cost for US. That's why I don't give subs. I feel like I would be abusing the system too much. No, bro. No, Real Serious. You have to understand, I love it. Okay? I love it. So, sorry, moment of humility, okay? I need money to pay my bills. I need real money to pay my bills. I cannot use 1531 Argentinian pesos, which is the equivalent of $1.05 to pay my rent. So I can't do it all the time. But having an active, engaged chat, which you're a member of, and then also sending in super chats, so there's like internal chat momentum, it's awesome. Feel free to send me as many, or even if your Argentinian pesos add up to 5 cents or 10 cents. I don't care. It's funny to me. It's good. It's good for chat momentum. I like it. Don't feel bad about it at all. No. As a matter of fact, I think your moderation style is looser than my moderation style. Like you tolerate
careful.
You tolerate more dickheads.
That's not what Pisco wanted to hear.
Understand. There are people who piss you off to the point that I would have just banned them. Like if somebody's being like a smug, snarky bitch, and I'm not even saying snark like a drama frog who hates somebody else. I mean snark as in like they have this holier than thou attitude. Oh, yeah, Beef Supreme and Jen Winkler. Holier than thou attitude, despite me having it. I'm the streamer. You're the chatter. If you're acting holier than thou, you're getting fucking banned. So, and I think you tolerate those people, at least as far as what I've seen.
Sure. No, I
That's not his
all right,
point.
I'm going to level with you, Connor. I was being a little bit facetious when I just interrogated.
I figured. It sounded exactly like the line of argumentation.
What is he asking?
That has been used against you for still being tepidly friendly with people who dislike Steven.
Who you're
tepidly friendly is a way to say it, but okay.
Talking about. There are some people with whom I'm friends.
See, but I would be curious what Steven means by this. So for instance, like, I don't think Pisco and J-Stock are best friends. I don't think Doobie and Pisco are best friends. I don't think Pisco and Queeman are best friends. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I've seen Pisco be a fan, or excuse me, I've seen Queeman be a fan of Pisco, but I have not seen the inverse. I've only seen Queeman cheer on Pisco, and I think it's actually for the same reasons that I criticize Pisco. So Queeman thinks that the liberals and the center lefties and the center righties, which he includes Hutch in this area, he hates that we're all moral frogging about Hassan Piker, and we think Hassan Piker is such a geopolitical and political and personal piece of shit, and yet we're fans or friends or orbiters or whatever of Destiny. And so I think I think Queeman unironically cheers on Pisco, not just because he's a Destiny anti-fan, but because he actually thinks that that is a correct political position, that Hassan Piker is not that bad, that the leftists are not that bad, and they should be a part of the coalition. And so for me, that's where, once again, tepidly friends with, I think that, at least from my perspective, that seems to be a earnest assessment of Pisco's association with Destiny's biggest anti-fans. And I think Pisco would even argue that they're maybe associates. They're not even friends.
Friends who I think dislike Steven, but guess what? He is
dislike
friends with people who don't like me.
And Batusai, thank you for the chip.
And you have friends who don't like me, and I have friends who don't like you. And guess what? That's called human society. That's called we're living all in a society. Now, if there are people
He's brain broken, guys,
using your communities to do illegal or TOS stuff or that violate your rules, I'm sure you have and will moderate that, won't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Matter of fact, the thing that Steven was talking about as far as the worst things that have happened to him, doxing, swatting, IRL harassment, digital harassment, emails, all that kind of stuff, those would be the fastest. If somebody told me and showed me some evidence that somebody in my community had done that stuff, that's the fastest way that they're going to get banned. Just as an example, though, I will bring this up. There's the Senpai, Sapa, whatever that guy's name is, who emailed that girl's family. Even if on principle, I thought that Steven should, figure out his civil case, whatever reason, maybe he's done some wrong things there. On principle, I would view that as touching the poo, and I would ban Sapa or Sita or whatever that guy's name is.
Higher standard than Pisco's moderation.
Off platform conduct.
Yeah, I mean, because if that's what he's willing to do, where he's willing to touch the poo proverbially, I don't want him touching the poo in my community's name.
Well,
Are you going to moderate all off-platform behavior now?
Perhaps a certain line of people that it would make sense to preemptively ban. If you are someone, for example, let's say that you don't want to wade into those kinds of issues because you said before that there are good reasons why you shouldn't do that. I think.
No, I'm going to summarize this for people who are not involved. So Sen Patriarch says, I heard Senpai, and I thought I was in the crosshairs. No. This is Seiba, Seiba. And I would love to be corrected by any Destiny haters in chat. I would also love to be corrected by any drama frogs who enjoyed this content and knew more about it than I did. So my understanding is that in reference to the lawsuit's going down, Pixie's doing her thing. They're looking for other people to join it. And Seiba interjects himself. Even though he's just somebody who's on the internet, he decides that he's going to find Rose and email Rose and try to get Rose to turn against Steven and throw Steven under the bus for any alleged criminal or civil behavior that will simultaneously help out Pixie, but also maybe destroy Steven. And so for me, it's like Steven could be guilty of whatever. He could have whatever civic infractions that he's had. He could have whatever criminal infractions that he's had. And if Saba was personally involved, where Saba knew about like criminal stuff, and he could join the case, I don't have any problems with that. What I do have a problem with is effectively going to an alleged victim of a crime and an alleged witness to crimes, and then emailing not just them, but their family in order to try to get them to be a part of a case in which you're not involved. That feels like something that should be done by Rose. It feels like something that should be done by her and her family. It feels like she should be making those decisions, not random people on the internet. And so that's where I would view that as touching the poo. Officer Nasty says, a part of the wonderful transcript is Rose admitting that Saba initially reached out to help her remove the docs material Steven uploaded. It's in the files. Okay. That doesn't change what I just said, though. So he did something nice, which was helping her get docs material removed. Okay, that's cool. Why are you reaching out to that gal's family? That's kind of crazy, right? Why he reached out? No. What the details that I'm looking for, Officer Nasty, is that if you listen to the J-Stalkers and if you listen to the Queefers, to hear them categorize the actions that Saba took, it was, oh, well, he was just trying to help her out with the doxing material. And then he was also trying to get her to be a part of the case because that was the right thing to do from his perspective. And they kind of like minimize the way that he did it. And then when you bring up the fact that Saba allegedly emailed not just Rose, trying to get her to be a part of the case, but emailed female numbers, emailed family members. And then if you hear DGG bring it up, then DGG says, oh, he emailed them like 17 times, emailed them like 20 times. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if he emailed her 2 or 3 times, then emailed each family member 2 or 3 times. I don't know if that's hyperbole. So, yeah. And Randy Chang says, Queefers, ? Yeah, it's my sarcastic label of the Queeman community. So that was a detail that I was looking for. How many emails were sent and to whom? Because if he sent, 2 or 3 emails to Rose, 2 of them were responded to, 1 of them wasn't, and then a follow-up email was not responded to, then I'd be like, okay, you're touching the poo, but that's not that bad. But then if he sent like 1 email to a family member and it didn't include a lot of personal information, but it was like, hey, I'm trying to get in contact with Rose regarding a legal issue. Could you help me out? I would view that differently than, did you know that Rose is involved in this horrible thing and that she needs to be a part of it in order to make, like, I would view the behavior differently based off of the frequency and tenor of the emails, right? Has anybody seen these emails? I have no idea. All right. Anyways, let's let it flow.
That you would agree, given that profile of someone who doesn't want to wade into those substantive issues, perhaps, that to preemptively ban on the basis of wading into those issues would sort of counter the whole point of that person's stance, right?
I'm not sure if I fully understand you, but actually, could you say it again if you want me to understand it? Because I'm not sure if I understand it.
Assume that like there were a set of issues that you had for responsible reasons chosen not to get into, and the only basis to preemptively ban a person were to be to wade into those issues and make some kind of disposition on those issues. That to do so would itself be waded into issues in which you've been taking a principled stance not to get involved. You follow that?
Oh yeah. Doobie says, "What people did I dox?" Doobie, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought this was part of your lore. Didn't you dox some like some pedos or something? Some like there were some like actual criminals in the politics Discord, and you gave some of their information to law enforcement. I forget if that's part of your lore. I could just be making shit up. Now that's not a bad thing, to be clear. I'm just wondering if that's part of your lore. This is actually one of the things that happened during the Mr. Girl drama in 2022, where I actually agreed with Steven on. I think a house is a man's castle. I think a man's chat is a man's castle. I think a man's Discord and Reddit is a man's castle. And therefore, if there is a topic that somebody is repeatedly dragging towards, and it's something that you want to avoid as a community or as a streamer, then yeah, you're a king. You know, I tell my mods all the time, you know, if there's somebody who's pissing me off, I'm like, mods, twist his balls. And then, as some people have found out today, those people get banned.
Well, I just want to say that I respect your position here. It doesn't sound like you have any problem with how I'm cultivating my community. However, I'm taking a look at you know, potential issues, and so people say things to me. And so if there are DGG mods,
Does the silly serious hate you now? She's always said she's a girl's girl, so I can imagine she's on Doe's side. I have no idea. I haven't communicated with her in a year or whatever is my guess. I don't know. So probably, maybe, who knows?
who want to apply to be a mod in my community, I welcome their applications. In fact, I'm taking the time to go and seek out some mods myself. And if they would like to join the modding team in the Discord, we will entertain their applications to do so, to see what great and wonderful suggestions they can bring to the moderation team here.
My beef with your community, actually, or my beef with your content, so to speak, is actually something that makes your content more entertaining. But it's effectively like, I think that you and the liberals or whatever are playing footsie with leftist freaks who should be ultimately like yelled at and screamed at. Here we go. Here's the part of the debate that I actually think is pertinent. So let's go back a little bit and kind of summarize that. So Pisco was saying that he was being held to a unfair standard, that some, you know, basically Stephen was coming to him and saying that he was facilitating other communities who were attacking Stephen, and that therefore Pisco, I don't know if he would say he's like partially responsible, but it's effectively like malevolent neglect, right? That's kind of where what he was being accused of. And so he came back to me because characters like Doobie or characters like Officer Nasty or characters who I think Patriarch, weirdly enough, somebody else, maybe it's conservative liberalism, but there's some other characters in my chat who don't like Stephen. But I think the cultural difference between us and the Queefers or the J-Stalkers or anybody like that is that it's not like a dedicated part of my life to hate on Stephen's flaws and failures. Whereas it does seem like a healthy chunk of content and a healthy chunk of energy and super chat revenue and this, that, the other is being spent on hating on Stephen and destroying Stephen. And so that's kind of where that's kind of where it's like, that's where we defer. And I think that's what Stephen's picking up on, where the level of hostility that is coming towards him does not feel proportional to his sins. And so that's actually what we're really arguing, is like, does Stephen deserve the alleged consequences of his sins? And bullied out of public life, but you know, you doing those things makes the content more interesting. So we disagree. I think that you should take a pro-leftist bullying stance, but then I get to bully you about not bullying the leftists, and then boom.
Yeah, but I don't understand what you're talking about. I just don't understand what you're talking about. Like, I play footsie. You're just talking about Mom Donnie.
I agree that Pisco himself does not participate in like unhinged Stephen hatred. I agree.
AOC. That's all.
Not that I've seen. Mandani, AOC, Vanguard, Aaron.
Wait, so you must have condemned Rokana. Did I hear you say it?
Yeah, I mean, I've said that I like Rokana for XYZ ABC, but I also don't like him for XYZ
Wait, what
ABC.
are you talking about? He just...
See, and this is where the facetious line of argumentation, I think, is so R-slurred. Pay attention to what's actually being said real quick. Pisco is saying, well, you criticize me, and you criticize a bunch of liberals for playing footsie with leftists, and yet you don't have all this smoke for Rokana. Number one, I don't routinely cover Rokana. I don't know if you guys have checked my backlog of VODs, but I don't have a lot of Rokana VODs, okay? And Rokana and Thomas Massey have a lot of grace with me because of their role in writing and passing the Epstein legislation. So they can say very R-slurred stuff for the next like 5 to 10 years. And I'm still going to be like, yeah, that's cringe, but they wrote the Epstein bill. Therefore, they're still based in my opinion. And so, but I do think it's cringe that Rokana went on to Hassan Piker, But I've also kind of accepted that the left does not view Hassan Piker the way that I view him. I view him as a nefarious guy. I view him as a manipulative guy. I view him as somebody who is trying to mainstream social democratic perspectives and policies. But then once you actually get into his community and start watching his content, he's an anti-American, anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist, and effectively anti-Western person. And ideologically, in my opinion, he's like an enemy of the United States. If there was if Hassan Piker was able to rally 10,000 armed men who would fight and die for his cause, and those people encountered military armed forces of the United States, I would expect them to get into a violent confrontation because of the different ideologies they serve. I'm unironically saying, I am straight up saying, I am 10 toes down saying, I think that Hassan Piker, despite being a citizen of the United States, is actually an ideological enemy of the United States. And yet, the left wing, because they want his clout, they want his access to young people, they want his social cachet, they are willing to treat him as a friend. Loner views Hassan the same as you, and he's pretty far left. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm not an enemy of the United States.
Had a fucking sit down with Hassan Piker. Did you see it?
Yeah, I condemn that. Fuck him for that.
Oh, but you might still support him.
Oh my God. Pisco is torturing this analogy so much. This is the same thing that like they do on the logistical Discord server. They used to. I don't know if they do anymore. But this whole like, oh, so like, hey, my issue is your community seems to be absolutely full of people that are engaged in real life harassment, spreading crazy, disgusting rumors about me, lying about me constantly, infecting and flooding other communities and trying to get this whole community to hate me. And it's like, oh, well, didn't Ro Khanna, the congressman, talk one time to Hassan Piker, who you also think is disgusting, but you're saying you would still talk to Ro Khanna? Well, isn't that kind of the same exact thing? It's like, are you retarded, my friend? What the fuck? Hello? Really? Okay.
You know why I support him in his efforts in the Epstein files. The same way.
There is no through line into what you're talking about here. You will take issue with me hanging out with the Vanguard on Live and Learn when they're coming in and being grilled by Hutch and me actually opposing them. But when Ro Khanna has a fucking masturbation session with Hassan Piker, you're like, oh, I'll condemn that. You're such a hypocrite on this.
This is so retarded. It's retarded. This is so retarded.
Fuck Ro Khanna on that. Fuck you
on that
for hanging.
But you don't. Is he pussyfooting in the way I am?
Probably. I haven't watched the content.
Oh, holy shit! So you think he went on there on Hasnabi's podcast and was more combative than I was with Vanguard and with Hutch there on Live and Learn?
No, I doubt it. But hold on. Let me actually articulate a sentence so we can get past memes. So the thing that
I'm not memeing. This is the previous part was a meme. This is real. I don't think that you have any good standard that you're applying here. I think that you
Ooh, I'm gonna start drawing while we're doing this because I think this is very silly. I legitimately think this is a silly line of argumentation from Pisco. Same way.
And people, yeah.
So it's the same way with Thomas Massey. Okay, Thomas Massey was Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey are both the authors of the Epstein bill. The whole reason why we are absolutely, as a anti-Trump coalition, annihilating the Trump administration is because of legislation that was authored and pushed through by Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey. And so in that degree, they have my support. However, Thomas Massey is also like a schizophrenic fiscal conservative who legitimately believes in chemtrails. He thinks chemtrails are a thing. He's almost as crazy as Marjorie Taylor Greene. And so he doesn't have my support in that regard. And then same thing.
If it was Thomas Massey versus Ro Khanna for president, who'd you vote for?
Yeah, Thomas Massey all day.
Yeah. So then what good is this? What good is this bullshit? You're basically
suggesting I like libertarians more than I like socialists or social democrats. Yeah.
It's Ro Khanna. He is in a tech fucking utopia.
See, dude, this is actually what pisses me off, okay? And this is what pisses me off about this argumentation. I don't think people believe me when I say what I believe. And I think that Pisco does just want to bully me into being a lib. Okay. I think that's what he wants. He just wants to make enough arguments where a nanny state, welfare state run by left-wing technocrats is the ideal, and we should push for it. And therefore, even if I have if I don't like Bonnie Blue, or if I don't like Hunter Biden, or if I think Destiny's nihilist hedonism is a little bit too much sometimes, I should just give all of those objections and criticisms up, and I should just support Steven and Pisco and Hunter and Bonnie Blue and Ro Khanna and Hassan Piker, because realistically, this coalition of lefties is going to achieve a better material reality than the right wing. And you know what? There's actually an argument from a consequentialist viewpoint that the Democrats, particularly now with how crazy MAGA has gotten in the past few years, would achieve a better material reality if they're given power. But the only reason why they would is because they would be tempered by people like me. Okay? They would be tempered by the people who have fiscal conservative standpoints, or they understand fiscal conservative standpoints. People who are actually technocratic and have been technocrats in the private and public sphere. People who do have social conservative instincts and try to re-inject them into society. And so they're effectively saying like, oh, just surrender. And I'm like, no, I'm a necessary part of the calculus. I need to temper and hold back the extremities of the right, but I also need to temper and hold back the extremities of the left. And it's an important social function. So stop trying to eliminate this important social function. It's frustrating.
Yeah, over there in capitalist California.
Then he should stop playing footsie with socialists, and then maybe he'll get my vote.
Maybe your read on this podcast circuit shit, maybe that's what's fucked. Maybe you're unable to.
And no, it's not. No, it's not. If liberals and lefties and progressives and sock dems could play footsie with Hassan, America deserved 9/11, the brave Mujahideen graped Dan Crenshaw's eye hole, the Red Sea crisis is based, the world will not know peace until the state of Israel is destroyed. On 10/7, Hamas didn't do nothing wrong. Like, if they could play with Hassan Piker without reaping any social consequences, liberals, leftists, progressives, and sock dems would. And I'm not going to let you. Okay? I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you play with your Hassan Piker sex doll and not reap some social consequence. Okay? It's not going to happen. So stop complaining about it.
Distinguish when
maybe the liberals are being fucking pussies where they have a leftist travel to an authoritarian nation that I would say has arguably demonstrated such morally egregious behavior that they're comparable to Nazi Germany before the Holocaust was discovered, and you guys are playing footsie with the guy. Maybe that's what's happening.
The thing is though,
I stand on that shit. The same way that Hassan Piker stands 10 toes down that terrorism in the Red Sea crisis is based, is the same way that I stand 10 toes down that Hassan Piker is a terrorist apologizing piece of fucking shit who's an ideological enemy of the United States. And these people, lefties and liberals, would 100% play with him like a toy without social consequence if they could. 100%.
The thing is,
maybe your analysis would hold weight if it were a Democrat that was sent there instead of Hassan Piker going there. And maybe it would work if the Democrats, I don't know, was part of this like long-standing bipartisan consensus against China. And I don't know if it weren't Joe Biden and all the Democrats who signed on to a bipartisan TikTok ban for the sole purpose of.
Vazaraka, thank you for becoming a chipper. I'm serious. We have a ton of chippers. Dr. Zayas, Numinax, Fell Runner. I'm trying to think of who else. But we have a ton of AK Batusai does it too. Anonymous Chatter is right there. Real Serious is right there. Old School Chips. I'm taking a look at my chippers who have chipped today. Fell Runner, thank you for your chips. Skillful Dunce, thank you for your chips. Jeb Kush. And Vazraka. Vazraka, thank you for, you are welcome to say whatever you want, man. Or gal, guy or gal, whatever you are. If you want to be a lurker and you just want to chip in every now and then, awesome. And thank you. But thank you for consistently chipping in. I think you've probably donated between 10 and 20 memberships over the past couple of weeks. Thank you, Vazaraka. I do appreciate it.
Trying to stymie influence from allegedly from China. Some people have their other conspiracy theories about why the TikTok ban was put into place, but I would maybe take your criticism more seriously if it was, I don't know, tailored to Democrats as opposed to Hassan Piker. But the conflation between them never stops for you, does it?
Dude, if I had a map, because they do this with like Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, it would be like a red line directly from one character to another character. Okay. So say, how dare you, my pearls, I must clutch them. How dare you associate the Democratic Party with the extremities of Hassan Piker's rhetoric? And
Connor's mad because people like Pisco will basically play buddy-buddy with people like Hassan. Yeah.
Them, the tie line is Rashida Tlaib, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Ron Khanna, you. Like, dude, it's so easy. It's so easy. Dude, all I have to do is I have to take the red string and I go like this and I'm done.
You don't do it for DeSantis. You don't do it for DeSantis. You don't do it to
I do.
Considering no, you fucking don't. Not with any bass in your voice. Not with any bass in your voice. You don't do it for them. That's
I like conservatarians more than I like socialists. Shocking for a Republican.
Yeah. No, but
yup.
What you're suggesting is a direct through line to policymakers.
Hi, Dr. Zayas. Welcome back. Beef Supreme with the 20 with the hearts. Thank you, Beef. Sorry for our earlier lovers quarrel.
This is Trump in the White House. Trump with control over the government. Trump with control, a lot of exercising control over the ideology of his base, where it's clearly top down from one direction. What's that direction? MAGA. Comparing to some Democrats who are using Hassan's platform to spread their message and their agenda, and who are taking his audience and clearly extracting from him. You are comparing those two relationships and saying, "I'm
dude,
by a
this
podcast appearance."
But by the way, we've already had this argument 3 times, so I don't know if I want to have it again.
Okay,
I thought you were gonna come in and you were going to say, "Oh man, I disagree with your characterization." Well, I guess you're not watching the content, which is fine. It's fine. I don't. I
was fucking around with that.
But I was. What was it? I was just watching PF Young and Destiny fight over Nick Fuentes and whether or not liberalism has failed, and then also fighting about like the historical support for the Zionist vision of Israel. So that's what I thought we were going to fight about, but that's okay.
Oh no, you think I'm going to fight about Israel with you?
I mean, we could if you wanted to. Matter of fact, I have a drawing. Do you want to see my drawing?
Oh,
no. This poor guy.
Yeah. So anyways, okay, I think I'm about to bring up my cat and tiger analogy, and this is where I think that people are misunderstanding what I'm attempting. Okay, I think that MAGA is a populist movement that has used economic populism in the dispossession of the average American person in order to become a leopard that is currently eating my face. Okay, and I am trying to argue that the right wing needs to return to a time period in which the federal government is the size of a house cat. That way, it's not eating our face. Okay? This is what I argue all the time on the right wing. And so when he says, well, you would consider J.D. Vance or you would consider, what is it, Ron DeSantis or something like that, as a alternative to an extremist Democrat, then I would consider that. But they are still Ron DeSantis and who is it? Maybe not Ron DeSantis, but I was thinking of JD Vance. Probably not JD Vance. JD Vance is probably somebody who wants to jump on the tiger and ride it. But Ron DeSantis, I would view as a smaller tiger than MAGA. Right? I think he would be more technocratic. I think he would make better judgments. I think he would do what was necessary to secure the country. I think he's probably a Republican in that he actually believes in a republic. He probably believes in the Constitution. And there you go, right? Like Randy Chang says, JD is out for me. I'd still love to vote for Ron. Yeah, I love autist Ron. I mean, he tried to sell the Florida wetlands to a bunch of property developers. But when the Floridian people rebelled against the property developers and the DeSantis government, he relented because he's more technocratic, because he's more responsive to the people, because he's not a total fucking sociopath. All right. And so what I am frustrated by, as a matter of fact, I was thinking that this was going to be a political compass, but I don't think that this is a political compass. Okay. What I am shocked and scared by is the fact that it feels to me like the left wing is feeding their house cat via Hassan Piker, Ro Khanna, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, the Squad, the familiarization with social democracy, which once again, I don't have a problem with America becoming like a technocratic welfare state. What I have a problem with is I don't think we have the cultural capacity to do it. And I definitely don't want the taxation that comes along with that. And I think that we should probably un-F our system before we ever consider a technocratic welfare state. Like, if you want to import all of Scandinavia to the United States and then bring them in as these like giga productive high-end workers in order to support the American welfare state, sure. But if we're going to do it with our current population, I don't think we're capable of it. Okay. So anyways, my argument is that, like, yeah, I am currently being mauled by a tiger. MAGA is destroying the right wing. I am getting raped by a tiger. And yet I am trying to move the Republican Party or move the right or move the rhetoric or move my small corner of the internet into like a more sane level of politics where we're not getting annihilated by a tiger. But it feels like Pisco, Ro Khanna, Rashida Tlaib, the Squad, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and broad swaths of the economic populist left, they don't view Hassan Piker as a threat. They don't view his ideology as a threat. And so they're willing to platform it, agree with it descriptively in certain places, fight for its right to continue to exist within the political zeitgeist in space. And they probably view that as like a political necessary to counterbalance the tiger that is currently mauling my fucking face, which I understand. But can you understand, as someone who's getting my face mauled off by a tiger, that I don't want your tiger to get bigger either? Okay? I think this makes a perfect amount of sense to anybody with an IQ over 80. So let me save this. Pisco, tiger eating faces, political diagram. There we go. All right. Let's return. What I've argued previously, which I still think is true, is that the right wing used excuses in order to justify their relation. Bud123 says, what's my tiger supposed to mean? Well, right now it's the MAGA party. The MAGA party eating my fucking face. Relationships with crazy people. But what happened was the crazy people were so powerful and so clouded up because they got hooked into the mainstream that as a result, they started to have to listen to the crazy people. And that's how we've ended up where we've ended up. And what's happening is I don't see that as extreme on the left wing. But whenever I bring it up in reference to the left wing, you say, oh, no. We're doing exactly what MAGA did 10 years ago, but we're different. We're built different. We're not going to fall into the trap. And I think it's fucking stupid. I think it's stupid.
I think that you just see Trump and Hassan as the same kind of figure with the same kind of influence that they have. And you're seeing this.
Which is not even true. This feels like a straw man. Honestly, I think Pisco is going to keep getting digitally and rhetorically assaulted by the clown mirror. Does anybody remember the clown mirror? I remember the clown mirror quite well. The clown mirror was Destiny was doing something like decoding the gurus. And they went over a series of political arguments that were kind of either like they were bad argumentation or they were bad faith or something like that. And the clown mirror is saying, oh, like here's your reflection of reality. And it's like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. What he just said is that I think Hassan Piker and that Donald Trump are the same. They're the same size and they're the same social relevance. I don't think I ever said that. I don't think I said it in this conversation. I don't think I've ever said it on stream. I don't think I've ever said that the leftists and Hassan Piker are the same level of social and political relevance as the MAGA movement and Donald Trump. I don't think I've ever fucking said that. I think what I've said is you feeding them will make them as relevant as MAGA is. So I feel like that's a dodge, total dodge, total misrepresentation, total clown mirror.
Like Spectre, that isn't a threat. It is not a threat.
Okay. Missy, why treat them with the same priority? Who says I treat them with the same priority, Missy? You're clearly new to the content. I've spent 80% of my time over the past 2 years bitching about MAGA and Trump and how much they suck and how dangerous they are and how they're going to kill a whole bunch of people through incompetence and how the modern Democrats, while they still suck on XYZ ABC issue, there's still a clear preference to the Trump administration. So when you say, why am I treating them with the same level of priority? I'm not. You're subconsciously sweeping for Hassan and the far lefties. I think okay, is Hassan Piker, yes or no, is he the largest alt media political commentator in the Western world?
No.
Who's bigger?
Asmongold.
Asmongold's bigger.
Besides Asmongold, though.
Okay. That's actually true.
You agree?
Yeah.
Is Hassan number 2?
I don't know. He's up there.
Oh my God.
Okay, he's up there. He's up there. Anyways, let's just put it at top 5, top 10 or whatever.
Okay.
Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously believing that advocating for social democratic policy and also that you should sweep for all the authoritarian socialist regimes of the 20th century is repulsive to me. Okay, disgusting.
True.
This would be like, I don't know, the Republican Party cozying up to Nazis.
True.
It would be something like that.
True.
So, can you guys hear this? It's not sarcasm, but it's irony in my voice, bro. Okay, it's irony in my voice where I'm saying it would be something like the Republican Party cozying up to Nazis. What is the Republican Party doing right now? What are the national conservatives doing right now? As far as I can tell, based off of our video that we watched the other day with Ryan Geppie, who you should check out, Ryangeppie, I think is the way that you spell his name. Maybe it's Getty. It might be Geddie. But that's what they're doing. The national conservatives think that there is something at the core of American identity, which is effectively like Anglo-Protestant Christian nationalism, and that the Catholics should use that as a vehicle to seize political power so they can institute a Christian theocracy in the United States of America. And that if they have to tolerate the ideas of a few dissident right-wing national socialists in order to build a political coalition that's large enough in order to achieve power, that's what they need to do. And if they hurt a bunch of Hispanics and Asians and Jewish Americans, since they're not a part of the dominant culture, their dignity, their legal status, their humanity, it's all second fiddle. Nobody really cares about it. Like, should you hurt the Jews? Should you hurt the Asians? Should you hurt the Hispanic Americans? Probably not. But are they second fiddle to the Anglo-white Northern European Christian nation? And the answer to those people is yes. And are they willing to flirt with Nazis to achieve power? Yes. And so right there, man, like I am acknowledging that has happened in my party and unfortunately seems to be a dominant wing of my party. So why can I not turn around and say, look out? I did not think this was possible. I did not think this was possible on the right 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And yet I have been constantly mauled by this tiger for the past 10 years. So the fact that my options
the
are
fight right now in the Republican Party.
No, I mean, that's the fight.
I like how, I don't know if this is intentional or not, or maybe it is. I think one of the most kind of like tricky things that Pisco does, I don't know if this is intentional or not, is that he's so good at having conversations on like, I guess it's kind of what people accuse me of doing, funnily enough, is he has so many conversations on like process and procedure or like meta conversations that he never actually gets to the substance on anything because it's always bogged down in these stupid like meta worlds. I don't know if Pisco actually agrees that Hassan does do bad rhetoric or that the messages or the message that Hassan has is like harmful or that he sims for authoritarian regimes, because I don't know if he's ever even talked about that. I feel like he always lets people skirt past it and then he does these like weird comparisons, or he talks about, like he said this word a lot, influence. Like he's trying to say influence so that he can get to like viewership numbers or overall amount of I guess like people that agree with.
Yeah, can you guys track the fact in the conversation that saying that it's a small cat repeatedly does not change a fucking thing about what I'm saying? Can you guys just acknowledge that logically for me? A few of the people who are typically critical of me. I'm being eaten by a tiger. I'm trying to make it so the Republican Party is no longer as big of a tiger that is capable of mauling people. Pisco and the left wing, who are normalizing extreme lefty bullshit, they have a small tiger right now. I'm worried that they're going to create a bigger tiger that is then going to maul my face. Okay? That's what I'm worried about. That's what I don't want. So while I'm fighting this tiger in order to try to make it smaller so it stops eating my face, I'm trying to tell you, do not feed the tiger behind my back, because I do not want to be getting annihilated by a tiger soon. Matter of fact, I'm gonna add a drawing to this new drawing, okay? Because I think I say it. Thank you, Beef. I think I say what I'm gonna draw in a second
with them, so that he can skip past dealing with the Hassan question and just talk about like the conservatives, you know?
Right? Because we did what I'm warning you against.
Yeah, and you know what the fight is on the Democrat Party? What's the fight right now? Kamala Harris versus Gavin Newsom versus fucking Josh Shapiro. That's the fight among Democrats.
Yeah, but dude, you always do this thing. Like liberals and Democrats always do this thing where they're like, when we're not talking about these characters being like large in the zeitgeist, we're so ooh-woo, we're so cute, we're so kawaii, we're so small. Why are you even attacking the socialists? This, that, the other. And then when the socialists do something that's huge, you're like, well, you know, there's different things happening in America right now. Yeah, you make material excuses for it. What
power do they have? Mom Don.
Nork says, nah, Connor is wrong. The tigers are never going to eat my face.
Mamdani has endorsed Hakeem Jeffries. Mamdani is building a relationship with Kathy Hochul. Mamdani is going to work within the system. And he's the best he got. And
yeah, I still think the mainstreaming of socialism and communism is inherently poisonous. And if Mamdani governed the way that he was tweeting in 2019, then if this was the Vietnam War, then we should fight him with guns. Fashion 40 says, Connor, to be honest, you don't come off like that. It was condescending at first. It took until August for a breakthrough and realize you were roaring for help to protect the Dems as the last defense. Are you just saying that my earlier content and coverage was too tepid? Is that what you're saying? Because I mean, that is how I feel. I genuinely was hoping that Donald Trump trying to overthrow the Republic of the United States through January 6, 2021 would be enough to make him repulsive in the general election. And then I do think that towards the end there, August, September, October, particularly with the bad debate with Biden, and then Kamala Harris only having 60 to 90 days to run a campaign, and also her making some tactical mistakes, in my opinion, I think I did put my foot on the gas towards the end of the election. That's absolutely true. I don't even know why I'm arguing with you. I think I just agree with you.
Yes, he would govern like Karen Bass. He would govern like any one of these other Democrats who, when they went very, very, very woke and far too left, they got fucking pummeled in the next elections, even by their own Democrats. They were, elections, taking them out of office for some of the allegations and shit and accusations.
It's the same analogy. Unfortunately, we've already had this conversation. So if you want to have it again, we can. But I do find it a little tiresome. The analogy, which I said last time we talked about this, it's like having a house cat that you just feed over and over again, and depending on how much you feed it is how big it gets. Right now, I see you guys feeding a house cat and you say, hey, it's a house cat. Don't worry about it. But what I'm saying is that if you keep feeding this house cat, it's going to become the size of a tiger and it's going to eat your fucking face. And you're like, well, what's your evidence that if I continue to feed this house cat, it's going to eat my fucking face? Meanwhile, I'm over here and a tiger is fucking wrapping its fucking bladed fucking teeth around my throat. And I'm like, don't do what my political team did. Don't get eaten by the tiger. And you're like, nah, I got it.
I love your...
Here's some meat.
Analogy, right? So
here's some meat. Here's some meat, little cat.
So perfect. Your analogy is so perfect, right?
Thank you.
So guys, listen to Connor's analogy, because it actually is, for one, perhaps we'll look at this drawing, but for once, Connor's analogy is great. There's a tiger around his throat, and you are over there petting a kitten. He's like,
okay. I have great analogies all the fucking time. So fuck Pisco for this one. Number one, I like all of my analogies. Number two, this is why I do mind map drawings, because I think once they're on paper and they're in front of your face, they're almost undeniable. Even when I'm beefing with people in chat, typically, as soon as I draw out a mind map, they at least say, I don't agree with it, but I can see what you're getting at. So once again, people like, I'm 5 years into being in Twitch and YouTube politics. People still act like I'm a fucking moron pulling shit out of my ass. And yet, typically when I draw something out into being specific, they're like, okay, I don't agree with it, but I see where you're getting at.
Please stop petting the kitten.
Because I'm getting eaten by a fucking tiger, and I don't want to. I'm punching this tiger in the eye sockets repeatedly as it's mauling my throat, and you're like, dude, I'm gonna make another tiger for you to fight. No. But you're like, hey, I'm gonna make another tiger for you to fight 5 to 10 years from now. Do you think fighting one tiger is fun? Do you know what's even better than one tiger? 2 tigers. So I'm gonna make another one for you to fight.
You want to know the difference about this cat? This cat has one leg. It has the cat version of, I don't want to say it. Fuck. It's a low IQ.
It's got feline AIDS.
It's a very beautiful one. Everyone loves the cat, but the cat's not going to be a tiger. All right. It's a tabby cat. It comes as a cat.
Okay. Well, if it has 3 legs and it's got HIV, put it down. Stop petting it.
Okay. Then how about we worry about that?
So true, bro. All right. I just articulated this in the, Game of Thrones mind map was base. I agree with that. But hold on. This is what I'm talking about. All right. I'm over here getting annihilated by a tiger. I am asking that Pisco stop feeding his tiny tiger. And what's going to happen is if I keep fighting my tiger, maybe it'll become a smaller tiger over time, which is what I'm hoping for once Donald Trump dies and or loses office. And then if Pisco and all the liberals and the lefties keep feeding their tiger and it becomes huge, and let's say that I fail in my endeavor to make the tiger smaller, because let's be real, there's a lot of indications that this tiger is going to be very difficult to defeat. Then instead of having to fight 1 tiger, I'm going to be fighting 2. And that is a stupid position for Pisco and his friends to put me into. And yet they seem insistent upon it because they're like, ha, this tiger shall never eat my face. It'll never eat my face. Matter of fact, this tiger and I, we agree on a lot of economic policy. We actually agree on universal health care and dignity for immigrants. Therefore, I'm going to keep feeding this tiger. And I'm like, please, God, you're going to rape me with this tiger. Real Serious says maybe a better analogy would be you're trying to extinguish a house fire, and meanwhile, Pisco is in the other room smoking a cigarette and adding wood to the fireplace. Yeah. Yep. Unironically. James L83 says Cotter is the nervous dog in the meme of his person playing with a baby mountain lion. Yes, that is me. I know exactly what I know exactly what you're talking about. I can see the video in my mind's eye. Excellent analogy. Anyways, my dogs are under the table, so they might knock out my power, but let's keep going.
Tiger that's attacking us.
I am worried about the tiger. I'm punching it in the eyes and jamming my thumb into its eye holes. That's what I do all day.
But you're also scratching the back of the other tiger right behind it. That's also a fully grown tiger. And you're like, please save me from the little cat.
Well, that's because power.
Like Pisco's hiding behind this weird thing of like the left have no political power and the left will never be influential in anything ever, and so it's okay. Like that's the argument that he's putting forth. But I think his true,
which feels like a sweep
argument, like internally, I think he thinks that the stuff they stand for isn't that bad. That like if you were to break down all the Sunpiker's beliefs, you would agree with like 98% of it, and maybe there's a little bit of problematic stuff, but that problematic stuff will never go. That's what it sounds like his true position is. But he's trying to market it as though he's saying like, well, no, I just don't think these people will ever be politically relevant. Which
correct.
They might not necessarily be politically relevant, but the issue is how much of the fucking media landscape they end up poisoning, which is very unfortunate.
Pours a vacuum. And I already think that the far left like punch way above their weight class in reference to the media landscape. Do you guys not remember the past 5 or 10 years? Because in the past 5 or 10 years, what we would do before BLM, late 2010s, I know this is actually 8 years ago, 9 years ago now, but you have to understand that this feels like yesterday for me because I was an adult at the time. You understand that Francesca Ramsey. Do you guys remember Francesca Ramsey from MTV? I think that's what was her name. So Francesca Ramsey, I think was her name. Yeah, it's this girl. So Francesca Ramsey worked for MTV, and she had all these progressive like skits that were like 10 or 20 minutes old. Yeah, it was Decoded. And very pretty black girl, by the way. Not trying to be rude on that front. But she did this show, and it was like, it wasn't really culturally dominant. I think a lot of people made fun of it, but its impact in the zeitgeist was huge. And then same thing with that Bill Nye the Science Guy rerun that came out with all the progressive like trans arguments and stuff. That had a huge cultural impact, even though it's small as shit. And I don't think liberals or progressives, like, I don't think they believed all that shit. I don't think they believed everything Bill Nye the Science Guy said. I don't think they believed everything that Francesca Ramsey said. But just because of the way that they communicated within the cultural zeitgeist and the acceptance and promotion of progressive attitudes in the late 2010s, they had a huge cultural impact. And so once again, just saying like, oh, it's cute, it's uwu, it's kawaii. Most lefties don't think this way. No, man. No, they do have a huge impact. And by the way, some of these impacts we've talked about for so long in the past decade, they are permanently rewiring my brain because unfortunately, some of these ideas were interesting, even if I don't think that they were healthy or good. Dude, do you remember how often people dismiss systemic racism? Do you remember how often the conservatives and the right wingers would be like, well, I'm not interpersonally racist, so who cares about systemic racism because I'm not interpersonally racist. And then even the conservatives eventually were like, okay, maybe systems are a thing. Yeah, bro. Holy shit. Sacred Snow says, are you just saying she's hot because she has the same haircut as you in some of those photos? No, I think she's actually a good looking black gal. No, I think she's actually a good looking black gal. All right. Grassroots wants us to know the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Connor's mom. Sorry, Jesus. Thank you for apologizing. But also, you don't have to apologize. I heard that lyric from darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Was it D12? Might have been D12. Whoever sang She Put That Sugar on My Tongue. Okay, hold on. Matter of fact, this is more important. I want to lose 5 people real quick because I'm not continuing the content. Instead, I'm talking about something different. Y'all should look up. No, that's not it. It's not Tyler, the Creator. Get the fuck out of here. It's not Sugar. She put that sugar on my tongue. You guys remember that? She put that sugar on my tongue. That's not it either. Okay, never mind. I'll go back to the content. I'll find it. Don't worry. I know you guys are super worried about it, but don't worry. I'll find it.
Yeah,
So,
I don't even know what that means. All right,
there's good tigers and bad tigers. There's tigers that will eat my enemies, and there's tigers that will eat me.
Pisco was super quick to say Hassan was bad for his insane takes when he talked to me when I gave examples. Oh, Kalinda, I got a whole fucking thing on you. We might watch after this. I would have to see how he does it, but I feel like I'm trying to think if I've heard Pisco do this. Other people have done this. I worry sometimes that he does a thing. Is this Pisco? Am I inventing this? Someone else does it. Where somebody's like, okay, well, what do you think about like Donald Trump? Doesn't he do crazy stuff? And like, oh, no, hold on. I want to be clear. I don't support Donald Trump. I think it's really bad when he calls people bad names. I think it's terrible when he makes fun of world leaders. I think that the way that he has, conducted his personal life is abysmal, right? And it's like, okay, you did a lot of disavowing there, I guess, but like none of it was actually over the real important stuff that I would want to hear a substantive disagreement with. Now, maybe he did in the examples that you gave. I don't know. I'd have to see for Hassan, but like that would be a thing I would be curious about.
So all right, we're going to risk the copyright real quick because it is important that you guys do not think the Talking Heads or Tyler, the Creator, are the authors of the song Sugar by Trick Daddy. Okay? You ready? I'm ready.
Your butter peach cone, put it right there on the tip of my tongue, hold it right here. Cause baby, if I bite you, I bet you'll like it. French vanilla is a hell of a flavor for me. With strawberries, 2 cherries, and whipped cream. The best dreams are the wet dreams. And the rest is just a flick without a sex scene. Orally, I speak the truth, cause the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice, cause...
There we go. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice, according to Grassroots Hegemon and Trick Daddy.
Jen Wink, who I know is known in our community.
Yeah, she's snitching on your community. She's like, they're talking crazy shit over there.
I don't know. Fuck. Do you think Connor isn't trying to end MAGA? No, I think Connor's trying to end Trump. Connor is considering supporting JD Vance, considering supporting Ron DeSantis. That's MAGA. Connor is not trying to end MAGA. He just doesn't like Trump.
No, and also, yeah. Targan says, have you ever ridden your squad car in the hood blasting the song when you were a cop? No, but I did have a coworker named Rice who used to bump. He was black, so he bumped hip hop music while patrolling the hood, and people would always wave to him, and they thought it was super funny. Right, because MAGA isn't going away. We've already had this conversation again.
Right. So
what motivates MAGA?
What you're trying to take MAGA and make it a little bit more palatable and be like JD Vance, Cory Booker, Jason. That's what you want. That's what you what do you want?
All right. So I'll just say it instead of asking Socratic shit. So I think that the reason why populism is working in our current political environment is because of shitty wealth inequality. Dr. Zai says, some say that the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I say the darker the flesh, the deeper the roots. Is from Tupac Shakur, a song that predates Trick Daddy by 10 years. Well, thank you for sharing, Dr. Zayas. I'll share that with the chat. Demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric. I think those are the four things that are motivating MAGA and motivating left-wing populists. And so as a result, I don't think MAGA, the movement that is motivated by these four things, I don't think they're going away. I do want a more competent, technocratic political leader to address wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric. See, dude, this, okay, and I think Pisco is about to say, oh yeah, you just want a politician to solve all problems. And I think that legitimately pisses me off. I think it actually pisses me off as a phrase. And the reason why is because it's like, no, not all problems. I got plenty of problems. I don't want to pay taxes, okay? I don't want to pay my bills. My back kind of hurts. My shoulder kind of hurts. My hip kind of hurts. I have heartburn, okay? There are 10,000 problems that I have that are mine to deal with, okay? And they're mine to deal with alone because they're my fucking problems. But there's some problems that I am incapable of dealing with that only a state has the tax revenue and the technocratic competence to try to address. And those include, I think I said, wealth inequality, existential technological shifts, demographic shifts, and God, I'm missing one. Oh, social dissolution. And so if you want all that shit, well, I think number one, Pisco probably does want all these things to be addressed. But I'm trying to say that, like, no, these are the important things. The reason why our social fabric is fraying, the reason why people feel like we're in a civil war, the reason why Charlie Kirk got shot and half of the country, not really half, but a quarter of the country cheered for it, is because right-wing economic populists and left-wing economic populists are capitalizing on the dissatisfaction from these four areas in order to energize broad populist political movements. And if the technocrats don't step up and fix some of this shit, we are fucked. The state is not going to solve your digestion problems, Connor. You say that. And yet, if they stop being assholes, that might solve half of my heartburn.
You just want to create an ideological framework to use MAGA. That's what you're doing.
So do you. That's politics, baby.
No, I want to destroy my enemies. That's what I want to do.
No, you don't. You want your enemies to become your friends. This is a democracy. What, you're going to get a gun and you're going to go shoot MAGA? Get the fuck out of here.
No, not a fuck.
See, and that's where the hyperbolic rhetoric is so fucking cringe to me. I wanted to point out how cringe this was. Pisco saying, I want to destroy my enemies. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's very R-slurred. Not in the U.S. political context. You don't want to destroy your enemies. Destroy your enemies would mean that, like, Pisco and a bunch of, like, libs with weak wrists would need to grab firearms, hop in a Prius, and start like a left-wing death squad. That's what destroying your enemies would actually mean. So no, what he wants to do is he wants to fight hyperbolically within the cultural zeitgeist to convince a bunch of his fellow citizens that he has the correct ideas about political policy. And as a result, they should vote for candidates that he supports and they can implement the policy over time. Pisco saying he wants to destroy his enemies, I found laughably absurd.
Violently, you idiot! I want to.
Yeah, you want to convert them to your political tribe.
I don't. The MAGA ideology. I want to destroy that. I want it to discredit it. I want it to be out of power.
You're not going to. Matter of fact, Zoran Mamdani, you know what his favorite thing was that he said during the Trump press conference where they mutually glazed each other for 45 minutes? He said, "Oh, it was actually crazy, Mr. President. People walked up to me on the streets of New York and they said that they voted for Trump in the general, but or for the presidency, but they voted for me at the city level." Do you know why? Laska Maiko says, "What's best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of the women." Pisco 2026. Definitely. Why? Because they're both economically populist. That's why.
Do you watch like advertising? Like, oh my God, I didn't know that this was better than the leading brand. It's called pandering. That's not MAGA ideology. That's the ideology I want to end. I'm not trying to talk about like rounding up people or anything.
Okay, are you trying? Okay, I'm trying to end economic populism. You know why? I want the people to be so happy that they don't even want economic populism. That's what I want. I want to design a technocratically competent society to the point that the working class and middle class don't want to rebel because they actually like their lives. I want to lull the proletarian class to sleep. I don't want them to be revolutionary. I want the proletarian class to work 40 to 50 hours a week. I want their wife to not work at all or work part-time. I want them to be able to afford a reasonable standard of living and afford having children. And I want their kids to go to good schools, and I want their kids to have decent economic opportunities to the point that the slumbering proletarian giant that Hassan Piker and Zoran Mamdani want to shake awake to the point that they can overthrow the economic system. I want to pet that giant's back until he's lulled into beautiful sleep. True. What I'm going to do, though, is we have hit 4.5 hours. We have 26 super chats, and Destiny is doing wholesome content today. And we only have 85 people, which is great. I don't care. 100 to 150 people in Destiny's live. That's great. So 90 people hanging out with me instead of Destiny is amazing. But what he's doing right now is he's talking to people, DGG Politics, which is the active. I think I'm in their Discord, even though I don't really do much to support them. They are live right now, and they're talking about actual stuff. Lock in for 2:30 p.m. No, I won't. I'm going to allow Destiny to steal my audience because I want you guys to listen to the DGG Politics people who might be a little bit dry and a little bit boring, but they need your support. So what I would say is like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I hope you enjoyed that little segment of Pisco and I fighting and Destiny fighting with us about it. I still stand by all the contentions that I brought up in that conversation, effectively, that I am worried that liberals and lefties and progressives and all that kind of stuff, they're effectively feeding a small cat on their side that it is going to become a tiger eventually and it's going to devour my face. And then I'm also currently fighting off a tiger on my face. And I do not want to fight 2 tigers in the next 5 years. And Connor, we need a weekend stream still? Maybe. Lock in. What do you want to lock in on? This is content that I already created for you, Patriarch. Christian Valeris and Patriarch, this is content I already created for you. What do you want me to lock in on? Video game weekend? You probably already knew half of the things that I said in this stream, and yet I just covered it because I thought it was funny. Yeah. Connor pinches tigers, call PETA. True. Dr. Zaya says, I'm with you fully, and this is why I was losing my mind over Zoharhi. Are you saying Zoran? Well, because John says, damn it, I guess I'm going back to woodworking YouTube videos, rabbit hole, fuck anything, I don't know, you're running. Oh, damn, I'm just getting like annihilated. Fuck, we wasted time on a reaction. What's wrong with the reaction? What else do you want to do? I did not run. Why am I getting annihilated by my own chat where they're like, Connor, you don't understand. The next 25 minutes are critical to me as a viewer. What is this? What is happening? Oh my God. I didn't realize the next like 25 minutes of the content was necessary. Oh, that's funny. If I don't get to 2 p.m., well, I'll hang out with you till 2 p.m. for sure. Okay, I'll hang out for 2 p.m. for sure. Call Pisco tomorrow and call him a loser for an hour. Yeah. Let's see if anybody DM me. Nobody DM'd me today. I think I told Pisco that I did want to talk today, but I think I don't think I see any updated things. Azurai updated their membership. Thank you, Azurai. Matter of fact, let me thank the Chippers and the Oilers before we do anything. Okay. Before we do anything, let's thank the Chippers and the Oilers. Thank you to Azurai for updating their membership. Thank you to Beef Supreme for the 20. Thank you to Vazaraka for the 5 gifted. Thank you to AK Batusai for the 1, pushing us past a goal. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon for the 5, Anonymous Chatter for the 5. Thank you to Real Serious for the 1,531 ARS, which is $1.05. Grassroots for 5, Anonymous Chatter for 10, Old School for 2, Send Patriarch for 2, Real Serious for 100 ARS, Anonymous Chatter for 10, Old School for 5, Anonymous for 10. Games are for kids, aka Anonymous Chatter, for 20. Fell Runner for 5 and 2. Anonymous for 10. Skillful Dancer became a member. Anonymous for 10. Grassroots with the oil today, 20 gifted Valor Media Network memberships, which is the equivalent of $100. Thank you, King. Jeb Kush with the 5. Grassroots with the 20. Send Patriarch with the membership. Vazraka with the gifted membership. And then Christian Valeris with the 100. I parasocially love you guys. And we did 4.5 hours of streaming. You want a cop story? I'll do a cop story. I could do a cop story for sure. You guys want to do a cop story? I'd love to do a cop story. Yeah, we can hang out until 2:01 as a treat. Absolutely. Matter of fact, I got 2 on deck right now. So Sen Patriarch was saying that I need to stay until 2 because that's the end of their work day. So they need me to stay until 2. Boom. We already got you to 2. All right, cop story. Cop story. Cop story. Let's do cop story. Okay, so that would have been so funny if I just hung up right there. All right, let's do a cop story. All right, so I've told you guys this one before, but I'm gonna tell a new story at the end of it. Okay, so let me tell you the preliminary story, and then let me tell you the new story. So the preliminary story was there was this apartment complex on the west side of town, and we got a call that this guy is beating the shit out of his girlfriend in this apartment, and it's bad, and people can hear screaming. And so we go there, lights and sirens, as fast as we can. We get to the apartment. It's on the 2nd story, and there's a balcony. And I'll pull it up, man. I'll do a little doxy. I'll do a little doxy docs of the location where we were at. Spring Harbor Apartments. And this one, Spring Harbor, is actually not exactly where I was. It's to the south of that, but I'll show you on Google Maps momentarily. Okay. So let me pull this up. Let me show you guys the Google Maps. So here's Old Highway 441, which it was part of our jurisdiction. And so we get a call that there's these 2 apartments right here. The Palms. That's what it was called. I forgot what the Palms were called. That's crazy. And so we get a call that there's the beating, right? Guy's beating the shit out of his girlfriend. And so we fly up here, probably doing like 70 in a 30, pull into this apartment complex, jump out right here, and the unit is up here. So there's another officer. His name is Tibbs. And Tibbs and I are going to make contact because Tibbs is an Army veteran. He's too loud. His noise discipline sucks, but he's actually he's a good fighter. Did I wear a body camera? I might have. I don't know. And so we go up the stairs, and this is a 2-story apartment. And so we're here probably on this ledge right here. And so what happens is we got our guns out. We can hear screaming inside the apartment complex. We can hear a female screaming. We can hear the male screaming. We can hear all this stuff. And then it, as we're coming up, it calms down a little bit. And so I go to the front door, and I'm like, I think this is, or I'm going to see if it's open. And so I grab it, and the door actually turns, so I know that it's unlocked. And I'm like, all right, boom. And I throw the door open. I go into the entryway. I'm pointing my pistol into the living room. And then there's this guy who's naked, and he's in his sneakers, sitting down Indian style, facing away from me. Okay. And he pops up immediately. He turns around and he charges me. Okay. Now, he had a knife, like a kitchen knife, like this big on the ground. And I'm telling you right now that my brain went into like HD mode, like high definition mode. Okay. I was seeing everything ultra clear, but it was still happening in real time. But I could see with like ultra clarity his hands. I could see his dong. And I could see his red sneakers. Okay. And so I could see that he didn't have a gun in his hand. And my brain was like confused, right? I was like, do I shoot him? Like, it wasn't a conscious thought. It was like the emotion of like, do I shoot this guy? And then I was thinking to myself, like, no. I'm going to lower my gun. And then if he tries to take the gun from me, or if we fight over the gun, then maybe I'll shoot him. And by the time he bumps into me, I have my arm up like this. I'm pointing my wiener. I'm pointing my pistol kind of approximately like wiener area, stomach area. And he doesn't go for the gun. And he slams into me, and he just kind of slams into me for a bit. So I'm like, okay, what now? And so I take my pistol, I put it, still got this dude's dong burned into my memory. And so I put my pistol into my holster, and then I kind of like grab him and shove him into the apartment hallway. And the apartment hallway is second story. Excuse me. Second story, overlooking a pool. There's a railing, but it's like probably 10 or 20 feet off the ground. So he can't really jump off of it. He has to get through me. And I recognized this guy. Okay. Yeah. The dick twist. I should have given him the dick twist. True. So I recognized this guy. And what had been funny is I had been out there the month before. The month before, they had a domestic disturbance where the guy was screaming at the girl. And then we got called out. And he didn't know the difference between a urinary tract infection and a sexually transmitted disease. He was like actually genuinely a stupid man. And so what had happened was him and his girlfriend were fighting because he thought that his girlfriend had cheated on him. And I had to calm him down. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. I have no idea. But I had to tell him like, no. Like a UTI, a urinary tract infection, happens when you don't drink enough water. And you get a infection in your urethra and it burns and you have to take whatever, but it actually has nothing to do with like sexual activity. And I could just like see him like kind of like awash with relief that his girlfriend hadn't cheated on him, although it got much worse later, right? And I had thought to myself at the time, because he was like half naked at the time. He was just wearing gym shorts when I explained to him the differences between a UTI and an STI. White guy, though, by the way. White guy that I almost shot. I didn't shoot a black guy. I almost shot a white guy. And I thought to myself, like, damn, this guy's kind of like jacked, right? I don't know if I want to fight this guy. This guy's kind of like, he's fit. Well, what happens is after I shove him into the hallway during my second call with him, after I recognize him, he charges me. And for some reason, dude, I've been trained by the Marine Corps. I've been trained by law enforcement. I've done martial arts like my whole life. And yet what I did, no person has ever shown me in the history of my military training. What I did instead is I turned my hands into a U shape. I grabbed him by the throat with both hands. I stepped forward and I threw him 4 feet back using his throat as my access point. No idea why I did it. But what happened was, as he was falling backwards, and he didn't fall, but he kind of like staggered a lot, I saw this fear in his eyes. Okay. I saw this fear in his eyes where I was like, oh shit, this guy's scared of me. I can win. Like that instantaneously, I saw him get scared of me and I was like, I got this. I can win. And so what happens is he charges again. And so I don't choke him out. But what I do is I do wrap him up from behind where I'm holding around his clavicle and his neck, but I'm not applying pressure to either side of his carotid. I am not applying pressure to either side of his carotid. I'm just holding him from behind. And so what ends up happening is I'm holding him, and then another cop gets him at taser point. It's like, it was a female cop who came in after my partner. She's like, don't fucking move or I'm going to tase the shit out of you. And then the guy's like still fighting me. He's like trying to fight to get out of my grip and shit. And, but anyways, the Thibodeau, my partner, he helps me link the guy up. So we fight his arms into cuffs. We get him into cuffs or whatever. And he's naked, dude. He's naked except for a red pair of sneakers. And so we walk him down the flights of stairs. We won the fight, you know, my throat throw and wrapping it up from behind and also holding his arms and getting him into cuffs. We won the fight. But effectively what happens is Thibodeau's on one side and I'm on the other side of the guy and we're escorting him. We're holding him by the elbow. And the dude takes his shoulder and he slams Thibodeau into the wall. Okay. This is not the demon. This is a different fight. And so he slams my partner into the wall, and then Thibodeau like freaks out. He's like, get off of me. And he starts like popping this guy in the face. And what I realize is this guy didn't try to actually hurt Tibbs. He had passed out. And he was still like 6 foot and change, and he was still 200 pounds. So he actually passed out into Thibodeau, shoulder checked Thibodeau, rammed him into the wall, and pinned Thibodeau up against the wall with his unconscious body. And so we let the guy fall to the ground. We flip him onto his back. He's still breathing, luckily. And the EMTs show up because the scene's clear. And so we're talking to them and we're like, hey, he just passed out. We have no idea if we're going to have like a medical emergency right now. We need to see what's going to happen, right? Like we need you guys to work on him because he could be overdosing right now. And the EMTs just pass us because they don't care about this guy, because this guy just beat the shit out of his girlfriend. So they don't even want to work on him. If they could, I swear to God, the EMTs would have let him die. If they could have let him die, they would have let him die. And so what ends up happening is they go check on the female first. And this is the part of the story where it's not as funny anymore. She had like welts all over her face. She had garrote marks on her neck. She had red marks on her neck, and she was covered in bleach. And according to her, what had happened was he was doing coke all day. He was drinking all day. He got mad at her, thought that she cheated on him, this, that, the other, beat the crap out of her, choked her out with shoelaces, dumped bleach on her, and threatened her with a knife and said that he was going to kill her. And so it actually ended up being like a super hardcore scene. But I don't know any of that shit at this point, right? And so we get the guy out, and we walk him over to the fire truck, and we sit him on the fire truck, and something kind of funny happens, which is effectively the fire truck, it's so hot on the front of the fire truck because it's clear silver metal and it's been cooking in the sun all day, that setting him down on the front of the fire truck wakes him up because the front of the fire truck is so hot that it scalds his balls and buttocks. So him burning his balls and butt wakes him up. And then he's talking to us and he's kind of coherent and this, that, the other. And then he passes out again. And then he wakes up again, and then he's talking to us and he's screaming and he's doing this, and then he passes out again. And so what actually ended up happening was he had drank a whole handle of vodka, and he had done like an entire 8-ball of cocaine. And so what I think was happening was the cocaine and the alcohol was cycling through his system. And so when the alcohol was hitting him, he was passing out. And then when the cocaine got back into his heart, he would wake back up for another 45 seconds. And so he kept cycling the vodka and the cocaine probably 5 or 6 times before we got him loaded up into the ambulance and they took him to the hospital. But anyways, with that story though, I actually didn't have to write a report because pointing a pistol at someone is technically not a use of force. And then I also didn't choke him out, which was not a deadly use of force. And then we also we didn't use a taser. We didn't use pepper spray. So we actually didn't have to do use of force paperwork, even though that was probably the closest I ever got to shooting a human being. That was probably the closest. There's like 2 or 3 other times that I got pretty close to shooting a human being. That was actually the closest that I ever got to shooting a human being. Now, he did not die from the drugs. He ended up living, I think he got sentenced to like 10 years. So the detectives did not even want to come out to talk to her because she had prosecuted. No, I fired my weapon. I was on the service for 4 years. I'll tell you how I fired my weapon. It's actually a really sad story, but I'll tell you how I fired my weapon. So anyways, so I think he caught 5 or 10 years. She didn't want to prosecute. And so the detectives didn't want to come out, even though she had gotten the shit kicked out of her. But the detectives, they didn't want to come out because they'd been back and forth with this girl, doing a case, her dropping the charges, doing a case, her dropping the charges, doing a case, her dropping the charges. They'd already done that like 5 or 10 times. But this time, the beating was so bad and the garrote marks on her neck were so obvious that the state picked up the charges and they convicted him. And I think they put him away for like 5 to 10. So yeah, he actually went away for a while. And okay, so you asked me, there's 2 stories that I wanted to tell, but I'll tell what was the other one? I'll tell a tactical story before I tell the kind of sad story that's kind of funny, where I did fire my gun not in anger, but in self-defense, I suppose. So, all right, let's talk about the tactical story. So that guy goes away for 5 to 10 years, whatever, who gives a shit? The tactical story. So we get a call. I'll show you. We get a call for this trailer park. There's a trailer park on the south side of town. It's actually pretty nice. It's by a bunch of retirement community, or it is a retirement community. And so the people who actually live here are all 55 plus. They're nice. They take care of their properties. It's not the nicest stuff that you've ever seen, but it is relatively nice. And so it could be one of these. It's either this one. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but I think it's this one. If I had to guess, it's this one. And so, yeah, actually, I do think it's this one. So what happens is we pull up here and we get a report. Hey, I'm a 60-year-old. How much prep time do prosecutors put you through before testifying? None. I testified in a murder and I didn't get any prep time at all. Truth be told, I wasn't, my testimony was not vital to the case. It was important to the case, but it wasn't vital to the case. And I was always good on the stand. I was always good on the stand. So I didn't get any prep, but I did well on the stand. So anyways, so we get a call. Hey, I'm a 60-year-old. I'm in this neighborhood. My son threatened to kill me. Come on out. So we roll quiet because typically when it's like a threat of a homicide, we don't want to spook the bad guy and then have the bad guy like kill somebody because they know the cops are coming, right? So we pull up into the neighborhood. We pull up. I think it's this house, but it just as easily could be this house. I think it might be this house. So let's just use this house because it's more visible. So we pull up, we park back here, we walk up, and the woman is actually outside, looks totally calm and totally chill. And we're like, okay, this is a potential homicide and you're outside and you're chill. What the hell is going on? And so she says, okay, my late 30s son does steroids and methamphetamine. He's a total rage freak. I keep telling him he needs to get clean and going to rehab. And he said that if I tried to force him to go to rehab, then he would kill me and he would burn the house down. That's what she said. And we're like, okay, where is he? And she's like, he's crashing off of a meth bender. And so he's in this, there's like a little back area right here and he's sleeping, but he has a huge fucking knife. He's got he loves collecting knives. He's a felon. So he doesn't have any firearms, but he loves knives. And so he has like half a dozen knives all around in his room. And he threatened me with one of them and then he went to sleep. So he might be sleeping on a knife. And so we're like, oh shit, are we going to have to like blast this dude? Like, are we going to like open this shit up? He's going to wake up on us and then charge us with a knife and then we're going to have to blast him. So we're just approaching it real tactical. So my supervisor, Fig, and another guy. They set up on the exit to the back area of the property. And then me and a new guy. I forget the new guy's name, but I love the new guy. The new guy was such a fucking Captain America. We had this new guy who was Captain America, and he was so cool. And I liked him a lot. I forget his name, but he was a cool guy. And so what we do is we bust into the front of the house quiet, right? Open it. We creep in. We're walking slow. I'm telling the guys behind me, be quiet as fuck. Like we're just creeping. And so we get to the back area, and there's a door to the back area. Yeah, I arrested John Zerka. Yeah, pretty much. I pretty much arrested John Zerka. I arrested the less fun John Zerka because this guy was doing meth instead of coke. And so we get to the door, and we're like, well, if we open this up, we don't know if he's going to wake up. We don't know if he's going to attack us. We don't know if he has a knife on him or whatever. So we don't really talk, but I basically decide that fast, loud, violence of action is the way to do it. And so I twist the door, and I'm like, 3, 2, 1. I throw it open. And what happens is the door flies, but it kind of like bounces off of its hinges where its hinges have like a maximum area, but it doesn't hit the wall. And the dude is still dead asleep. So I like threw this door open. Like I'm the freaking SWAT team. Like I'm SEAL Team 6, and I'm about to charge in here and blast this dude in the face. And the dude's still conked out. And I'm just kind of like staring at my buddy with my gun out. And we're just like, all right. So we creep in on this guy. He's still passed out. And there's hunting knives on the ground. He has a hunting knife in his bed. The other team opens up the other door. And so we actually take the hunting knife off of his bed and hand it to the other team. They put it, they throw it outside. That way the guy can't grab it when we're waking him up. And then I literally I have my pistol. I'm not pointing, maybe I'm pointing it at him, but I'm not really like putting it in his face, so to speak. I just kind of have it like back here, you know, kind of just in case shit pops off, like he swings on me or he has another knife under his body or something like that. And then I grab his shoulder and I shake him. And I'm like, hey, bud, you're coming with me. And so, and he actually wakes up and he doesn't fight us. And I know that's kind of like anticlimactic, where you're shaking somebody awake with like a pistol pointed in their face, and then you like shake them awake, and then they don't fight you, and then you put them in the cuffs. But what's actually interesting about that is I think that he woke up, he was still kind of like hungover from the meth or whatever, and he pretty much admitted to everything. So, you know, he ended up going to jail. But at the same time, like, you understand, like, I was psychologically ready to get into a gunfight. I was psychologically ready to smoke this dude if he pulled a knife and tried to stab me. I was creeping through this guy's house and effectively doing shit that would be illegal if I was a private citizen. And it was awesome. It was fun. It was cool. And not just that, you know, you kind of feel like a little bit of a hero afterwards, because this dude had threatened to murder his mom and burn her fucking trailer park down. And instead, he's going to prison in cuffs. She's still alive, and her trailer is not burnt to the fucking ground. And the reason why that was resolved is because you were willing to creep inside a house with a pistol and confront a meth addict who might try to stab you to death. I love that shit. I love that shit. So, it's based to arrest criminals? I mean, I think so. Anyways, that actually jogged loose a few more stories. But I kind of, does your wall husband know about this? Well, now he does. But I already got you guys to 222. I already got you to 222. And you guys, you got 2 cop stories for the price of 1. And you jogged loose another 2 cop stories that I'll have for next time. So thank you for asking me to tell a couple of cop stories. Oh, hold on. I have to make you cry man tears. I forgot. I have to make you cry man tears. I forgot that I had a third story that you jogged loose. Here's man tears. Okay. I'll try to be brief. So, gun firing one. We're going to talk about the gun firing one. So, what happens is we have black bears in the city. Okay. We got black bears in the city. And my supervisor likes to run them out of town. I basically did a desk pop. Trust me, we'll get to it. So not this neighborhood, but there's one neighborhood back here. It's probably back. It's right here. This is where I was. So I was off of not Cobble. I think I was off of Dorset. Okay. And so we get black bears sometimes. This area is all developed. It used to not be developed. And so we would get black bears all the time in the city. And so what my supervisor and I did is we would actually chase black bears. So he would hand me the 12 gauge shotgun. I would get the AR-15. There would be a black bear in somebody's neighborhood. And the reason why we chase them out of the city is because they do raid people's food, number one, and they raid their trash. Number two, they have killed pets, right? If a small dog attacks a black bear will kill it. Okay. So effectively, this area it was more wooded. So I think it was off of Dorset, could have been off of Cobble, I forget. But we're in people's backyards and we're basically this is probably it actually. We're running through the backyards because there's like a little alleyway back here and we're chasing a black bear out into the wooded area and then back across the highway into the woods. That way it doesn't kill people's pets. Okay. So that's how I was trained. I probably did that 2 or 3 times. Hold on. We'll get there. So I probably did that 2 or 3 times where I just like chased black bear out of the city. And so I get a call up at a retirement community over here. I think that's too far. Where's 441? That's First Avenue? No, that's not far enough. Wolf Branch, 441. I get a call about a black bear in this community. Okay. And the black bear was apparently living in the woods right here. And it was a juvenile. It was like a teenager. Yeah, I'll keep saying black super aggressively. But anyways, I was in the back of one of these properties. I forget which one. Let's just say it's this one for the sake of argument. And so this lady's like, "Hey, we got a black bear in our house, basically, in our Florida room, ripping apart our bird feed and ripping everything about in the back area. You know, we need a police response." So I show up, and because I'm used to chasing black bear, I'm by myself now. I've been a cop for like 2 years. I bust out my AR-15 because I've seen AR-15s take out black bear, right? If you get 5.56, if you have soft point bullets, if you hit them in vital organs or whatever, it'll kill a bear, right? Now, I don't want to kill a bear. I love bears, okay? I love bears. I love animals. I don't like killing things. I kill things when I need to. What's a Florida room? It's kind of like an enclosed patio. It's an enclosed patio. That way you can hang out and sip tea and all that kind of stuff. And so anyways, I normally, when the black bears are there, you can yell at them and they'll run away. So I actually go into this lady's house. I go into the back of her house. I have my AR-15 and the bear's on the other side of the glass. Well, what ends up happening is the bear is ignoring me totally. And when I'm yelling at him, he's ignoring me totally. And I'm like, oh shit, like I need to get this guy or I need to get this bear out of this lady's house. So I actually open up the patio and it's a juvenile bear. Okay. It's not 200 pounds. It's not 300 pounds. Black bear are not known for attacking humans. Generally speaking, they're known for retreating. They can get defensive about food, but normally they're so freaked out by humans that they don't do it. And so what happens is I open up the patio and the thing's probably like 80 pounds, maybe 80 pounds. And so I'm bigger than it. It's basically the size of like an above average dog. And I kind of go to scare it. I'm like, oh, like I make myself big. I put my hands up, whatever. And the bear, jumps out of the Florida room, goes down to the patio, and I kind of keep walking up on it. And then because it's not running away fully. And so I do it again. Get out of here. Get out of here. And then the bear swats at me. Okay. It takes its paw, its big ass paw, and it actually swats at me. Now it's a few feet away. So I don't want to kill it. And this is all on instinct. There is not a single conscious thought going on in my brain right now. But what I do is I flip my safety off. I move my AR over to the right-hand side and I fire into the deck, into the dirt, actually, although I did hit their wooden deck. And I hit the dirt right next to the bear, and then the bear runs away. And so that was like the one shot that I actually fired in kind of anger. Now, I wish the story ended there, because if the story ended there, I would have been ecstatic. If there was a juvenile black bear that had swatted at me, that I'd fired a warning shot at, which you're not supposed to do as a cop, but I did it, whatever. And if it had ended there, I would have been fine. Now, unfortunately, that black bear got a taste for human food and started terrorizing the city. So up and down on that side of town, up and down this side of town, in these neighborhoods over here, in the downtown area, he was raiding dumpsters, he was raiding trash cans, he was getting aggressive with people, he was getting aggressive with animals. So we had to call Fish and Wildlife. And unfortunately, eventually the bear had to be euthanized. And it's kind of sad to me because, like, it was a juvenile bear and it was hunting for food. And yeah, it was doing things that were wrong and dangerous, but I just don't think that it knew any better. And I tried to save its life by firing a warning shot. I tried to save its life by being as kind as I could be. And what's funny is my one of my peers, one of the SWAT guys, he made fun of me because he bought me bear claws same day. I had just gotten done. He ran to Publix, our local grocery store, and he bought me bear claws and he bought me a Winnie the Pooh balloon to congratulate me on my first bullet ever fired in anger, which was a warning shot to the bear. So anyways, they ended up euthanizing the bear, which was sad. So, but that was like a few weeks or a few months later. Why was he given a death sentence? He could have been rehabilitated. Listen, man, I don't like killing things unless I have to. Okay. Yeah. Rip to the bear. Rip to the bear. So kind of funny. I got to shoot my gun in anger. I got bear claws. Somebody bought me balloons, all that kind of stuff. Just kind of sad that the bear could not be rehabilitated and ultimately had to be put down. Notice how you never hear any of these stories with polar bears. Yeah, that's because polar bears don't kill humans very often, but if they do, they go all the way. All right. We made it to 2:30. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the 27 super chats. Thank you to Christian Blair's for oiling. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon for oiling. Thank you to Vaz Raka for becoming a consistent chipper. Thank you to Beef Supreme, Vaz Raka, aka Batusai, Anonymous Chatter, given chipping to the point that it's almost oil. Thank you to Real Serious for the 1,531 Argentinian pesos. Where was the mother? It was already mature enough that it didn't have a mom anymore. So once the juvenile bears are mature enough, they don't hang out with their moms anymore. So anyways, it was fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. as usual. Thank you for financial support. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope you guys have a beautiful day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.